George Washington, and the single most important decision in American history.
The Allied invasion had begun. I repeat, the Allied invasion had begun.
Nuclear annihilation.
If our will is strong enough.
Each of these missiles is capable of striking Washington.
We got to get down, Eagle. The Eagle has landed.
Dr. Martin Luther King, they are. I am happy to join.
Donald J. Trump is the President of the United States.
Transform the history of man.
Washington, no doubt, helped his nomination by offering to sponsor a militia to try to free Boston from the British. With John Adams being from there, he was greatly touched by this.
I am prepared to raise 1,000 men, subsist them at my own expense, and march them myself to the relief of Boston.
Well, we may yet have need of your generosity.
Not generosity, Mr. Adams. Duty.
That sentiment and generosity truly played a part in Adams nominating him all over all the others. On June 15, 1775, as a prelude to our formal declaration of war with England, our Continental Congress voted unanimously to promote Colonel George Washington to General of the Armies.
Mr. President, I propose as Commander-in-Chief the good gentleman from Virginia, Colonel George Washington.
But there were several high-ranking officers who were up for the job. There were many skilled tacticians like Horatio Gates, Charles Lee, and even Benedict Arnold, who all had great resumes for the job. But being general of this army was about more than just tactics. Despite at that time Washington being the lesser among that group when it came to war strategy, he had something they didn't have. He was a righteous leader and a lead by example type of person, reminiscent of the great Julius Caesar.
It will be my humble duty to serve.
By your modesty, you show the wisdom of our choice.
The Continental generals who were passed over, they would have fought a good strategic war, but ultimately they would have lost. So why is it that Washington was more important than these other men who were more skilled in battle tactics? It's simple. Congress was already reneging on their promises for supplies.
Nothing has yet come from all their promises. A powder, muskets, supplies, Mr.
I will persuade them, sir.
But several soldiers had not even been paid in a long time, and they were considering going back home. They left their businesses to join the war effort, but they're not getting paid. Their families will greatly suffer. But thanks to Washington's financial situation at that time and his generosity, he was able to keep most of the army he was given together long enough for Congress to finally get a decent stream of financing for them. Not only was Washington fighting the greatest military in the world at the time in the British, but he was having to contend with his own generals plotting his downfall. Charles Lee spent a large amount of his time undermining Washington after every report from the battlefield came through. These attacks were published by large media outlets.
What are facts, but opinions expressed as truths?
I did not think a major action was in the best interest of America at this time.
You damned poltroon! You never tried them! You should not have requested this command if you did not intend to attack! What the hell are you about, man?
I apologize, Your Excellency.
Rear, sir. Sir. I said to the rear!
Ultimately, Washington had to deal with one of his good friends betraying him, not only personally, but he betrayed the country. Benedict Arnold was upset for being passed over for promotion and Congress not paying him back his wages, which in that era would have been close to $1 million. He was all about glory though, and when he didn't get his way, he slivered his way to the British.
I, for one, am through with standing silent, waiting patiently for what I deserve now, today.
Now, with all of this, Washington had another problem. Two of his best generals aren't assisting, and he knows he probably wasn't ready for this type of command from a strategic standpoint. However, him being aware of what he's not aware of was his greatest asset. This is where knowing what you don't know is critical. Knowing that he couldn't hope to contend with Britain's greatest generals like Sir Henry Clinton and the great General Cornwallis.
Lord Cornwallis knows more about warfare than we could hope to learn in a dozen lifetimes.
He had to find some other way to fight this war if we were going to even have a chance. To win this war, though, several things had to fall into place. We desperately needed the assistance of France financially and for their navy. However, their support fluctuated too much, and usually never enough at any one time to plan a large offensive. And desperate for soldiers, he even offered slaves to turn to free men if they served in the army.
By order General George Washington, all bound slaves who give minimum 1 year service will be granted freedom.
So Washington knew the only way to even have a chance at winning this war, he had to find many unorthodox ways that would help level the playing field. So he decided to invest into intelligence services. To put it in a more modern way, spies, like the CIA does, or Jason Bourne from the Bourne Identity movies.
It's the black arts, counterintelligence. The uses of information is ultimately power.
These spies were normal, everyday people who worked closely around the British military. You wouldn't even know them. Some were bartenders, farmers, tailors, religious leaders, even slaves who worked directly for high-ranking British officers. Plus, the British were so overconfident that they didn't even see counter-intel services as a monetary priority. But with the use of these spies, Washington was able to predict where the British Army would be at any given time, and the number of cannons and cavalry, types of ships, etc. This information made forming aggressive offensives much more manageable. Washington fought with a stick and move approach.
Stick him, move, stay out of range.
He didn't care about how many skirmishes or isolated battles he lost. His goal was just to make sure he won the war. He avoided losing mass amounts of troops in any one battle. He of course engaged in traditional battle, but also utilized guerrilla warfare tactics to set traps and capture British officers. Guerrilla warfare is a battle strategy where a group of men fight outside of the sanctioned rules of battle. They would hide in trees, spread out, and remain unseen until the last moment, shooting from distances, or even jumping out from camouflage for close contact battle. They even utilized many native warriors for this type of work due to their familiarity with blending in with nature, their hunting and scouting abilities, and their athletic prowess. Another tactic Washington used was playing cat and mouse. He would spread out his army in packs all over the country. That's purpose was to attack the British with only the goal of irritating them, causing them constant paranoia and inability to sleep properly.
A symbolic victory then.
Washington had to leave New York, and if he had stayed to fight longer, our army would have been destroyed that day, and all would be lost. There's even an old wives' tale that he was visited by angels who instructed him. Now, I've always loved a good story like this. It gives history much more character. But it is cool to think about. After this, Washington was able to use the British's own self-set goals against them. Britain wanted to win this war, which they didn't see as a war, but just a rebellion. They purposely took their time engaging us in battle. The high-ranking British officers, they were able to seize a lot of property and money as spoils of war. As long as there was a war going, they could acquire more and more. So Washington, realizing this, would keep moving his armies further and further away from major cities where the British were occupied. These caused the Brits to have to create longer and longer supply lines. One of the aspects of war that people often overlook is that supply lines are just as important as having a great leader and plenty of good soldiers. Washington saw that if he stretched their supply lines, the opportunity to rob transports was easier and it thinned out their numbers as well. The further the British army was away from a major city, the more exposed they would become. The British's confidence in winning the war, which was borderline arrogance because one of the best opportunities for Washington when Britain's generals didn't take Washington or the Continental Army very seriously. They were also having skirmishes against France and other British-held territories around the world. It's true that if Britain had sent the full power of their military, we would have been crushed extremely quickly. But they didn't. And so these were the rules of the game, and Washington used it the best he could. By the time Britain started to realize that they should take the war seriously, their citizens in England were growing weary of the war. And now, Actually winning this unwinnable war was within Washington's grasp. And with finally receiving the promised help and naval support by the French at the end, they put us over the top and we were able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Upon conclusion of the war, George Washington was now a godlike figure in the eyes of the colonies. Just about anything he wanted to pursue, he could have been granted. They even toyed around with the idea for him to be king. But he refused because he didn't want America to become the very thing they worked so hard to defeat.
Must our young country stray down the same road as the one we just defeated?
Washington would, of course, go on to be the first president of the United States of America. And he was even the richest president in American history while in office, with an estimated $500 million of net worth if you convert it to today's money. He lost the #1 spot only recently when Donald Trump became president in 2016, who has an estimated net worth of $3 billion. Now here's something you guys will think is really cool. General George Washington holds the highest rank in our country's history. Yes, you heard that correctly. His official title is Supreme Commander of the United States Armed Forces, with a rank of a 6-star general. This means that if he were suddenly brought back to life in 2019, he would not have to answer to Congress or even the president. He would nearly be king in all but name and a few constitutional amendments. There will never be another person with this rank. It is in our law as of 1976 that no one can ever rank higher than George Washington. This is an incredibly cool thing to think about. Imagine that, an alternate universe where there's someone who even outranks our president. That's crazy, right?
Transform the history of man.
George Washington and the single most important decision in American history.
The Allied invasion had begun. I repeat, the Allied invasion had begun.
Nuclear power.
If our will is strong enough.
Each of these missiles is capable of striking Washington.
We copy you down, Eagle. The Eagle has landed.
Dr. Martin Luther King, they are. I am happy to join.
Donald J. Trump is the President of the United States.
Transform the history of man.
Washington, no doubt, helped his nomination by offering to sponsor a militia to try to free Boston from the British. With John Adams being from there, he was greatly touched by this.
I am prepared to raise 1,000 men, subsist them at my own expense, and march them myself to the relief of Boston.
Well, we may yet have need of your generosity.
Not generosity, Mr. Adams. Duty.
That sentiment and generosity truly played a part in Adams nominating him all over all the others. On June 15, 1775, as a prelude to our formal declaration of war with England, our Continental Congress voted unanimously to promote Colonel George Washington to General of the Armies.
Mr. President, I propose as Commander-in-Chief the good gentleman from Virginia, Colonel George Washington.
But there were several high-ranking officers who were up for the job. There were many skilled tacticians like Horatio Gates, Charles Lee, and even Benedict Arnold, who all had great resumes for the job. But being general of this army was about more than just tactics. Despite at that time Washington being the lesser among that group when it came to war strategy, he had something they didn't have. He was a righteous leader and a lead by example type of person, reminiscent of the great Julius Caesar.
It will be my humble duty to serve.
By your modesty, you show the wisdom of our choice.
The Continental generals who were passed over, they would have fought a good strategic war, but ultimately they would have lost. So why is it that Washington was more important than these other men who were more skilled in battle tactics? It's simple. Congress was already reneging on their promises for supplies.
Nothing has yet come from all their promises. A powder, muskets, supplies, Mr.
I will persuade them, sir.
But several soldiers had not even been paid in a long time, and they were considering going back home. They left their businesses to join the war effort, but they're not getting paid. Their families will greatly suffer. But thanks to Washington's financial situation at that time and his generosity, he was able to keep most of the army he was given together long enough for Congress to finally get a decent stream of financing for them. Not only was Washington fighting the greatest military in the world at the time in the British, but he was having to contend with his own generals plotting his downfall. Charles Lee spent a large amount of his time undermining Washington after every report from the battlefield came through. These attacks were published by large media outlets.
What are facts? But opinions expressed as truths.
I did not think a major...
Hey guys, so we got about 20 minutes until the actual normal monologue starts. But up next, I hope you enjoyed the documentary there. That's the first documentary I ever made for the channel VonAllen History. And now I want to show you a music video I made several years ago. This was back in 2014. But I want to show you the music video because we have time. We still have 20 minutes. I want to show you the whole video. But first, I want to show you some behind-the-scenes footage that was taken just during the making of it and what my home state looks like. And all this was in the theme of 4th of July and American history. And well, I think we worked really hard on it. Melina did a wonderful job. Jason did a great job. Everybody involved. So many people pulled that together, and a lot of people in my family helped make this. So it was a lot of fun, and I just wanted to share that with you because what better day than today to do that with, okay? So I'm gonna talk during these clips just to kind of let you know what's going on, but the standard show will start on time at 7 p.m. Eastern, okay? So let's go. We'll start out. Actually, should we play the video first or the behind the scenes first? What do you think?
The video first.
Okay, so I'm going to play the normal video first, and then I'll play the clips, and then we'll talk about them. All right? So I hope you guys enjoy this. Hey guys, I'm home. Do you think I like working 2 jobs? I have no choice.
Why can't I go with you?
Because I'm already taking Henry with me, and I need you to take care of your sisters and your mother.
Yes, Father.
Freedom, Johnny! Freedom, freedom, Johnny!
Okay, guys, I hope you guys liked that. That was the song War from my album The Perfect Lie, which is the actual album isn't released yet, but this was a release as a single with some remixes and stuff a few years back. Looks like we got 11 minutes left. So I thought I'd share with you guys some few clips from during the making of that I thought were pretty cool. So this is when we were scouting for locations.
And then do it. So I want to be cool. Alright, I don't know if I'm cool or not, but it should be cool. Are you filming?
Action. I love that.
Hi, we're here with Aaron VonAllen, and we're going to be filming a short film and a music video. So let's talk about how we're going to do that, and he's going to tell us more about the video.
And then we switch. Well, we've been looking all over places to go and film, and we've been struggling because either the places weren't authentic enough or we had problems getting into them. And then we found out about this park, and what's great about this park is that it's a public park. So, I don't know, this is a small cemetery, but over through here, that little small building right there actually may be useful for the house for the revolutionary scenes. But there's also a main house right up there, actually we can walk up to later. But this one has the windows on it. It's got a flagpole actually, so we could we're thinking about putting a flagpole up, a colonial flag instead. And
Filming. Filming.
Yeah, at this point I didn't know you were following me with the camera. I thought we were done with that. This place be more perfect for what we were trying to achieve.
Got a nice house here, or not a house with a shed.
And this is a small town. What town is this in Arkansas?
Where we don't see the material stuff. But the basic idea
Of this is to shoot the video. The storyline would be, and actually, if you can get a shot of this house right here, would be useful. But the storyline is to start at the very beginning of the revolution and show what we gave up, what people gave up and sacrificed to make this country what it is today. But we're also going to do a scene in the present showing how people are not willing to give up anything to make or keep our country what it is, or even save it. And so the video, the message of the video is basically, look what we did, look what we were willing to do back then, but look what we're not willing to do right now. And then hopefully the message gets across that we need to work together the same way they did 200 years ago. So there's a lot of Christmas ornaments and stuff, so apparently nobody's been here or done anything since Christmas. So we'll probably have to move stuff around. And we'll put it back. Or not. Who knows?
Well, can you tell us a little bit about the story?
I just did.
Right here?
Joe, can you sit on that pillow underneath you and sit on it?
Okay, so
It's a
this
cushion.
part,
There you go.
this
And you
is
sit
a
back
part
just
in
like
the
you were,
video
exactly, just like-
you saw where me and Milena, we are a modern couple, and we're a couple back in the past, in 1776. But this version of us,
And Brianna, can I have you stand on the couch
this version of us is basically
between the two cushions? With
you
one
know,
foot on the other
not very
cushion.
happy.
There you go.
and
And then
it's
if you start playing
kind
it,
of-
there you
things
go.
are just kind of pointless.
Cool. Aww. Alright, sorry, I need you again. Look.
Nobody in this scene, all the
Okay,
actors in this
okay,
scene,
both,
this is
Brianna
everyone's
and
first
Zoe,
time
I'm gonna
acting.
be, looking down at your things and just working on them as if we're not even here, okay? And trying to make a single sound of any kind, not a cough or anything if possible. Okay, hold on a second. Is everybody else ready? Because I'm looking good over here.
Yep.
Okay?
I think,
Okay, Aaron,
by
this
the
is
way, we
your
didn't
Oscar
have a
clip.
script for this part.
Woohoo!
Now we're going to create Oscar buzz after this?
Oh yeah.
Okay, we'll start. What did he say?
Okay, Aaron, this is your Oscar clip.
Woohoo! Now we're going to create Oscar buzz after this?
Oh yeah.
Okay, we'll start Facebook page.
Okay, here we go. That's Slate.
Scene 1D, take 6.
Can you, if you're going to be leaning to your left, Milena, can you scoot your chair to your right a
No
little
one
bit?
in this
since you're
scene is
leaning
from the
left?
local theater.
This is a little
I
bit.
don't have to. I'll keep you like
Okay,
that.
good.
No one
Okay.
in this scene is from the local theater.
And action.
Do you think I like working two jobs?
Cut. So I didn't hear anything in my headphones. The mic's not plugged into the camera.
I know I'll come in late, but I have no choice. I mean, we have to pay for all this. And until I get a raise, I don't know what else to do. Do you have any suggestions? No? So
No, you forgot your lines. Okay, what you gotta say is, you think I like this? No, I don't know, Tom. And then you go, well, I can't leave my second job until I get a raise. At least I get a raise.
I did say that.
No, you kind of.
So basically what happened here is that I forgot my lines. So I just started making up shit. So I just pretended like I'm going to be just anybody and tried to put myself in that. I don't even know what I said. I remember when I did that and I thought to myself, what did I even just say? I have no idea what I just said. No clue. But I guess that's part of making stuff like this. It's pretty funny.
But I was keeping tab.
Actually, this is Andy.
Oh, I want to show you something.
She did all the costumes. And
It was one of the singles off of it.
Giving me the revolutionary hair with what I can only imagine looks like a rat tail, but at the end of it, it looks great and it looks perfect. I don't know how she really did that, but it's cool. The lady and the girl in the blue shirt, that's my niece Megan Allen. The boy that's River Allen, my nephew, and on the far left, Alyssa is my niece as well.
That's cool.
The lady doing the hair is
Estella.
Andy.
That's what I want to name my daughter's middle name.
Estella?
Mm-hmm.
I got your skin.
Excuse me?
It's not screen and pain, so I think I don't have it in the right place.
Anyway, there's a lot of waiting around, and we can show more of that on VonAllen history. I just wanted to give you guys an idea of what we're doing, especially since today's 4th of July. But to be quite honest with you, based on the feedback and the way people are acting, you would have think I probably would have played a video about the Nazi Party. So I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know If the flag behind me is offensive, I can't figure that out. I'm not sure. But I don't care. So happy 4th of July. And, you know, if it wasn't for that, none of us would be here right now. None of us would be living our lives. Our lives would be a lot different. So I hope you guys are having fun. A little bittersweet for me today. This is the first time I've spent 4th of July in a foreign country. And I always come home for 4th of July, either just in America in general, or I always get back from Bulgaria in time for 4th of July, and I'm either in California or home in Arkansas. But yeah, this is the first time where I've been on a 4th of July around here, and it's like just another day. It doesn't mean anything really. It's kind of weird. So, not hearing any fireworks or anything. But so we have 19 people on. Is my chat not working or something? What's going on? Hello? Anyone out there? Says there's 19 people.
Anybody got offended or something?
Whatever. All right. Well, I guess a show has officially started now since my software decided to show your green screen, which can't figure out how that happened, but whatever.
Yeah, that was...
I have no idea.
Not cool.
No idea. No idea why it did that. Happy birthday, by the way, to Sissy Chubbs. Don't know her real name, but happy birthday nonetheless. We have a Jeopardy game tonight, which is made by it's going to be hosted by Shaq, and it is 4th of July themed, but with the NFL. So things are tied in, and I'm not sure how he did it, as far as how the categories work with the questions. But I know that Shaq is always very clever with his play on words and his double meanings and things like that. So it'll be fun. It'll be a shorter show. He told me there's only 5 categories with 5 questions, and so that's not going to be a very long game show. But we put that together in the last 48 hours, or he put that together in the last 24 hours. But it'll be a little shorter than that. I might take a few phone calls. It just depends about what time we get this. We get done there. If as always, if you want to compete in the Jeopardy game, please already decide that you want to do that beforehand and have your audio and video set up correctly, everything working. Have your camera focused on you, not up at the ceiling or at the floor or anything like that, and have the broadcast turned out. So that way, once you guys come on, we just get started. So. Okay. So it seems like every weekend, I think that things are calming down and things are not going to get any worse. Something new happens. And I'm not sure. Well, actually, I think I know when it's going to stop, but it seems like it's just one thing after another. So one week people are mad or want something, and then the next week they want something else, and it just never ends. It just keeps going and going and going. No, you didn't miss anything, Shaq. I was just playing videos that apparently might as well played broadcast of Walter Cronkite, but you didn't miss anything important. And special guest, I think I worded that incorrectly. I just meant guest in general, but yeah. You're all special, yeah. Hey, Jason. By the way, Adrian Star Official, that's Jason. He directed that video you just saw. Let's see. Washington Redskins. Let's talk about them. Okay. So, for the longest time, for a long time, I've heard that the Redskins name is offensive. Now, I'm not a Redskins fan, obviously. If I was a Redskins fan, that would probably be very obnoxious that, they're wanting to change the team. Imagine you have all this stuff, your lifelong commitment to a team, and they change everything, It's not the first time a team has changed names due to controversy. The basketball team, what you now know as the Washington Wizards, when I was growing up, there were the Washington Bullets. There was no such thing as the Washington Wizards. And they changed it because bullets implied gun violence. So apparently a basketball team named the Bullets, even though when I saw Washington Bullets, I think of, for a basketball team, which is a physical sport, I think fast, speed, precision, power.
Destroying the enemy.
Yeah. That's what I think of when I think of the Washington Bullets. I certainly don't think of how guns can be used in a bad way. All right? If we're going to do that, then we're going to have to change almost every mascot there is. Because, to be quite honest with you, I can find something wrong with every single mascot. Name a team, and I'll tell you what's wrong with it. I'll tell you why it needs to be changed or how it could be offensive. But I don't care about the Washington Redskins as the organization. They're just another NFL team to me. But I do care about a precedent that might be set, that's going to be set. They're going to change it, and they're going to change it because they can. And I don't mean the Redskins, I mean the people advocating for it. I want to know, have you guys ever seen a movie called it's Tom Cruise, Jack Reacher? Ever seen Jack Reacher, you guys? Anyone out there? Well, at the beginning of that movie, now, spoiler alert if you've never seen it, but at the beginning of that movie, there is a sniper. And this guy is shooting 5-6 random people across the park. He's just randomly shooting them. They have no connection to each other. None of the victims know each other or have any relevance to the other. One was a babysitter walking a kid. Another one was a businesswoman. Another one was a guy having his lunch on a picnic, I think a park bench. They just had nothing in common. But he killed all of them, this sniper. And then as the movie goes on, they're trying to figure out, why did the sniper kill so many random people who have nothing to do with each other? Well, that's because it wasn't random. Really what it was they had a target in mind. One of those 6 was the actual target, the person they wanted dead. The other people were just to cause confusion. If you have a shooter that is shooting random people with no connection, then it's chalked up as a psychopath who just a live shooter wanting to do what they do. But if he shot just the target that they wanted, that creates an investigation. Okay? Now, the point I'm trying to get at is when you target when you want something, you have something you're trying to achieve. You throw garbage everywhere. Okay? You just shoot random people to hit your target. Well, in this case, it's let's have movements. Let's start problems. This is offensive, that's offensive, that. I don't like that. I want to move that. I want to change that. I don't like that. I want to tear that down. All of it isn't the target. Okay? The target is usually something that you don't see, we don't see, or nobody's paying attention to. Okay? And you should be very familiar with this concept. How come every time one of our high-ranking politicians or a president in history that does something wrong, and the next day we have some kind of issue going on and nobody's paying attention to it anymore? It's very interesting, right? So you guys are very familiar with it, even though you probably haven't given it much thought. The changing of the Redskins' name, this isn't just change it, it's offensive, people, that's not the issue here. If that was the end of it, okay, if that was the last of it,
no big deal.
and well, it's still annoying, but if that was the only thing they did, and then after that, no more complaining, nothing like that, you gave them what they want, it might be worth it. But this appeasement doesn't work, all right? There was a Prime Minister of England named Neville Chamberlain, and he was a very passive, he's a pacifist, more or less. Didn't believe in war. He was the Prime Minister, he was in position of a leadership role of England when Adolf Hitler was starting up. And Adolf Hitler was pushing and pushing and pushing, and then he invaded the Rhinelands and things like that. But the point is that it was very obvious that Adolf Hitler had no intention of honoring anything about the Versailles Treaty, which is a treaty from World War I that was designed to make sure that Germany couldn't do, or the world couldn't be taken to war again. That was what it was supposed to be, but that's a different conversation as far as its validity and whether or not it worked. The point is that Neville Chamberlain wanted to negotiate with Hitler. So he met with Hitler, and what did he do? He gave him what he wanted. Hitler said, I just want this small piece of land that has German people living on it. That's all I want. If you just give it to us, I'm not going to push any farther. I'm not going to go to war. And in Chamberlain's mind, he's thinking, oh, well, that sounds like a good idea. I could give up a little bit of land. I could do that. That's not a problem. It's not a big deal. If that will stop him from invading countries and pushing people, I think we can handle that. Okay. When you appease a person, you cannot appease an aggressor. You cannot give somebody something, all right, that they want because they're never satisfied. And in this case, changing the Redskins' name is not the target. When Hitler told Chamberlain that I just want that land back to us, he wanted to see if England was ready to fight. He wanted to see what they were made of. When Neville Chamberlain said, we'll give it to you, Hitler knew, okay, I can run all over Europe before they'll do anything about it. And you know what came next. All right? Took out Poland, then ended up, hey, the French gave Hitler France because he promised, hey, if you just give me France, I won't blow up Paris. Okay? The English got a new prime minister, Winston Churchill, by the way, a guy who they desecrated his statue. who went up against the Nazis and said, screw you, we're going to fight you. Even if you can blow London all to hell, which they did, we're still not going to give it to you. If you want it, you're going to have to kill us for it, and then what's left isn't going to be worth owning. Okay? You cannot give someone what they want, okay, when they cannot be satisfied. They can't. This Redskins name change is not the target. It's everything else. Do you remember a few years ago when it was, let's take down Confederate statues? Okay. So everyone was like, all right, I guess we can do that. That's whatever, if that will shut you up. No. It wasn't Confederate statues that they wanted to take down. It was all statues that they want to take down. It's all of American history that they want to destroy. It's all of that. That's the target. Okay? And we said, you give them that, and they're going to take the rest. You give them the Redskins name, and now everything is going to be up for grabs. Because this isn't a... Listen, nobody is going to bed at night and their lives are any worse because of the name Washington Redskins. All right? I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. It's completely ridiculous. If 90% of Indian Nation was all up in arms and saying the name is highly offensive, then, okay, you should probably change it. But they don't give a shit. Okay? The only people who give a shit are the people that's trying to create problems in this country. But they're going to give in, and the NFL is going to give in. Dan Snyder never gave in before because he was thinking, well, this is my team. I bought this team, this brand. It's a brand name. It's a legacy team. It's been around forever, you know, with all the other early NFL teams. But he's going to give in because the advertisers, like FedEx, are giving them crap, and other sponsors are giving him crap. Nike will not promote their clothing now. Well, there's no shortage of hypocrisy in this country, I can tell you that. Nike apparently has a problem with the Washington Redskins being printed on their clothing, but yet they have no problem with that exact clothing being made in sweatshops by children in Taiwan or Indonesia or China or Haiti or wherever the hell else they can land where child labor law is there's no such thing, and you can have a 5-year-old making shirts for you, okay, for 3 cents an hour, whatever the hell it is. All right? So there's no shortage of that. It's about money. So what did you achieve? If what you wanted to achieve was equality, let's say you were trying to do it for racial equality, to change the Redskins' name. Wow. I can think of a million things that you need to target before worrying about the Redskins. Why don't you worry about the source of it? Why don't you worry about everything going on around the world before you're worried about that? And the last time I checked, the Indians aren't complaining. So, you know, someone told me the other day, if one person or if somebody's offended by it, then you should change it. Really? That's a slippery slope, people. Where does that end? Okay? Where does that end? So, I had a thought, and not that this is going to change anyone's mind, but it is fun to do. But it at least will, you know, make a point. But let's see if I can find it here. Do you mention what they did here when you were a kid with all the history here, the flags and stuff like that? You should.
The what? Where do I begin? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? really hard to talk about this because I grew up in a country that was communist or socialist at the time, Bulgaria, and it was part of the Eastern Bloc. So we had no freedom of speech. We were, ideology was the main thing that you can talk about in public, and if it didn't fit their narrative and their ideology, you actually can disappear. So a lot of people disappeared. My neighbor was a famous author. He had been to the equivalent of a concentration camp, but it's like a work camp. Luckily, he survived, but it was all because he spoke out, and which in a country with the freedom of speech would not be a problem. So it's very hard for me because to see all of the things developing in the United States recently, actually over the last few years especially, that have so much in common with things that I've seen, that I grew up with, and I thought that I ran away from, many years ago as well. So it is very difficult to even talk about it because, I'm starting to lose hope, about United States is the only country in the world that has the type of freedom and democracy, that it's basically the best in that sense. It's not perfect, but it has more freedom of speech than Europe even today, not to mention in the past.
Oh, easily more than Europe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I see many things happening that are so similar to what what I've seen in the past, in my childhood, that I even get emotional when I see it, because it makes you feel powerless. And those things are, the mob, the fact that you cannot express a different opinion, the fact that your neighbor can tell on the government if you didn't agree with or show the signs that they wanted to see, or if you even were silent, because they say silence is violence. So either this is some kind of a joke and I'm in an alternate universe, or this is really happening. I can elaborate on that, but I really see how Americans, I'm an American now, I'm Bulgarian originally. I refuse to call myself Bulgarian American. I think we should all call each other Americans.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Instead of Asian American or whatever American, and that's how we're gonna feel, the same. But I really see the signs, and there's so many of them, and that, I feel like a lot of people are confused. They don't know. They should read history. They should read history of my part of the world, of China and all these countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and see how it happened, what it led to, and it didn't lead to anything good, because that socialism or whatever that they're pushing is just not going to go anywhere, so.
When I first met the people here, didn't know them very well, there was an argument at dinner table. There were some kids here, and some people were arguing that communism was better. And some of the kids wanted to know what it is and why, and they didn't really seem to understand it. So I decided I'll give them an example. Perfect example. So I handed one kid 20 leva, which is their version of $20 or whatever. Handed one kid a 5, handed another kid a 1, spread it out between the children. And the kid with the 1 said, "Hey, why do I only get 5? Why does he get 5 and she gets 20? I said, "Oh, okay, hang on just a second." So I tell the kid with the 20, you need to split your money up with the other two so they have the same amount. And she goes, no, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Because it's my money. Well, that's socialism. You're going to have to. You see my point? Now, imagine that this was money that you worked for, and now you have to give that money, your money, to the other people who aren't working. Okay? We're talking about the end, also the end of a family structure. So, being a woman and raising a family is not considered a job. You're not doing enough. Things like that. But all these things, this offends me, that offends me, this is a prelude to that. That's what they do first. They remove the culture that is part of what they don't like.
Yeah, that's what happened here back in the day in Bulgaria and Soviet Union and all, Poland, ex-Czech Republic, etc. In the Eastern Bloc, what happened is that part of the population decided that they don't have anything, like, they're poor, and decided to adopt an ideology which they got together, a lot of them, and made it a revolution. It was away from the people who had. So there were, families with more than one house, with property, etc. So they said, no, we're going to take everything away, and then we're going to divide it. So basically, they took over. And what did they change? Nothing. Because what they changed is just who is in power. But they also changed, of course, they changed a lot. Like, they removed human rights, basic human rights. They deprived people from, again, the freedom of speech, and so many other things. You couldn't grow professionally or anything. The government decided, how much you can have and how much you can grow. So one of the main things, I found is that recently is a lot of these organizations in America are actually Marxists, the ones that are pushing.
Easily.
And back in the day, what they were fighting for in my lands, in my motherland, were against fascism, social justice, and what's the other one? Equality. So the Marxists today are just substituted fascism with racism, which actually equals, they say racism equals fascism. So basically, anytime you disagree with something, they call you a racist. Yeah. You may have like a ton of people from all kinds of races you're living with, home, friends, etc. Doesn't matter. Just because you don't like the way they want to do things, because they're trained Marxists, and that's what they said actually publicly. It's not an opinion. They claim it. So only because you disagree with something, they label you immediately. So and then what they will do eventually, like if this is going to happen, is what happened in my motherland. Is there was no there were fake elections. So every year, or whatever, 4 years, there's election for president. No, there wasn't. It was all set up.
A straw man.
Yeah, a straw man.
Yeah.
Always.
So it gives, what it does is it gives the illusion that Bulgarian people thought that they were in control of the outcome of their country, and they felt like they were getting a choice, and they don't. Right now, that's being done to us. It's been done to us ever since Kennedy was killed, and
I find it very, very weird and actually upsetting that in America today, people who support their president that was, elected apparently by half of the population, they disrespect that, and they pursue supporters of your current president. That is just wrong and very disrespectful, because I don't see any democratic society that can survive and remain be such when you cannot respect the other people's opinion and the right to also vote. And I'm sorry, but there's been way too many years past this, racism that they're talking about. And yes, there may be people, and certain things that need to be improved. But don't be playing these movies to Hollywood, about racism, trying to teach the children of today that they are actually victims. They're not victims. Several generations have passed. And if you have something to change, vote the right way. I mean, there are many ways to find solutions, but that guilt that they're building and labeling people just because of the color of our skin. I'm sorry, if someone calls me a racist, I come from Bulgaria, what the, I have nothing to do with any of that. So, but I'm sure someone will say that, just because I may say, you know what, I don't like your organization. Your organization is ran by trained Marxists who are professional organizers, like one of the leaders of the the Black Lives Matter organization claims. I mean, again, so I'm just in such disbelief, and I hope, because all they're doing is creating polarizing the society, and they're creating so much division. So people, if they don't see color, they start seeing colors.
Mm-hmm.
You start seeing your friends as, oh, wait a minute, what color are you? Ah, okay, so if you're this color, you must be that and that. No, it's who you are as a person. And how far has it gone where the national anthem is offensive to people, or the banner?
Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
I mean, really. Okay. So, I mean, I can,
All right.
talk a lot about this.
So, I came up with a list. By the way, yes, we will be talking about the anthem. We'll be talking about everything that is NFL related with 4th of July, with the country and the state of the country and all this stuff, because it's 4th of July. So that's what we're going to do. And remember, if you don't like it, it's not my fault. The NFL decided to make it this way. Not much news in the NFL world about team changes or anything like that, or signings, or it's all been the crap like this. But the first team that needs to change something, so if the Redskins is offensive, you need to change the New York Yankees. All right? The reason the New York Yankees needs to be changed is because as a Southerner, I was born in Arkansas. As a Southerner, I find it offensive. Okay? Northerners fought against the Southerners, so that's offensive. Of course, I'm going to be giving you a heavy dose of sarcasm here, so if you don't follow it, then this is probably going to sound really funny. But the point is it's offensive. Okay? Now, for those Patriots fans out there, guess what, guys? Our team is coming next. It's next. Okay? It's next. But about the Redskins. So what's the first thing? What is offensive about the Washington Redskins? Are they sure it's not the word Washington? I mean, that's a legitimate question. Maybe the word Washington is more offensive to them than the word Redskins is. But whatever. I propose that we change it to the team to the Washington Crooks, the Washington Criminals. Well, we need to name it. I mean, Washington, D.C. is a group of politicians, correct? It's a city of politicians. Yeah. So the Washington Crooks, the Washington traitors, the Washington sellouts. Anybody up for that one? That one sounds good.
I vote for the Washington Crooks.
But then I wouldn't want the word Washington in there.
I don't know, the DC Crooks, I'm not sure. Well.
So we're going to need to change the Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys will now need to be called the Dallas Cow People. Even though there are no females on the team, despite the way Ezekiel Elliott wears his uniform, there are no females on the team as of yet. But Cowboys is not respectful of the pronouns, apparently. I've been made aware of that. So Cowboys is too toxic masculinity. So cow people.
Yeah, cowgirls would be sexist, so...
Yeah, cow people. All right. Now, somehow the Raiders aren't offensive. Okay? But just in case you guys want to know, a Raider is a pirate who, as a career and for fun, raped and pillaged villages, cities, people, whatever it is. Okay? That's not offensive. The New York Giants. Well, anyone with the rare disease called the Gigantor disease, they might rise up against this name. Or any girl who doesn't like her body because she's too tall may find this offensive. New York Giants, you've got to go. I'm sorry.
What about the Jets? Did you?
The New York Jets?
Yeah, the Jets.
Well, their whole existence is offensive anyway. So if you're trying to change something offensive, just get rid of the New York Jets. The Buffalo Bills. Another Redskins controversy. Or how about the Chiefs? Well, hey, with Andy Reid as coach, you could change it to the Chefs.
The KFC.
Ooh, I like Matthew Hawley's name. Washington Dirtbags is probably a good fit. MFMC, he's one of our Redskins fans. He says the Redskins name was made by an Indian, and it's crazy because it refers to the color of their war paint, not their skin. And also their first head coach as well. I believe it was to honor him. And I'm going to get back to that because I have a personal story regarding the Indian thing I want to tell you guys about. But let's just go through this. This is kind of fun, all right? Because if we don't do it tonight, we won't ever do it because there won't be a good time to do it.
Did we do the Dolphins?
Not yet. Okay. So, the Houston Texans have to be changed. Well, being a Texan in general is offensive to the woke crowd. So, it's highly offensive to be a Texan. So that should be changed. Well, we don't want to offend anyone of the Mexican heritage since it used to be theirs, right? Yeah. That might bring up some bad memories. So we call them the Houston Mexicans. While we're at it, actually, hang on. Let's change Houston, the city name of Houston, because that was named after Sam Houston, who is a white guy from the past, which is racist. By the way, just as a public service announcement, if you're a white guy from the past, so if there's a picture of a white guy in black and white or a painting, it's racist. That is just a general rule of thumb here. Arizona Cardinals, well, they'll probably get crap from the Catholic Church, I'm assuming. But, however, since pedophilia is all the rage within Hollywood,
I think they're fine.
That they'd probably back the church on that one. Yeah. So, LA Rams. Well.
Oh yeah. What about that?
Well, see, being from the South, I'm very aware that the truck Dodge Ram is pretty popular with rednecks. It's racist. So LA Rams need to go. All right. LA Chargers. How in the world could Chargers be how could it be offensive? Well, when police arrest you, you end up being charged with a crime.
Yeah, and plus they charge it.
They charge. Police are bad now, so that has to go.
Bad.
The San Francisco 49ers. Well, the city name is safe because it doesn't sound American whatsoever. But the 49ers, it's got to go. Why? Because, like I said, the rule of thumb, a bunch of white dudes from the past, from the 1800s, looking for gold during the gold rush, that's racist.
Oh, yeah.
Got to change it.
Capitalism.
Yeah, that's capitalism.
Offensive.
Very good. Capitalism, offensive. Bad. All right. Seattle Seahawks. How in the world could the Seahawks be offensive? Well, other than the fact of what the city just allowed happen in recent events, that's offensive enough. But Seahawk, as in S-E-E, hawk, Seahawk, could be an Indian tribal name. That's offensive.
Isn't there an airplane?
Seahawk.
Isn't there an airplane, military plane called something to that effect? No?
A what plane?
A military plane. No? Okay, wrong.
I'm not sure.
Never mind.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Well, Tampa Bay is Tom Brady's initials.
Oh, offensive.
Offensive alert. It's got to go. New Orleans Saints, based on a Christian song. Well, we all know Christianity is offensive.
And no one's a saint.
It's got to go.
Everyone's a sinner. I vote.
Green Bay Packers. Well, probably offensive to anybody who works in the shipping industry. I bet you there are little kids in China factories who probably do a lot of packing as well.
Oh, yeah. Gotta go.
Also, cops are packing on the job. They're packing a gun. That's offensive. You're done. Minnesota Vikings. Oh, this is my favorite one.
Yeah.
The Vikings, a culture of white conquerors, invaders.
Offensive.
It's offensive. Well, if it's total war on Christopher Columbus, you know, an explorer, then the Vikings are the Valhalla KKK.
Yeah. Definitely offensive.
Has to go.
Gotta go.
Detroit.
We're reforming the NFL, guys.
Yeah, Detroit. We're reforming it, baby.
Yeah.
Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions. They're like the Jets. Their existence is offensive. The Philadelphia Eagles. Guess what?
An eagle. Oh, come on. No. No, you can't have that. Offensive.
Well, the Eagles has got to go. The eagle is the bird of the United States. And anything American themed is evil and oppressive. So that has to go. I highly recommend changing it to the Philadelphia Horse Shit Eaters. Because that's what their fans did after they won the Super Bowl. They literally did that. Literally. That is not a joke.
Are not aware of that situation.
Now you are aware. Eagles fan, yeah, they one or many, I don't know, but there was video of them, someone eating horse shit as a celebration for winning. So I recommend you be called the Philadelphia Horse Shit Eaters.
I'm not surprised at anything anymore, guys.
But going back to what your point was about the New York Jets, the Jets can be offensive because airplanes are bad for the environment.
Especially the ones that just like.
But only bad for the environment when a Hollywood star or a corporate businessman isn't in one. Or a politician's not in one. So those are not bad for the environment. But us regular people who don't want to sit on a bus for 2 days to get somewhere, we're evil because we are on a plane.
We're not going to name any names. But
So,
gotta go.
gotta go. Miami Dolphins.
What about the
Dolphins are smarter than the average politician today, so that would offend them.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Kind of like the statue of the thinker. Remember that they wanted to remove that statue? Did you see that story? Yeah, people are offended because they don't think. I love that one.
This is fun.
Any more teams?
Cleveland Browns, named after a dead white guy in history. Remember what I said about black and white? If you're a white guy in a black and white photo or painting, you are offensive.
Offensive. Did you say what white guy? A dead white guy?
Dead white guy.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The longer a white guy's been dead, the more offensive he is.
Ooh, okay.
So like there's a scale. Like if you're a white guy and you've been dead for 100 years, you're offensive. Right. If you've been dead for 200 years, you're really offensive. If you've been dead for 500 years like Christopher Columbus, you're like, oh my God, let's lose our shit, offensive. Okay? I can only imagine what they think about Julius Caesar. The Cleveland Browns, yeah. So also the name can imply a skin color, which is like the Redskins. That's apparently offensive, even though Redskins was regarding war paint and the ornamentation on their body that used the primary color of red, which meant blood and honor and war. Cincinnati Bengals. Well, no one even knows they exist, so I don't think it'll make much of a difference.
Did we find a team that is not offensive?
I think so.
The Bengals.
Other than their ownership.
Yeah.
Their ownership's pretty offensive. Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, Pittsburgh is a city that represents middle America, the blue-collar worker. That's bad. The blue-collar worker is inherently racist. The blue-collar worker doesn't ask for stuff and isn't rich enough to virtue signal. So they're in like a weird no man's land.
Yeah.
That's offensive. Plus, I have it on good authority that the Roonies, who are constantly making rules to help black people in the NFL, it's just a deflection so you don't know that they're members of the KKK. Just thought you should know that. Indianapolis Colts reminds liberals too much of a gun. The Colt 45. It's offensive. Oh, incidentally, Colts also start with a word that sounds like a K. K. That's bad. Especially. Ooh, Tennessee Titans. Titans are from Greek mythology. Remember what I said? White people in history are racist. Gotta go.
I don't know about the nuances of their skin color, but yeah, gotta go.
And actually, this might be my favorite one. The Denver Broncos.
Uh-oh.
How in the world could the Denver Broncos be offensive? Well,
is Denver offensive?
O.J. Simpson ran from the cops in a white Bronco.
Okay. Offensive.
And that offends everyone. Offensive. And, well,
I'm very offended of that.
Yeah, very offended. The jury is still out on this one, pun intended, but still, it's offensive.
Dave says the Bears.
The Bears. Truckers refer to cops as bears. So that's offensive.
Yeah, there were some bears in
Hollywood
Stars pools.
But wait a minute. Truckers are offensive too.
Well, Hollywood Stars get offended because of the bear coming in their pool.
A bear coming in their pool in Hollywood? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's offensive.
That's offensive. Offensive. We need like a button, an offensive alert.
We're not using that. The offensive flag works. Fun with flags.
And now, for the final thing that needs to be changed, the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
The National Football League.
NFL.
The word national has to be changed. It implies white nationalism, which is offensive and apparently racist. I don't know.
Fascist, whatever you want to call it. Just
Yeah,
bad.
whatever word that ends with an ist.
We're like good and bad, like one of those movies. Which ones are the good guys and the bad guys?
The word football has to be changed because the word is stolen from other cultures' version of football. Just like America was stolen, apparently.
Appropriation, is that what it is?
It has to go.
Gotta go. Offensive.
Offensive. The word league, I'm sorry, but that sounds way too white supremacist coalition thing for my taste. That's got to go.
Offensive.
Besides, isn't that what the 32 owners are? Well, other than that Khan guy who I think is Middle Eastern, but still. Offensive.
Offensive. So that's it, guys. We solved the NFL.
The what?
The NFL offensiveness. We changed it. We reformed the NFL.
So
just
there's the new league.
Yeah, and you have two super chats. I don't know if you noticed.
No, I was too busy making up shit.
If you have any better ideas,
Yeah, if you have any better than those, let me know.
Yeah, this is one of the, we're starting collecting signatures, a petition for
Holy crap.
changing the NFL.
Tyree, thank you so much, man. Wow. Tyree sent a $30 super chat. Dude, thank you so much. You were freaking awesome, dude. You want to say anything? You have a question, let me know, okay?
There's another one too.
You sent 2.
Yeah.
For $5. Damn, dude. Thanks. You're awesome, Tyree. I really appreciate you, man. $35 super chat. That's awesome. What's interesting about Tyree is that when he sends the super chat, there's nothing with it. It's just there. Like, yeah, it's kind of mysterious almost. There's no picture of him or anything like that. I mean, I'm just talking about his icon and the YouTube icon. So
He said, I don't have, just love VonAllen Sports.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. We have to be the voice of reason here, people. Tyree confuses me because he has 2 different accounts. So, yes, Luke, all that outrage was very draining and we were just having fun with it. And that was a lot of work. Now, imagine doing this every day and having to go out and be outraged about everything. Do you know that literally every single thing can be outraged and you can apply outrage to it? Everything. I don't have anything to say. I just love VonAllen Sports. Thank you, man. Oh yeah, MFMC says white people are offended that Indians are not offended by the name Redskins. Do you understand that there are a lot of black people sitting at home right now watching white people get offended and they're laughing at you? Do you understand that they're laughing at you? They think you're idiots. They're making fun of you, dude.
Well, a lot of it is for clickbait,
but apparently black people are not capable of changing something themselves. Apparently they're not. They need some white kid who just got a bachelor's degree in lesbian literature, female lit, or whatever the hell it's called. You need them to help you because you can't do it yourself, apparently. At least that's the thing. Zach T, you're welcome. I appreciate you recognizing that I pointed out the toxic masculinity in the Dallas Cowboys football name. I believe that the word boy is promoting toxic masculinity, and it's offensive. Yeah. Yes. So, regarding the name Redskins, again, and I just want to give an example of how this is a disservice. I believe a disservice to American Indians. Growing up, we learned a lot about history, and as I've traveled to different places around the world, I've realized that my modest little education was pretty damn good. And I just went to a standard public school, but if you paid attention and you listened to what was being said, your education was actually pretty good. I feel that I'm a pretty well-rounded person, and a lot of those things came from school, just from listening. We were taught a lot about history. We were taught about everything. There was no such thing as black history or Indian history or whatever. It was just all American history, going all the way back to even the early civilizations. I mean, we learned everything. And I remember when we started learning about the Indians and the white colonists from England and Spain and France, and their meetings with the American Indians. I found it boring. I don't know why. I couldn't. I wasn't interested in it. I was more interested in things like the ancient Egyptians. You know, when you learn in history class the Egyptians who built these huge pyramids, and then after learning about that, you want to learn about some people living in a teepee and having campfires and stuff, and that's all you learned, it can't really live up to that, can it? So it didn't really capture my imagination that much as a kid. Well, that changed. It changed when we had a school field trip to Arkansas State University, which is in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And their mascot was the Arkansas State Indians. The name has been changed over the last few years to the Red Wolves, but we'll get to that in a moment. But as a kid, they were called the Arkansas State Indians. It wasn't just a mascot. The entire university was dedicated to Indian culture, Indian heritage, which means the buildings were named after Indian names or terms for Indian buildings and different things. Like I remember the cafeteria, I believe, was called the Wigwam. The bookstore was literally in a building shaped like a teepee, so it was like had an angle kind of thing. And most of all, the university had a amazing library in it that was American Indian. And then we went there for school, and I saw all this cool stuff. And then it dawned on me, oh, that's pretty awesome. I get it now. All of a sudden, I was interested. How did they fight against us when we had guns and they had arrows? Well, we found out that that's not always the case. And you find out why. You know, remember, I'm a kid at this time, so I'm asking very primitive questions, very basic questions. And all these things were answered once you start seeing it in person. It changes it. And that made me want to look into Indian culture more. The changing of the university because it offended somebody being called the Indians has now stripped it of that essence, of that whole, the character of it. That's gone. Now, I'm not saying that the Washington Redskins football team can have that kind of an impact. I'm basically saying that a university dedicated to Indian culture is castrated because somebody was offended. Somebody none of us know or ever heard of. It's a disservice. When you name a football team or a mascot or anything after Indian culture, it is never used or never intended as to be offensive or degrading. It is intended to be awesome. Okay? When you name your team the Washington Redskins, you mean that, or you actually they were called the Boston Redskins originally. But when you name a team the Redskins, what were you thinking when you named them that? You're thinking fighter, warrior,
that's all inspiration.
Courage. Exactly. You think all of these awesome things, these badass things. Okay? That's what you're thinking of when you name them that.
How do they manage to twist that to whatever it is that they're justifying it with?
Now, Indian culture was never one of my favorites. And unfortunately, it's because we grow up in a time right now where we're lucky that we have access to so much history and so much everything, and we take it for granted. But it's hard for the Indian culture in North America to live up to what the Mayans created. You know, the Aztecs, they had pyramids of their own. These cultures are, I mean, have you ever seen the movie Apocalypto made by Mel Gibson? That thing is crazy. I won't tell you the end, but the very end is one of the coolest scenes in cinema history. It really tells you what was going on in the world. While we're having a renaissance in Europe, they're taking people up to the top of a pyramid and sacrificing people to their gods, and had no idea we even exist. And we have no idea they exist. Like I said, the Egyptians. It's hard to learn about mummies and like mummification and all the empire that they created and all this cool badass shit. Egyptian culture is awesome. It's hard to live up to that. So it wasn't always my favorite. My favorite is probably Rome, I'd say, but it's hard to say. It's hard to pick between Rome, Egypt, and I like medieval England quite a bit. So.
I liked Indian culture, personally, when I was a kid. I read a book called The Sons of the Great Bear, or The Big Bear.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. Yeah.
I tried to find it. I thought it was an American book.
Yeah.
I just looked it up. It says that it's German, Eastern Germany. I have no idea. It was a very thick book. When I was a kid, I read it. I was probably 9. And I lived on the Mediterranean for a few months. And there, right on the beach, my dad was an engineer, so he worked there in the desert, of Sahara Desert. And it was amazing because I played the book with my cousins who were also there. So we were Indians, all day long on the beach and whatever we were doing. So that was fascinating. But
and plus, it's from a different side of the world from where you grew up.
Yeah, for me it was so different.
It's exotic.
Exotic, and everything that's different we call exotic is interesting, Oh, they can't hear me.
I have it all the way up. Interesting. Okay. All right. So I think we've kind of beat that horse into the ground. I got a lot of comments this week from people asking if I will talk about the anthem situation now. All right. Apparently, there is going to be something called a black anthem sang before the national anthem. Currently, it's scheduled to be sung before week 1, before every game of week 1. Why week 1? Okay. Well, first of all, just to get this out of the way, the reason it's done in week 1 and not every week for the whole entire season is because the NFL thinks it's ridiculous. So they're doing the bare minimum to appease everybody, to give them what they want. So whatever mission or whatever purpose this black anthem was supposed to have, it's not working. Okay? So I just wanted to point out the hypocrisy, that's all.
Yeah, because it was that important, then it will be played
every time.
The whole
Season.
season. Game, and even at the Super Bowl.
Exactly. So
apparently it's not that important.
They don't give a shit. Okay, there you go.
Which one is it?
So there you go. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
The second thing is, why is it being called an anthem? As far as I know, that is a poem or a hymn that was mainly sang by Christians, black Christians in the South. And that hymn is probably at least 100 years old. Probably more. It probably dates back to the late 1800s. And it was formulated into a, now what we'd consider a modern song, but it has been sang at different things throughout history. I believe it was even used in early 1900s at a Lincoln, honoring Abraham Lincoln for his Emancipation Proclamation. Calling it an anthem is literally the most divisive thing you could possibly do.
So were they trying to separate now an anthem for black, the white anthem? Would there be a
This is segregation, is what this is. Yes.
That is not an anthem.
What it does is if you're at that game and you're standing next to a black person, and I look at them, his anthem is on, and the next mine is on. And guess what? We're now on opposite sides.
Well, can we also go by motherland, so we can do the Bulgarian anthem? Bulgarian American anthem, or how,
Well, hang on.
would we name it?
Hang on.
Yeah.
That puts us on opposite sides. Whether it's spoken or not, it's a feeling, and everyone is going to feel that, no matter what side of the line you feel like you are. Okay? I don't think anybody is interested in fixing anything. I think this is designed to create chaos. People want us fighting, they want us hurting each other, and they want us killing each other. Have you noticed that nobody's targeting the instigators of all this shit? The people living in Bel Air, the people, all the politicians in their mansions. Nobody pay attention to them, huh? I want to know, what does the middle class working man have to do with any of this? I'm just curious. But this is all about making everybody fight against each other. What is the one thing that they can violate? America's game. What is football called? America's game. It's ours. It's ours. Okay? Yes, baseball is an American game, but it's played worldwide. It's popular worldwide. But American football is ours and ours alone. Why do you think they call those documentaries America's game? Okay? The Super Bowl is so popular, people have proposed that it should be a holiday. And it probably would have been by now if it wasn't on Sundays, which you're off already.
Unofficially, it is a holiday.
Unofficially, it is a holiday. Football is as American as you can get, and they want to target that. I have parents who lived during segregation, who grew up where, and think about this, just my parents. This is not some long time ago. This is not that long ago, where my parents would drink from one water fountain and black people would drink from the other.
When they were kids, right?
When they were kids. Now imagine being a person being told, oh, you can't drink out of that one, you got to drink out of that one. All right? We are literally going back to that right now. Now, is that what people want? Because that's what this is. The American national anthem is for all of us, for better or for worse, for the bad things and the good. The 4th of July, 1776, the flag that's behind me right now, it didn't represent all people when it was created. Not yet. But for the people it didn't represent at the time, it was a promise. Okay? It was a promise that it will be. We achieved that. We achieved it, and we achieved it a while back. And now they're trying to revert us back. They are literally erasing all the progress that has been made. They're erasing it. Have you ever noticed that when you see a BLM supporter, nobody ever mentions Martin Luther King? You know why? He's not radical enough. He's not radical enough. He makes too much damn sense. They don't bring him up. He's not mentioned. I remember 10 years ago, his name would be used for everything. Now, he's not radical enough. It's not about black people. It's about dividing us. That's what this is about. And there are no deals being made. Okay? Remember what I said earlier about Neville Chamberlain trying to appease Hitler? What good is a deal when both parties don't walk away with something? Okay? When I was a kid, something happened in the family where someone got screwed on some kind of deal, and I cannot remember what it was. But I asked my dad about what it was, and he tried to explain it to me, and I said, but doesn't that person owe? I mean, there's like a contract signed. And he said, a contract isn't valid if there is no meeting of the minds. And what that means is, if one of the parties sign a contract under false pretenses, meaning they were lied to, or they did not get what they were supposed to receive. What deal was made for this? Okay, so you want to have a black anthem. It should not be called an anthem. It should just be called a song for black history and saying, and that's it. But they're trying to call it an anthem because they want to separate everybody. Again, this hymn, this song has been sang before all kinds of events before in the past. All kinds of different things. So they're trying to make it a big deal. Making it sound, but they want it to be a big deal. They want it to piss everybody off. But when it was offered, or not offered, but when it was implemented, was there a meeting that said, okay, we'll do that, and all you guys stand during the national anthem? That sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? I think most people would be happy with that. I think that's a good agreement. But no, it's their way or no way. But that isn't even the biggest problem. I don't know what the black anthem is. It's a, like I said, it's a hymn, a song of some. Oh, never mind. Sorry, you're asking Shaq. Oh, I don't think this was the player's idea. But the point is that it's just a song. It's a song that has always been sang. It's an old Christian hymn. Nothing wrong with it. They're trying to make it now. So what they're doing by calling it an anthem is now they're making everybody, every white person mainly, not every white person, but a lot of white people thinking that it is an attack on them. But where's the offer to do both, to stand and for the anthem? It's not there.
Would there be kneeling on it by the other races? I'm just wondering.
Well, no, that's not allowed. Doesn't work like that. But my problem is the more disturbing thing, and actually the actual disturbing thing involved here is what I saw when they're proposing an idea that the players wear decals of people who have been apparently killed by cops. So, if any of you guys have more information on this, because I couldn't find anything, all they've done is just propose the idea. But does this mean people who were killed by cops who it was ruled officially that they were innocent? I'm just curious. That matters. Or are they going to be wearing decals of people who have committed crimes? What about anybody else who's been killed by cops? What about cops who have been killed by criminals? Okay? Who were innocent, who didn't do anything wrong, who also have families. You see what I'm saying here? There's no give and take. If you're at a meeting and you're trying to mediate and you're trying to be the arbiter here, you'd say, okay, well, you want the people who were killed by cops, give us cops killed by criminals. There's no There's no give and take there. You see what I'm saying? There is none of that. It's my way or no way. The point here is that this is not about coming to an agreement. It is not about equality. It is not about fairness. This is a single attack on America itself, and is trying to make everybody hate each other. That's what this is about. And there are people pulling our strings like puppets, and people are falling for it. And that's exactly what this is.
Look at the super chat.
Okay, Jalen, my idea sucks. Then won't you say something intelligent and tell me why it sucks?
Oh, give an idea of how to solve this.
Yeah. You got any suggestions? You shouldn't have to stand for anthem. That's part of free speech and expression. Did you not understand what I just said? I just said there was no deal made. There was no offer. Nobody is wanting to do this. We give you that, you give us this, we do that, you do that. None of that's happening. By the way, you can do whatever the hell you want. It is part of free speech and expression. But nobody said that it's not without repercussions. If the players are working for a company that says we don't want you kneeling, yeah, you won't go to jail for kneeling, but you might lose your fucking job. All right? That's how it works. So, and again, we talked about this last week. I'm not going to go over it again, but everything about the whole kneeling thing is all based on a false pretense. It's all based on a lie by Colin Kaepernick, who is a complete piece of shit, doesn't care about anyone but himself. He's a complete fake. So that in itself is just completely out of the whole thing is built on a false premise. But the problem is now is when someone says that they want to stand for the anthem, now they get attacked. So look how far we've come. So now it went from, well, we just want to kneel and we don't want you to have a problem with it. Okay, we don't have a problem with it. But then when Drew Brees says he'd prefer to stand, he gets crucified in the public. How's that work? Where's the compromise here? I'm really having a hard time understanding where the compromise is.
Remember what I was saying earlier? The signs that I see that I've actually lived when I was a kid. That's one of them. When you cannot speak anymore.
You can't speak anymore. Yeah.
You cannot take a different stand than the whatever group that decides to push things. You can't, because if you do, even if you don't say anything, silence is violence. Remember? So, yeah.
Everything the NFL does is for profit or for money. So don't think that they're doing anything because they believe in something. They didn't even start doing the anthem because they believe in the anthem. They did it because of some other financial deal and to increase something to do with the military, and can't remember exactly what it was. I'll look into it though, if you are interested. But basically, if you see Roger Goodell and his mouth is moving, he's lying. So it doesn't matter what it is. But
Roger Goodell, he didn't change overnight.
Yeah, and neither did the NFL. But what I've found is that people believe people suddenly when they say something they want to hear. Like you could think you could know a famous person who has been a complete piece of shit forever, and you know they are. But the moment they start saying something that you agree with, all of a sudden they're smart and clever and they've seen the light. But wait a minute, what happened to all the other crazy shit that person said or did? And that's kind of like, that's what Roger Goodell reminds me of. Now all of a sudden the players are, thinking that, oh, Drew Brees has now seen the light. He now understands. Drew Brees don't understand shit, okay? He has got a gun to his head. Is that what this is supposed to be? No. You want people to hear you. You want people to understand. You don't want to force them because that's not real. And that's just going to create resentment. And I'm telling you this right now. In Drew Brees' home, at home, around his children and around his wife, he is bitching and complaining about all of it. But he can't do that publicly. And now his sons are going to grow up resenting what happened to their father. And now you've created another generation of pissed off people. And the circle keeps going. Over and over and over and over and over again. The Redcoats. Speaking of 4th of July, our resident Brit sends a 1776 pound super check. Come on, man. You couldn't even put it in dollars. You had to do it in British pounds. I'm offended.
That's offensive.
He says, well, happy treason day, you ungrateful colonials. But in all seriousness, happy 4th of July to my cousins from across the pond. Thank you. I've always found that funny. You know, it's meant as a joke, so people don't get offended. But the British jokingly call it Treason Day. So, now technically it is. Technically. So they do have an argument. But, since the world wars, no two countries in the world have had a better relationship, a closer relationship, a relationship where if you looked at anything under a microscope, their paperwork, the deals they've made, military policy, anything like that, you'd have trouble distinguishing which country's which. Okay? And I'm not talking about domestic policies. I'm talking about foreign policies, how we work together towards the world. Now, domestically, they're quite a bit different than us. But on a world stage, there hasn't been a better relationship than between England and America. So that I'm very proud of. And, of course, my family is from England. Wait, does that mean I can start calling myself British American? I'm just curious. No, I can't do that because originally my family came from Normandy during the Norman conquest of 1066. So I would be Norman American? No, because they came from Rome. So I would be Italian. No, I'm not Italian either because Italy didn't exist then. So Roman American. No, wait. But the Romans came from Greece and Troy and other surrounding areas. So am I Trojan American? No. Oh, wait a minute. Those people were once slaves of the Egyptian Empire.
So African American?
So by default, I would be Egyptian.
We're onto something here.
I can't figure it out. I'm so confused. So, you know, I'm in a country right now that was occupied by the Turks. At the time, it was called the Ottoman Empire.
Definitely, I'm not a Turk.
Occupied for 500 years. During this 500-year occupation, and it only ended a little over 100 years ago. More like 140 years ago, I should say. But it's not that long ago in the grand scheme of things. During the Ottoman occupation, this country was deprived of a renaissance. No art, no advancement. No advancement in mathematics and science, theater.
Just remained in the Dark Ages.
Just stayed in the Dark Ages.
For extra long.
So these things happen around the world. And right now, right this minute, there are people being bought and sold as slaves and as property in the year 2020, and no one gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. I don't see any kind of movement for that. I don't see any kind of mentioning before NFL games or at halftime of NFL games talking about these people being slaughtered in these countries. Pick a region of South America somewhere, there are people being murdered senselessly. Pick a region in Africa, people being slaughtered, sold, killed. Eastern Europe, girls being kidnapped off the street, sent to the Middle East as sex slaves at the ages of 15, 14. This happens every day. In fact, since the show started tonight, in the last hour and 2 hours we've been talking, someone probably was just kidnapped here in Eastern Europe. So it happens worldwide. It's everywhere. Showing pride in the flag, showing pride in the national anthem is for everything. Going to the White House is an honor. Not going to the White House is... I'd have to say that's probably the most ridiculous thing politically regarding the NFL, is not going to the White House. I think that is probably the most ridiculous thing because it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense because the President of the United States is a temporary employee. Okay? For all intents and purposes, he is a temp. His time is up. Either in 4 or 8 years, and that's it. It's over. As a temporary employee, it means that the office of the presidency is not a man. It's not a person. It is a job of all jobs. The job of all jobs. And we are its employer. When you are invited to the White House, that is the highest honor an American can have. I can't go to the White House like that. If I want to go to the White House, I have to buy a ticket as a tourist. But to receive an invitation from the White House, that's something very few Americans in the grand scheme of our history and how many people there are. That is a very rare offer and a very rare thing. When you go to the White House, you're visiting all that history. I understand that the media has made it sound like that the White House right now has Adolf Hitler in it, which is fucking stupid and the most dumbest thing that people have been sharing lately. But if you believe that and don't want to go because of him, well, just a few years ago, a black man occupied that office for 8 years. You do know Obama got elected by white people, right? Because black people are only 13% of the population. Barack Obama being president, not once, but twice, is a historic moment for the White House, for the building, for the office itself, for the Oval Office, for everything that it... Barack Obama has sat at the Resolute desk. Donald Trump is there right now sitting at the Resolute desk. John F. Kennedy sat at that desk. That is greater than one guy's problem with the president, whoever that may be. I don't care if I hate the president's guts. If it's a president that I just can't stand, think he's the worst president ever. I get an invitation from the White House. I don't see it as an invitation from him personally. I see it as an invitation from the highest office in our country. That's different. When you decline that for those reasons, it's pretty damn ignorant. So, and I also don't like that people skip the trip. I didn't even like it when Tom skipped the trip. Tom skipped it with Obama, and he skipped it with Trump, both. So 2 different presidents. Tom went to the first 3 with Bush. He skipped the one in 2014, and then he skipped the one in 2016, or from that Super Bowl team, which would have been the next year. But you know what I mean, in 2017. And then in the 2018 team didn't go to the White House at all. Okay? So that's where we're at now. So the guys on that team did not get to go. What about the rookies who've never been? Or the second-year players who weren't a part of the Falcons Super Bowl championship team? They didn't get to go. They didn't get to go because everyone has lost their fucking minds. All right? I hear a lot of hating. I hear a lot of accusations. I hear a lot of pissed off people. I do not see any negotiating. I do not see any talking. All right? LeBron James, he wins the NBA championship. I'm not going to go to the White House if Trump's there. Really? Really? Okay. Let's talk about this for a second. You're LeBron James, and you're on your moral pedestal. Don't forget, you're the same guy who thinks China's good and that America is systemically racist. But you don't want to go to the White House because Trump is in there. You're LeBron James. You're the most famous athlete in the United States right now. And you're declining an invitation from the president where you could get one-on-one opportunity to speak with him. Do you see where I'm going with this? There's a better argument to take an invite from Donald Trump than there would be a president that you love. There's an actual better argument to go if it's a president you don't like. Because you talk to them. You tell them what you think. Now, I know a lot of you are probably thinking, this sounds like common sense. Common sense is not common sense anymore. We have to create a new name for it. Okay? I mean, there's this crazy bitch on Twitter named Jamel Hill. Every time the Patriots do anything, she brings up something negative. I don't see that bitch talking to anybody and trying to make a difference. I see her in her echo chamber saying things that she wants to hear. Okay? If you watch CNN and NBC and all that shit all day long, it's an echo chamber. If you watch Fox News, it's an echo chamber. Nobody's hearing anyone else because nobody's talking. I don't like the president. I'm not going to the White House. Really? That's why you should go, you freaking idiot. That's why you should go. If I don't like the president and his policies, I'm taking that invite and saying, get me on that plane. Let's do it. I want to talk to this dude now. No one's doing that. I'm not.
Orange man bad.
Orange man bad, yeah. No deals made. No compromise. No nothing. No give and take. No listening. Like I said last week, if people wanted to fix things, if they wanted a conversation, if they really wanted to, this stuff is fixable. Okay? It is so fixable. No, Jalen, you wouldn't go to the White House because you have no idea what I just said. You have no idea. All I know is that going there is a chance to talk to a person who you couldn't get within 100 feet without that invitation. I would use it as an opportunity. I had an opportunity once. I walked up to a politician. I'm not going to mention his name on the air, but he's very, very famous, and he's even ran for president before. Very, very famous Republican, in fact. And I told him I wanted to talk to him privately because I had some ideas that I thought he should pursue. And I told him one of the things was you should run as an independent, but that's beside the point. But there's a lot of politicians at a lot of these functions that I've been to. This one in particular didn't like what I had to say to him. And all I wanted to do was point out that he could do better, he could be better. Didn't want to hear it. But he'll never forget it. He'll never forget that. I'm probably the first person who's not a political opponent, the first person to just walk up to him and say these things to him. And I wasn't insulting him. It wasn't nothing like that. It was just proposals. I saw an opportunity and I took it. And that's how I would see an invitation to the White House for any president. I've got tons of ideas, tons of suggestions. You can name the president and I have suggestions for them. You could put me in a room with any president in history and I would have suggestions or thing I think is a good thing. So.
Yeah, these people say they want to make change, but very few of them do anything of any major significance.
Shaq, nobody talks policy. What we see at the White House is a photo op, basically, and that's normal. That's just a tradition. I believe that started with Reagan. But when you're a prominent athlete like that, you do get time to talk privately. You do get a chance to say, hey. And if you're a guy like LeBron or someone with a lot of very famous, very, has some clout, you'll be heard for at least a few minutes. And that's your shot right there. But that's not something we're going to see. I mean, we're not going to see them talking policy or nothing like that. But that's your opportunity. If you don't want to go to the White House, you don't have to go. My point is don't say you don't want to go because you don't like who the president is. Because that's the dumbest thing you could say, actually. Now, if you don't want to go just because you don't want to go, then fine, whatever, do what you want. But I certainly would go.
Yeah, use that opportunity.
That'd be awesome. So. Okay. Let's see here. Johnson. Did he, Shaq? Brady skipped because of his mom? I didn't know that. Oh, wait. No. His mom was sick in 2016 to 2017. So he skipped the Trump visit because of his mom. I can't remember what the one he skipped in 2014 was for. I actually don't remember. I remember them giving him crap about it, like wondering why he didn't go. But I mean, I know he's been a lot, so maybe that's it, but still. Although Tom Brady could probably just pick up the phone and call Trump right now, so I guess he doesn't need that. But I cannot stand people who who don't want to talk, don't want to listen, don't want to have a conversation, and you want to complain, but you don't want to find a solution. It's impossible. You can't deal with people like that. You just can't. It's never ending. Yes, Luke, the Patriots from 2016 were the last to visit, the last NFL team. I don't know about other sports. I think hockey has visited. Not sure about anybody else. Most of those guys are Canadian. Go figure. And European. Some people won't listen to what you would say. I want him voted out of office. That's my solution to what? Do you have a proposal for something better? You're right. Some people don't listen. I'm not one of those people. Doesn't mean I'll agree with you, but I will listen. And it's not just about listening. It's about give and take. It's about, you want something from me, I'll give you something, but are you going to give me something in return? That was the whole point of our political system. It was supposed to be one side keeps checks and balances on the other. It was never intended to be war on each other. It was intended to make sure that there is a counterbalance. There is, people are checking in on each other and they're watching each other. But at the end of the day, you're supposed to find common ground. We can't get the two sides to pass a bill on cornflakes, okay? It's just utterly pathetic now. So.
The word compromise doesn't exist for them. They forgot.
Although to this, well, yeah, I didn't know why Brady missed. I don't remember. But like I said, he's been there 3 times though. So it's a little different, I guess. I have yet to hear an actual argument on why Joe Biden would make a better president than Donald Trump. I've actually not heard an argument for that. A coherent, actual, legitimate, factual argument. And I'm very eager to watch the debates. Very curious about that, how that's going to go. That's going to be interesting. You guys remember the 2016 debates between Hillary and Trump? That was must-see TV. That was some funny shit. It was good stuff. Very curious about this one. I do believe that Joe Biden has some signs of dementia of some sort. I'm not sure, but it kind of feels like he does. They're going to end up probably humiliating him. So that's why they don't let him talk much. So, but it'll be interesting. I think we're the only country where the whole world watches the presidential debates. It's like a reality TV show. Oh my God, you know what they should do? They should have a reality TV show where they follow the presidential candidates around during the debates. Like follow them up until that point, and then you know, that would be funny, actually. You never know. All right. About Cam. Listen, I thought the NFL hated Cam, so all of a sudden now, if he wins or if he even takes the Patriots pretty far in the playoffs, everyone's going to be saying all these great things about him, but you won't be able to you won't be able to bring up the fact that they talked shit about him all those years. So I just keep my same position. My position doesn't change. I never liked his attitude. I don't like it and didn't like his demeanor at press conferences. Didn't like that he didn't jump on the fumble. And if he changes that, then that's great. But it doesn't all of a sudden make what I said about him in the past incorrect. Those things are still true. I also said he was fun to watch, and I think he's a great player. I've never shit on Cam Newton as a player. I never thought that about him. But I didn't like the attitude, that's for sure. But if he does take the Pats far, then all of a sudden it's going to be a lot of hypocrisy. A lot. I remember 3 months ago, I did a video about Cam versus Stidham, and I remember a bunch of Patriots fans in the Patriots groups, Patriot Nation, those groups like that, were saying Cam sucks, we don't need him, and all this stuff. And now those people are kissing his ass. And you know, you can run a search on those groups and look at usernames and see what they said about Cam just 4 months ago, and it's hilarious how they completely changed now that he's a Patriot. But all those things now aren't true anymore, I guess. But whatever. It's just how it works. Now, Israel asks me, he goes, were political racial tensions ever this bad during the 90s and 2000s? No. No. This is the worst it's been since the 60s. And this started out around 2008. 2009 is when it started getting really bad. So. Shaq has a game, a Jeopardy game made for us, and it is tying the NFL with patriotic themes. You know how he's very good at he's just very good at the what the hell was I talking about? Anyway, he loves game shows. He's watched them his whole life, and he knows how to word things a certain way, and it kind of tricks you or throws you off a little bit. So this should be a good one. I'm excited to play it. Now I need some contestants, but I need 2. But if you've never played before, I'm going to give you priority. So I'm going to open up Skype, but this is not to call. If you guys want to call and talk, we can talk after the game. But right now, if you're calling, it's only because you want to be a contestant. But I would like to see some new blood on here. Maria, that's it. Maria Ruby. Hint, hint, hint. Maria. Why in the hell is Opera open? I don't use Opera. Weird. Sure. Alrighty, let's switch it over now. Legion game show. Here we go. Need some contestants. I need 2. Come on. No, in the 90s, you could people could still joke around, and I mean, like people. It's just not every single thing was offensive all the time. It's just it's different. There's always been some kind of something, but I mean, yeah. But at least I know in my lifetime, it's never been this bad. So. Definitely. The problem is that so much of it's just manufactured and designed to make us hate each other. So we're playing right into their hands, playing right into it. And the people who want to see America fall and want to see all of us ended and dead are licking their chops right now watching this. They're all watching. Yep. We're hated, guys. We're hated. And don't think it's hated because of, we get in other people's business. No. They hate America the way they hate the Patriots. All right? True interest. It's one is jealousy. Another is their own self-interest, which is fine. You should have self-interest for your own country. I wish we did more of that. But, yeah. They're enjoying this right now. I'm in a country right now that was a satellite state of the former Soviet Union, and these people and the Russians and all of them are very, very pleased with all of us trying to kill each other. They're very pleased with it.
They're like, ooh, America's falling.
Oh yeah. Shaq. Well, we have our host, but we don't have our contestants. What the hell? Come on, Maria. What the?
What's that?
Yeah, I think they should change Cam's approach a little bit. If you could make him a little more efficient on passing and where he doesn't have to take as many hits, then he can occasionally do those crazy things that he does where it's high risk, but just not all the time. And it will work. The key is for him to stay healthy. And his playing style is, guys, you guys remember how often Michael Vick was hurt? Did he ever have a full 16 game season? I don't think so. It's the nature of it, man. Being aggressive like that, you're going to get popped. And when the defense sees that you're a runner, you're no longer a quarterback now. The moment you tuck that ball and you start running with it, the defense is like, oh, hell yeah. And we're going to knock you on your ass, and it's not going to be a penalty. So it's a dangerous way to play.
Do you mind if I just add something to the Black National Anthem thing? I just want to get this piece off my chest so I can...
Of course.
And then I don't have to worry about it.
Of course.
I don't know how it got dubbed the national anthem, but
that's what I was wondering. That's what I was wondering.
In 1919, it says the NAACP dubbed it the Negro National Hymn. So I don't know if it's for the power in voicing a cry for liberation and affirmation for African American people. So it's not a harmful song. And I was saying in the chat, it's a beautiful song. But as with everything the NFL does, this is all about pandering. It's all about,
of course,
first of all, if they didn't do it, they would lose advertising, and maybe they'll lose advertising if they do this. We don't know. They'll just have to see. But I just think it's I don't think any of the players agreed to this. I think it was just a stupid woke owner who just came in probably one day last week and saying, "Hey, you know what would be great? Let's play the Black National Anthem," calling it the Black National Anthem, even though it's not really called the Black National Anthem. But let's just play the Black National Anthem. That will make them happy, right? And all the other 31 owners said, yeah, because they're all stuffy and old and white, and they don't have no clue about what they're in their own little bubble. So I just think that they just totally agreed upon themselves to do that, and the NFLPA was like, whatever. So like you said, I don't think there was any talk with the players about it. I just think that the owners decided to go along with this so they can just throw it against the wind and just say, hey, we did it. Are you happy now? I don't think they really mean to do this. And I hate to be cynical, but when it comes to the NFL, I can't trust them.
It's not really cynical, dude. It's just it's honest. Because that's the truth. That's what I was saying. As far as I know, that is not an anthem of any kind. It is a Christian hymn. Yeah. And it was sang by in black churches or black Christians would sing the hymn,
especially in the South.
And exactly. And it's been used for all kinds of things. Right. So why are they promoting it as an anthem? The word, you know what the word anthem does, right?
Yeah.
It divides.
It divides.
So
it makes people who aren't black think, oh, that's their anthem. That's what they sing all the time. No. I just think it was a real bad thing for and this. Trust me, it's not an anthem. So let's just square that away so we don't have to deal with this. I just, again, the NFL, they're just they fall by what they go by what the public perception is or what they think public perception is, and they just do it once and they test the waters to see, are people agreeing with this or are they not? And if they're not, it'll be gone. And if they do, maybe you'll see it again. I don't know.
Change for business purposes or because there's a gun to your head isn't going to work. It's not real. It's fake. So it's just, that's what I'm saying. This has got nobody's interest, any regular people's interest. It's not their interest. And listen, people want to keep calling things a race issue. A lot of this is a class issue. When you were so rich, even if you grow up being rich, or you become rich like an actor or somebody, once you live that life, you are in a bubble. You're cut off. Exactly. You don't know reality. You don't know what reality is. And so it's easy to say this and that, which sounds good. It's easy to say that. It's very
easy to tell other people what they should do because it's because you think that what you're saying and what you're doing is right because, hey, I got to where I am. I'm rich. I'm famous. I got to where I am because of whatever they did, whether it was, laying on their back or, getting, knowing somebody or something. But they feel that what they did was right. So why aren't, the rest of us lemmings doing the same thing that they did?
Exactly. What the hell's going on?
Where's everybody? I thought they wanted to play.
I just saw in the chat several people were asking about a game.
Yeah, Maria asked me. I know. She said she would come back, but I don't know.
Well, damn. Shaq worked hard on these questions, guys. Come on. Okay, we have one. Thank you, Jalen. Can we get one more, please?
Hey, I would have not called in because you said you wanted, new people, but...
I know. I appreciate that. But, yeah, thank you for calling. We need one more. Come on, guys. If you win, you get to pick out anything from the VonAllen Sports Store, and I'm telling you, there's some expensive shit in that store. Okay, there's some cool stuff. And I told you, if you whatever your team is, let me know, and I would make you a custom shirt. So I'd create you, and it's free to play.
Kind of sucks.
Damn, guys.
I could play against you.
Well, we need 2 more people.
Or one more.
Or 1 more, yeah.
Maybe no one's at home watching this. Maybe they're all in their cars or something driving. That's why no one's calling in.
Probably. And Njoku wants to be traded from the Browns.
I don't even know who Njoku is.
But doesn't he want a contract? I mean, or is he just wanting out and he don't care?
Out.
Who?
No, I don't think the Patriots have to go after him because they already drafted 2 tight ends. So I mean, if the price was like a 6th round pick or a 5th round pick, hey, take the chance. But I don't think it's really necessary.
Have you noticed that every time someone is up for grabs or something, the Patriots always mentioned?
Oh no, yeah, of course, yeah.
Every time. No matter what. That's funny.
When you had Tom Brady there, it was like that person up for grabs probably would have like made you a Super Bowl winner. I still think if AB was there last year, they would have been a Super Bowl winner.
I do too. I mean,
yeah, agents just put those names out there, put the Patriots name out there so they can grab more interest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you had to guess which one is going to get picked first to be on a team, AB or Colin Kaepernick, which one would you guess?
AB.
Oh, AB.
Easily.
Isn't he I heard something about they were working something out with the Seahawks, or maybe that was fake. I don't know. I've heard not that they were working something out, but people from the Seahawks were lobbying, like Russell Wilson basically was lobbying their coach or whatever to sign him, and same thing for Tom in Tampa, which means he really didn't get that as much roster control as was being reported, because if he had the amount of roster control that they said when he joined the team, he'd have just been like, yo, I want AB, and that would have just been it. Like, that would have been all that would have had to been said.
Well, it could be fear that once you sign him, he gets suspended. Is he going to get suspended the whole season? Because I don't think he is. If they can't get a promise, from Goodell to say, if we sign this guy, are you going to suspend him? And if Goodell's not saying yes or no, then it's too much of a question mark. I think that's what's going on right now.
Here's what you do. You structure the contract so that it's prorated by how many games he can get suspended for or whatever. So you're basically building yourself in a way to if he gets suspended for the whole season, then you had prorated, gets nothing against your salary cap, and you can go find someone else.
Right, but what if they let him play for 4 games, or so that's a month, and then they take him away from you right when your team is getting hot, and then you didn't make other decisions had you not had AB there. So
you pull a Jerry Jones and you fight the NFL, and you buy a bunch of lawyers to fight the NFL for long enough for the season to end.
I wish Kraft would have done that.
Yes, so do I. That's what I'm thinking. Kraft was a little bitch about it and was just nah, you're fired.
He took a Super Bowl from us, I believe. At the very least, I think he took a potential 16-0 season from us.
And Wes Welker took 1.
So
that's how it went. Your coach took 1. The coach took 2. Wes Welker took 1 by dropping the fucking ball. And Asante Samuel should have intercepted the fucking ball. And Kraft took 1 by letting go AB.
Which ones did Belichick lose? He lost the Eagles one, but which was the other?
Eagles, one where he benched Malcolm Butler, and I'm blaming him for not stopping inning.
Oh, okay. Letting the defense gave up. You're talking about in 07.
Yes. he is the
How do you
defensive
blame Belichick
coordinator
for that?
because he is the defensive coordinator, the defensive guru. If there is Eli Manning on the field, which VonAllen,
Belichick wasn't on the field though.
I was still talking, Shaq. I was talking, Shaq. I was still talking.
Okay, hurry up and finish so I can.
If VonAllen says that Eli Manning sucks and Eli Manning is no way should be a Hall of Fame quarterback, then Belichick, who is a defensive guru, should have figured out a way to stop Eli Manning. No excuses. Every time Tom Brady gets the ball at the end of the Super Bowl, he takes the ball down and drives it for a touchdown with like 2 minutes, 3 seconds left or something. And
That's
then
true.
like let Belichick spit the bit on it. That's why he's to blame.
What's up?
So anything that happens on the defensive side, I basically give the blame on Belichick.
And what is your retort, Check? Shakalaka-laka?
Shaq, we can't hear you. You're muted.
I don't think he's talking. Now we can't see him.
He disappeared. Maybe you stunned him into silence, Jalen.
I don't know. Y'all always tell me my arguments aren't that good. Did you actually think that one was a good argument?
I don't think it's that far off. Yeah. It is disgusting how we let Eli Manning do what he did, but yeah.
07.
You were right about Brady, though. He has always put us in the position to win. He's always done that. Every time.
You know how Belichick gives like scathing speeches to his players? I think after those Super Bowls, his players should have been able to sit down and put a low light taste back on Belichick.
Okay, Shaq, you enjoying this?
I still think that's going to be a problem for Cam. Like, let's say he gets the job, starts, does well in week 1 or something, and throws 5 touchdowns. First of all, when he goes into the meeting the next day to look at the film, they're not even going to bring up the 5 touchdowns. They're going to bring up the 10 passes he missed or something, or the 20 passes he missed.
That comes with being an NFL player. That comes with being an NFL player. And if you're an NFL player, you have to take that.
It comes with being a quarterback of the Patriots.
You don't get your ass kissed. You don't get your ass kissed because you threw 5 touchdowns. Did you win the game? Did you win the game?
I'll tell you that.
Did you win the game?
Even
you win the game and you still threw 5 touchdowns and you didn't get green. Period.
Like people who play with Drew Brees has said, Sean Payton will not publicly address Drew Brees in the meeting room in front of the whole team and be like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
So now we know why Sean Payton has only won 1 Super Bowl in his career.
And no other coach does that in general.
That's why he's only won 1 championship in his career.
Yeah, but I can name coaches that did that multiple times that never did that. That don't do that.
Oh well. Deal with it. You're an NFL player. You're getting paid millions of dollars. Deal with the criticism.
Yeah, but I mean that's the problem he's gonna have.
Deal with the criticism.
Yeah, that's why Brady was good with it.
All players are good with it.
He was good for that for 20 years. And Brady was really the reason why they were doing anything.
Okay, are we ready to play this game?
Yeah, go ahead and go over the things. I'm gonna step out just for a half a second, okay?
Okay. Yeah, so obviously we know the rules. Jeopardy is 100 to 500. You have to say who is, what is before the answer. You have to. There's 2 daily doubles. Actually, I should make one of them daily double right now. Which one? Actually, I'll make that one daily double. Yeah. So yeah, there are 2 daily doubles, and it's a final Jeopardy. Let me see what else. Yeah, and that's it. So wrong answers get
Jeopardy out.
Wrong answers get points deducted. Right answers get points added. What's that, Jalen?
I'm gonna have to write down the final Jeopardy question. Should I get a pen and paper now or something?
Yeah, you should.
Okay, see you later.
And
actually,
yeah. So all of these questions have something to do with the NFL and the 4th of July. That's why the categories are worded the way they are. I'll wait until you guys come back so you can. So I'll tell you what the categories mean.
Real arc starts in 38. Oh, I went back on my thing. I'm looking at this from behind.
It's better if you look on the Skype because that's.
No, I mean I'm looking at VonAllen's thing from behind. I pressed the button and backtracked it all the way to the beginning. So now I'm looking at the 37-minute countdown or whatever that was at the beginning of his thing because I scrolled back on the YouTube thing.
Oh yeah, that's on the video. But I mean, are you looking at the Skype thing right now?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Oh. Got your pen and paper, Dennis?
Yeah, I have pen and paper.
All right.
And nice.
Oh yes, Nightwalker. Points are deducted if they get the answer wrong.
Okay, so sorry about that, guys. Just had to run to the restroom real quick. So.
All right. So,
by the way, I just Shaq. I'm sorry. You got a $10 or £10 super chat. From the Red Coat.
Oh, cool.
He says,
you, Red Coat.
"Amen to that, brother. Well said." And I think he's referring to what you were talking about, the anthem.
Oh, what I was talking about in the beginning.
The black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, thank you guys
Jason.
so much tonight for your super chats. You guys are amazing.
Yeah, even on a holiday, we're supporting.
Yeah, we've consistently set between 25 and 31 people. That's a normal night. So that's pretty good. I know a lot of people watch it later too, but still, it's fun to have people here in the moment. So
I fell asleep last week. It was nice to see real life.
Well, it's late for you. Like for me, it's 3:10 a.m. So for you, it's what 1:10.
Yeah.
So
I'm 1 hour behind.
Yeah. Oh, 1 hour.
Oh,
okay.
And yes, Nightwalker. Yeah, Nightwalker. If they don't answer in a question, points are deducted too. So yeah, you're right. Thanks, Nightwalker.
But I liked your conversation about films, Sarah, after the game.
Oh, you mean the one that me and Daniel and Aaron had last week, right?
Are we just yelling out a name to answer the questions again?
Yeah, your name and then the one who is what is or whatever, and then the answer. Okay. All right. So, are we ready for the categories, or should we just play and then tell you when we get?
Yeah. Usually you explain the category when we pick it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jalen was on the call first, and yeah, no hands, no.
I'm eating.
Jalen, well, where's your hands? All right.
I'm holding the phone with one of them.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot you're not on the computer. So, you pick first.
You want me to just hold my hand like this the whole time?
No, just put them somewhere where at least you can be seen with them.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to set my phone up so that I can
landscape.
So that I can not have to hold them. I should get some kind of phone stand or something. I wonder if they make something like that.
Yeah, give me your address. I'll send you one.
Really?
Yeah. What kind of phone you got?
801 Jefferson Street, Northeast.
No,
Washington, D.C.
Well, not publicly. I meant privately. But what kind of phone you got?
I have a Samsung.
What
Is
model?
it like a Galaxy?
What size?
Yeah, Galaxy 10 plus or 8 plus, I think.
Oh. They have cases like this. Yeah, you can get one like this that has a yeah. On Amazon.
I've got a few that will hold that one. So.
All right, but Jalen, you're first. You pick. Do you see the categories right on?
Yeah. I'm. Hold on. I need to put on my glasses.
Okay.
Only a second.
So how you
Dennis,
guys doing?
What kind of pizza is that, Dennis?
A simple margarita.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you mid-bite.
Yeah, it's a simple margarita.
Oh, okay.
So how are you enjoying the 4th of July, Deutschland?
Okay.
Basically like any other Sunday, Saturday, because it's nothing special here.
I'm gonna go with Baby or Firework.
Okay. So, we're ready now?
Yeah.
All right. So, Baby or Firework. This category is all about controversial players in the NFL. For one reason or another, they're either like players who had like gigantic hit or just players who are known as controversial in NFL circles. All right. So, for how much do you want it?
For 400.
For 400. Okay. He was. Oh, do I need time? Or you good?
All right.
For what?
I'm ready.
Oh, okay. He was suspended for the entire 2007 season due to multiple off-field incidents. Was fined $35,000 in 2015 for slamming Amari Cooper's head into the helmet, and was part of the Bengals meltdown in the AFC wildcard game that same season.
Jay.
Montez
Burfict.
Nope. Incorrect.
Damn.
Dennis, Aaron.
He was a Bengal,
Nothing?
you said?
Yeah.
Damn, I don't remember. Interesting. That's a good one. I don't know.
All right. Adam Pac-Man Jones. You don't remember Adam Pac-Man Jones?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, and he got suspended for making it rain.
Now he's called Adam Jones. He dropped Pac-Man a while ago.
Yeah. Well, that's what he was known for when he played in the NFL. So.
Good one. Good
yeah.
one.
He had a lot of things happen.
I remember that exactly now. Yeah. So.
All right. Jay,
my guess was perfect.
Your pick again, Jay, since nobody got it.
Okay, that same category for 200.
This old school defensive lineman has body slammed Jake Delhomme, stomped Evan Dietrich Smith, and stepped on Aaron Rodgers' leg.
Aaron.
Oh, Jay.
Aaron? I heard Aaron first.
Who is Ndamukong Suh?
That's right.
Damn, I had the wrong person.
Who were you going to say? Just curious.
The dude that went to the Redskins, Albert Hainsworth? Because I think he also stepped on
someone's. No, he stepped on a Cowboys player's head. So, he served for 300.
All right, so this category is all about players who served in the armed forces. So these are NFL players who served in the armed forces. All right, so for 300, this player is unique as he is both the current Patriots long snapper and a lieutenant in the Navy Reserves.
I don't know the Patriots long snapper.
Damn it.
Oh, come on, guys.
Asshole.
Nobody knows the name of the long snapper.
No, I actually do. I know. I his face is in my head right now. I know exactly who he is. I can't risk 300. No.
It's Joe Cardona.
Yep.
Yep.
Don't you hate it when it's like you know exactly what it is? And...
I don't know any team's long snapper.
Well, I knew ours because he's known as being a military guy. So I wouldn't have known him if he wasn't in the military. That's what's ironic.
Somewhere Roger Staubach. God damn it.
All right. He served for 500.
For 500. Excuse me. He has been an offensive tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers since 2014. He played collegiately at Army while on active duty.
Who did he play for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
He's been an offensive tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers since 2014. Aaron?
Costanza.
No, incorrect. So you lose 500 there, Aaron.
Like an armor feature, I think. What was his name? But I think
Jay,
he's the one that stood when they all decided to
I don't know him.
Give up?
Yeah.
Jalen, you were on with what? Yeah, he was one of Alejandro Villanueva. Remember when he was the one that come out?
I didn't remember his name. I knew who I was thinking of. I just couldn't remember the guy's name.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on? I even remember that he was the one who kept standing during the kneeling, and he got shit for it. Good one, Shaq. Good one. All right.
So it's your pick again, Aaron. Since
I'm leaving this category. All right. Famous 7s and 4s for 300.
Okay, so famous 7s and 4s. Well, today is 7-4, right?
Yep.
So these are all famous 7s and 4s in the NFL. So for 300, right, Aaron?
Nice.
300, yeah.
300? Okay. This number 4 threw 4 interceptions in his final season in Indianapolis. He's the only quarterback in franchise history to throw 4 or fewer interceptions in a single season.
Aaron.
Yes.
Aaron?
Who is Jim Harbaugh?
That's right. So plus 300 for Aaron.
So I'm back to 0 now.
So you're back 0.
Famous 7s and 4s for 100.
For 100. This number 4 holds NFL career records for most points scored, most postseason. Jay?
Brett Favre.
Nope.
Damn.
Minus 100. Dennis, did you say something?
Just, I need the rest of the question.
Oh, okay. I'll read the rest of the question.
But
what?
Yeah, just do it.
Okay.
Aaron. Aaron.
Aaron?
Who is Adam Vinatieri?
That's right.
That would be my guess, but I just thought.
Yeah, because you probably would have get it if I did finish the question. Because most points scored, most postseason points, most field goals made, and most overtime field goals made.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron, your go again.
Famous 7s and 4s for 200.
This number 7 was drafted by the Patriots in the 3rd round of the 2016 NFL Draft and threw for over 3,000 yards and 13 touchdowns in 2017 in place of Andrew Luck.
Dennis.
Aaron.
Dennis?
Who is Jacoby Brissett?
That's right. Plus 200 for Dennis.
Good job, Dennis.
Nice job, Dennis.
Your pick now.
Put your hands over your heart for 400.
Ooh, this might be a tough one for you, Dennis.
Yeah.
All right, so this category is all about national anthems. And so these are artists who have sung the national anthem in the Super Bowl. So this is kind of off the beaten path, but these are all artists who have sung the national anthem in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So, because you put your hand over your heart when they're singing the national anthem. All right, so for 400, in what was that? I can't even count. Wait, did I write this right? Let me see. XL.
Isn't XL 40?
No. Hold on.
XLI Super Bowl 41.
Yeah, Super Bowl 41. Yeah, okay, here we go. In Super Bowl 41, this Bronx native, who is the 6th best-selling recording artist and the 3rd best-selling solo artist in the United States, became the 2nd person to sing the national anthem twice for a Super Bowl.
I don't know who sings the national anthem for Super Bowl, so I'm not even gonna try with you.
Nobody wants to guess.
Nope. Don't risk it.
I have no idea who sings any of the Super Bowl.
Aaron.
Aaron?
Oh God, who is Diana Ross?
Ooh, no.
Yes.
Minus 400. Anybody else?
Nope. I won't risk it.
Nope.
All right. The answer is Billy Joel. Yeah, this might be a tough one.
Yeah.
Dennis, your pick again.
Okay, red, white, or blue for 300.
All right. This category is all about jersey colors. So I'm going to give you the name of a team and the Super Bowl, and you're going to tell me what color they wore, either red, white, or blue.
You mean
right.
in the Super Bowl that you're talking about, right?
In the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how much did you say, Dennis?
300.
300. Okay. New England Patriots, Super Bowl 31.
What? Damn it. Can you name the year?
Super Bowl 31.
No. I gave you the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Aaron.
Aaron?
We were. What is the color white?
That's right. Remember that was the Super Bowl versus the Packers.
No red jerseys at that time. I thought they were red.
Well, yeah, they were silver, but for the purpose of this category, I said white.
Yeah, I was thinking silver, but I thought, okay, that's not an option, so it must have been white. So.
Yeah.
Was that the Super Bowl against the Bears, or was that a Brady Super Bowl?
No.
Packers. That was Bledsoe.
Against the
Bledsoe.
Packers.
Oh,
95.
Bledsoe and Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I only had thought about the one versus the versus the Bears, and then the Brady ones. I totally forgot about Bledsoe's one that he lost against Favre.
And that we could have won that game had Bill Parcells not mentally checked out before the game.
Yeah. And they only ran Curtis Martin like 10 times or something like that. I'm like, what? What are you doing? That was just a lot.
Red, white.
I mean, I thought Bledsoe choked in that game, kind of, but okay.
Oh, so that was you, Aaron. So your pick again.
Red, white, or blue for 100.
For 100. Kansas City Chiefs, Super Bowl 54.
Aaron.
Dennis.
Aaron.
What is the color red?
Yep. Plus 100 for Aaron.
Same category for 200.
Okay, for 200. Tampa Bay Bucks, Super Bowl 38.
Dennis.
No, 7. Super Bowl 31, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, Super Bowl 37.
Yeah.
Dennis?
What is the color red?
Yep, that's right. 200 for you.
Yeah, I like this category. Red, white, or blue for 400.
Super Bowl 40, Seattle Seahawks.
Aaron.
Aaron?
What is the color blue?
Yep. Because remember, the Steelers were the away team that year.
That was for 400, right?
Yep.
I just know, is Milena waving the flag every time I get an answer correct?
Not just you.
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, like, I keep seeing it in my, because she's on the other side of my monitor and I can barely see her. But I'm like, what is she doing every time someone answers a question right? She's.
Yeah. I'm like.
So you pick again, Aaron.
Let's finish that category for 500.
Everybody, wait. No, because I don't have my thing.
Okay. So for 500, Buffalo Bills, Super Bowl 21? No, 26. Super Bowl 26. Buffalo Bills, Super Bowl 26. Dennis?
What is the color blue?
That's right.
That's a dangerous one. That I mean,
Yeah,
they paid four in a row, and it's.
Yeah, but but I just remember the Cowboys all winning their Super Bowls in white. So I just got with blue.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the Redskins one. That was the Redskins one, right? I believe.
Oh,
the one in 1992.
Ooh, damn! I got lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, dude. I was like 500. I can't risk it. That's crazy.
It was 500.
Yeah.
Ah, damn it! No risk, no fun.
All right, your turn, Dennis.
Baby, your firework for 100.
For 100. This player burned bridges in San Francisco, torpedoed the Eagles Super Bowl.
Aaron.
By
Jay.
Ooh, that's tough.
I
I heard Aaron.
I was way ahead. Way ahead.
I was way ahead of you, but whatever.
Aaron.
Who is Terrell Owens?
That's right. Your turn again.
Baby, you're a firework for 300.
For 300. This player may have won 4 Super Bowls, but he also kicked Larry Sanders in the head, broke Kerry Collins' jaw, spit in J.J. Stokes' face, and threw a football at Brian Cox. He even punched his own teammate Marcus Williams in the face. I should have made that a dude, though, to be honest. It's okay. Anyone?
Can you repeat the question?
This player may have won 4 Super Bowls, but he also kicked Larry Sanders in the head, broke Kerry Collins' jaw, spit in J.J. Stokes' face, and threw a football at Brian Cox. He even punched his own teammate Marcus Williams in the face.
This guy sounds very familiar.
I don't know him.
I don't know either.
Aaron, do you know? Nope.
No.
All right. It's Bill Romanowski. Remember him from the Raiders?
Wow, that guy was a psychopath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was crazy.
I guess it's still me
All right,
then?
your pick again.
All right.
Yep.
Baby, you're a firework for 500.
For 500. This player's most famous play came during a preseason game against the Patriots, where he hit receiver Darryl Stingley so hard that he was left paralyzed for the rest of his life. Nothing?
No.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nope.
Jack Tatum. Jack
Never
Tatum.
heard of him.
I've heard of him. I didn't know he was a football player. I've heard the name Jack Tatum.
That's Channing
I
Tatum.
heard it.
He was known as the assassin.
Wait a minute. Didn't that happen in the 70s?
I think so. Yeah.
Wasn't he on the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I don't know, but I know he was on the Raiders for most of his time.
Raiders. Okay. But it was in the 70s. That was a long time ago.
Oh, Alex Payne got it. So
yeah, because they did a documentary about it, and he said to this day he doesn't feel bad about it. Jack Tatum said he didn't, even as an old man. Jack Tatum said he didn't feel guilty about it.
Yeah.
I was hoping
He
something
was another like lunatic.
Or Chad Ochocinco in Baby You're a Firework, and not someone from the
Those
80s.
are too easy. Those are too easy. All right, Aaron, your pick again.
Famous 7s and 4s for 400.
For 400. This number 7 enjoyed the strongest season of his career in 1998, when he helped the Vikings set the NFL record for the most points in a regular season.
Aaron.
Aaron?
Who is Dante Culpepper?
No, incorrect.
Jay.
Jay?
Who is Randall Cunningham?
Yes.
That's right. Yep.
Yes!
Good job, Jay.
Thanks for taking the other choice, Vaughn.
Because I said 98. Remember?
Yes.
Aaron, did you just lost 400 points?
Yes.
Yeah, he lost 100 points. Yep.
He's still in second place, so he's still beating me. I'm at 0 now from that 400 gain.
What the fuck, man?
No, I believe you're at minus 100. If I'm looking at Nightwalker's
Dante
score.
Culpepper came along the next year.
Mine says minus 400 on the screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
but Nightwalker
maybe.
keeps track.
Yeah, Jalen's at minus 100 now. All right, so Jalen's your pick.
7s and 4s for 500.
And that is Daily Double. So you have, you can bet up to 500 points, Jalen.
Let's go for it. Let's max bet.
Yeah, 500. So yeah, it's only for Jalen. This number 4 was the second overall pick in the 1971 draft and never made a playoff appearance in 151 career games.
And which career draft?
1971 NFL draft.
Drafted 1971. Who is?
I'll give you the answer.
That's not right.
No, it's Archie Manning.
Oh, damn.
Yep. See, if I said Saints, that would have been too easy, but that was a Daily Double. All right,
who are Peyton and Eli's father?
Yeah,
Does he lose points for that?
No, that's what the question
No, because that was a Daily Double.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right, so Jalen, go ahead. Your pick again.
Put your hand over your heart for 500.
For 500. The combined choirs of the U.S. Military Academy, the U.S. Naval Academy, and the U.S. Air Force Academy, and the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, including members of the Islers, sang the national anthem in this patriotic Super Bowl.
Aaron, what is Super Bowl 36?
No. And you just lost 500 from that, Aaron.
I don't know. Aaron's pissed.
Yes. Nothing, Jay?
I think it's
It said patriotic Super Bowl, so that's a big hint.
I know, like, is the year good enough, or do I have to guess the number of the Super Bowl?
The number of the Super Bowl, yeah.
And no, I am not guessing, because I think I know the year, but I do not know that Super Bowl number.
How's there any other more patriotic Super Bowl than the one after 9/11? How is it not Super Bowl 36?
That's the one I was going to say, but I don't know what Super Bowl
fucking
number
bullshit.
that was.
It's not that one. It's not that one. Nope.
Oh, then I was going to be wrong anyway. I'm not guessing. Yeah.
Then I guess it's the one that happened in the 1976 season in honor of the.
Oh, it's Super Bowl 39. Get it? Because Eagle and Patriot. Eagle is the symbol of the country in Patriot.
Okay.
Eagles are national bird and the Patriots are. But couldn't it have been both? But wait. That means it could have been either one of the Super Bowls against the Patriots and Eagles. That's not a fair question. That was like a 2-answer question. Like there were
What do you mean? What do you?
Patriots played the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
The Patriots played the Eagles in the Super Bowl twice.
Yes, they did. They played them against Donovan McNabb and they played them against Nick Foles.
Oh, well, okay. Well, that wasn't the answer because I told you that the specific number.
Yeah,
these were all these people performed.
Yeah, the singers were all those branches of the military. See, I didn't know that, but I guessed Super Bowl 36 because it was after 9/11. I would assume that was
Yeah.
The
Remember,
word,
these
the
people
word,
sang the national anthem.
right. The term patriotic is what made me think that. I didn't know about them singing it though, or doing it like that. I had no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me see. I guess everybody got it wrong. So, Aaron, it's your pick again.
Ouch. He served for 400?
Served for 400. And I believe that's a daily double too. So you can bet up to 500 too, Aaron, since you're at the minus.
But there's no. If I get it wrong, I don't.
There's no penalty if you get it wrong.
Let's do it.
And this question is only for you. All right, 500, possibly. He was an NFL running back on the Denver Broncos and Baltimore Ravens from 2000 to 2007. But before his football career, he was in the United States Marine Corps.
God, that sounds familiar.
Everyone thinks of Terrell Davis with the Broncos and that during that.
Yeah, that was like the 90s. You said 2000, 2007.
Anything, Aaron?
Yes, I mean.
How's the pizza?
Fuck! I know this. I know it because I remember him being in the military. He's not even that famous.
Yeah, I would say
he's kind of like a middle tier running back or something. But
that's why you can't remember him.
Yeah.
I just remember about him is what I mean. But the name is.
Yeah, Luke. I said Broncos and Ravens, 2000 to 2007.
He was on the Broncos first or second?
First, I believe.
And then the Ravens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's Mike Anderson.
That was not
Mike
what
Anderson.
I was. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that. I mean, I remember a guy being the running back. I remember that, but not his name. So.
All right. Your pick again.
Put your hand over your heart for 300.
300. In 2019, the 7-time Grammy Award winner from Atlanta performed the national anthem in Super Bowl 53, which took place in Atlanta.
What was the question?
In 2019, this 7-time Grammy Award winner from Atlanta performed the national anthem in Super Bowl 53, which took place in Atlanta.
What I hate about this is that I always forget and while I'm usually with my family and everyone's talking, it's just can't remember.
But see, I mean, the Super Bowl. I mean, they played this Super Bowl so many times over the last 3 months. That's why I know.
It's been a lot easier if you just pick people who sung the halftime songs or whatever.
It's more patriotic if it's the national anthem.
Right. No, I get it. I like the category. It's just.
Yeah. I don't know.
Anybody know? No. Nothing?
I wish I would guess.
Aaron?
I don't know.
Just guess, Aaron.
He doesn't need to guess as any.
I have to get in positive points in order to do Final Jeopardy. I can't risk it if I don't know it.
That's true.
So.
I know, I'm trying to win the game. That's why I'm telling you to guess.
Yeah.
That's true. And actually, well, Jalen, you're still in negatives too. So.
Yeah, I know, but I'm ahead by 200.
All right, so people give up, right? It was Gladys Knight. Yeah. Remember, there was a lot of controversy about her singing it, and all this stuff.
Never heard of her.
Gladys Knight and the Pips.
About her singing national.
Old school. It's very old school.
Like Motown.
Yeah.
You know what Motown is, Dennis?
Yeah. I know it.
Yeah. She's from that era.
Ah, okay.
All right, so your pick again, Aaron.
Same category for 200.
On February 5th, 2012, at Lucas Oil Stadium, this American Idol winner performed the national anthem, making it the 4th time that one of those had done it.
I never watched that show before.
I didn't know I've never heard of American Idol winner. Wait, is it? Oh, American Idol?
The TV show. Yeah, I've never watched it.
Oh, American Idol.
Okay. I misheard the word. I misheard the word idol, so I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
Oh wait, I know one American Idol. She's very famous. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care anymore. I've lost.
It's 100.
I've lost so many points. It's for 200, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's for 200. Yeah, but you're at -3, so.
Whatever. Who is Kelly Clarkson?
Yep. Well, yeah, you're right, Aaron. Yep.
That's correct.
Yep.
You fucking
Good
kidding
job,
me.
Aaron.
Nice job, man.
The only one I know.
All right.
Finish that category for 100, please.
On January 27th, 1991, at Super Bowl 25, this performer's rendition was critically acclaimed, a commercial single, and it was so critically acclaimed, a commercial single and video of the performance reached the top 20 on the U.S. Hot 100, giving her the biggest chart hit for a performance of the national anthem.
Aaron?
Aaron?
Who is Mariah Carey?
Ooh. Jay?
No.
Not even asking
the question. I'm not answering the question. That was not me trying to answer the question. I was just saying yes to Aaron getting it wrong.
Oh, okay. And nothing for you, Dennis, right? 'Cause you're
I don't know.
It's Whitney Houston. It's one of the most famous. It's renowned.
Yes.
Renowned best one.
Yep. I remember now.
That would be...
No. I wasn't going to say her, but I do remember now that he said. I remember that being very famous. Yeah.
Yeah.
He served for 200.
All right, for 200. He is known as a 2-time Super Bowl winning quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, but he also served 3 years in the Navy.
Aaron. Who is Roger Staubach?
That's right, for 200.
I just want to send him the first round.
And for 100, he served. He was a safety on the Arizona Cardinals from 1998.
Aaron.
Dennis.
Who is Pat Tillman?
Yeah,
that's right.
Oh, I just saved my own ass.
You saved yourself.
Yep. Congrats, Aaron.
Aaron, is this the first time you lost a game?
Yep.
No, he won. He beat me.
No, well, yeah, he beat you, but
yes, Dennis.
He's not the winner yet.
It's going into Final Jeopardy, and it's going to be between them two. So technically, he hasn't lost all the way yet, right?
Yeah,
not all the way.
Huh? I can't win. It's impossible.
You can't. Oh, right. Even if you, actually, you can.
How? Well, he would have to be a dumbass and bet all of his money.
Well, let's see if he is.
That's it. I don't do it.
He's only answered 2 questions correct this entire game.
Maybe that was his strategy.
I would just bet 0 for this next category.
Why?
Because I would win no matter what. Like that would guarantee me the win. I would bet 0 points.
Let me play this game, okay?
All right.
We're still gonna do it though.
Yeah, we're still doing it.
That mean all 3 of us are gonna do it? Because that technically means I could win. Because Aaron could bet his points and lose or whatever.
Well, you're still in negative, so you can't.
Yeah, but Aaron could bet whatever. Like he could bet 100 points and then get it wrong, and then he would have negative 100.
That would put me at 0.
He would have 0 then.
All right. So, get your pen, Dennis, and paper.
I have it.
All right, cool. The category is presidential players.
Okay.
All right. So now, make your wager.
I'm going all in, of course.
Yeah.
For what presidential players? Players who were president of the United States?
No. Just make your wager. So.
Okay. Yeah, I did it.
All right.
I made my wager.
So now the question is, well, the answer is, this player shares the last name of the 12th president of the United States and was a dominant force on defense. Named first team All-Pro in his first 9 seasons, recorded 132.5 quarterback sacks, and was selected to play in 10 Pro Bowls. All right. So 30 seconds. Here we go.
Come on, Dennis, be a man. Bet it all.
No.
All right, Dennis. What's your answer?
I got. Do you see it? I got Bush.
Oh, Bush? No, that's not right.
Yeah.
And how much did you wager?
100.
100. So you lose 100.
So he wins.
Well, yeah, he still wins. But we'll see what Aaron said. What did you say?
Who is Lawrence Taylor, named after Zachary Taylor?
I mean, of course you would know that because you know all the presidents.
Well, when you said 12th president, that's Zachary Taylor. So that's pretty fucking easy.
How much did you wager?
Know that president.
Everything.
So you had
200.
200, and so you got 400. So yeah, Dennis wins.
Well,
yep, Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah.
Congrats,
good job. Nice. Woo!
Is that the first time?
Actually, Alex Payne, Andrew Jackson is the 7th president. Congratulations to Dennis. He is the first person to ever defeat me.
The first person.
Yay!
Dennis, regarding what if you want to get something from the shop, just all you need to do is just get in contact with Milena on Facebook with your address, your shipping address. Because see, what we do is we buy the merchandise from there, and then it goes directly to you. It doesn't come to us. So,
okay.
And you just pick out what you want, or if you want something else, just let me know, and maybe I can come up with a cool design or a slogan that you might want for yourself. I did that with Addie, because we had no Cleveland Brown stuff. And so I made him like a dog with the. So if you just let me know on that, okay?
Okay.
So
yeah.
Great job.
Yay! Now my Buffalo Bills bet was good.
Damn, dude, that I couldn't go there on that one. It was too risky. Like when the Bills play 4 Super Bowls in a row, you're bound to get one of them wrong, and
that's why I picked that.
Yeah, confuse which color was which. So.
Did you just?
And when I was writing that question, I had to Google what Super Bowl, because I had the question by my, but I didn't know what color it was. I was like, okay, good. So I see them wearing that color. I'll put it in.
But didn't the Bills play all of their Super Bowls in blue?
I'm not sure.
No, I think they were white against the Giants. But see, that's why I didn't do it. Because it's too confusing.
Yeah, Dennis, you said you didn't want to play.
By the way,
I
German.
I didn't want to play because I had a pizza in the oven, and was just relaxed and I wanted to call after the quiz because Aaron said he wanted new faces.
Oh no, I just said I was going to give priority if any new people were going to call, but
okay.
A German wins the 4th of July game. So,
yeah.
By the way, Shaq, very good questions. Very
Indeed.
hard. Some were very hard. Some were, they were all appropriate though. And the categories are very clever. I liked them. So.
Oh, cool.
Except the national anthem one, I don't like that one. Like I said, there's so much chaos going on during the national anthems. You forget or who sang what because
But see, in all those years, there wasn't any of that. So
Yeah.
And
No. I mean, when you're watching the Super Bowl.
I'm probably doing something else. That's when I've chosen to like go to the bathroom or something.
I mean, like when you're. I didn't mean the kneeling. I'm talking about. You're usually with your family. Like when I was a kid, there was all of us, and everyone was talking.
I usually like on the part that I choose to skip on to do other things that I have to do or whatever. That'll probably be the part I pick is the national anthem. Like I want to watch their game.
Yeah, if we make a Super Bowl party here, everyone's talking crazy and shit. All of a sudden, just went out, do something else. But when the game starts, everybody's sitting there and is quiet.
Yeah.
And when it's the Patriots, I'm so nervous that I mean, someone could sing anything, I wouldn't notice it. It's like
I'm usually in the bathroom. Like
2001, I watched it by myself because I don't want to be around other people that'll like taunt me for them losing, and I don't really have a desire to taunt other people if they win or whatever. So I just want to watch the game by myself so I can be happy or miserable by myself.
Yeah. When we do, when our family gets together, though, we do pay attention to the national anthem, and we all, stand there as if we were at the stadium. But that's only when there's a congregation of a lot of people. You know what I mean? But you didn't mention any of the Super Bowls where all of my family were together. So, otherwise, I would have remembered. I remember those. So, and I hate that I missed the Whitney Houston one.
Was not a name in 7 and 4. That's my one complaint.
If you haven't watched the Whitney Houston national, I recommend you do.
I know I know it. I know exactly what it is. It's just one of those things where my brain just didn't connect. But absolutely, it's very famous. Yeah.
And I thought "Baby You're a Firework" was going to connect to Super Bowl 52 because
Katy Perry.
Because of
And you mean Super Bowl 49? 49.
Oh, right. Katy Perry was 49.
Yeah, whichever one that was. Okay.
Lady Gaga was 51.
Oh, yeah. That's. I should remember that because that's the performance I skipped when I saw the beginning of it. I was like, oh, okay, this sucks, and I turned it off.
Katy Perry, she's such an idiot, but she looked really good that night in Super Bowl 49 because
I think Katy Perry my favorite Super Bowl performance
because we won.
No, because Lady Gaga is not my favorite Super Bowl performance, and that's whichever one is the 28-3 comeback. That's not my favorite Super Bowl.
That's Lady Gaga.
My favorite one was Prince. I loved Prince, but I love Prince anyway. So.
Okay. Well, my number one favorite is Michael Jackson. The Michael Jackson one. That thing was just of epic insanity. What he did was insane.
Was that in '93?
That was the Cowboys Bills, the first Cowboys Bills.
Do you know why they have Michael Jackson there? I don't know if you all know.
Okay.
Because he's awesome.
Well, yes.
Don't say it. Just put it in another Jeopardy.
You're right.
Well, it won't be 4th of July. You'd have to wait a year.
Because the Jeopardy will be in 2 weeks.
Maybe when we do a Super Bowl.
We're not going to have the Jeopardy right this minute. Say it this moment, though.
Well, you're right, because we're probably going to do...
Just tell us. I want to know. Because now I'm going to look it up if you don't tell me. So.
Okay. Well, the reason why Michael Jackson was there was in the previous Super Bowls, they never really had a big star to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Right.
But in Super Bowl, I believe it was the 92 Super Bowl, so the one that we talked about. You guys remember In Living Color, the sitcom?
Oh, absolutely.
They had a live prime, like a primetime show during the halftime of the Super Bowl. That was the first time that had ever happened. And their ratings were so high, it was so ridiculously high, it beat the NFL's halftime show. And so after that, the NFL said, we're going to have a big star every year. And the first year they got Michael Jackson. So
Well,
That's why they have
MJ,
big stars.
MJ's my favorite performance. Prince is my second favorite. So.
I like Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake.
That was pretty good too.
Yeah.
That was pretty good too. But Prince and Michael, they're just on a different level than everyone else. Yeah. They're like aliens. Okay? And then everybody else.
Okay.
Huh?
I think Prince is overrated. I just never was into Prince.
Overrated?
Okay. Prince is so damn
like,
good musician.
Not anywhere close to like one of the greatest singers ever to me. That's just my opinion.
Let me tell you something about Prince. Everything I know about getting women when I was a teenager, I learned from Prince. That is not a joke. How many times have I told you that, Milena? It's true, right? Dude, I used his songs and the lyrics of his songs and stuff. That shit works.
Yeah.
It works.
Absolutely. And
it changed my life. It changed my life.
So you wouldn't be with Milena if it weren't for Prince?
Yeah, Prince is the wingman of musicians.
Actually, if it wasn't for Depeche Mode, I wouldn't be with Milena. That's a different band. But
if it wasn't for who?
Depeche Mode. Yeah.
It's like kind of techno-y.
It's electronic, yeah.
Depeche Mode. And another musician which songs are great for something like that is Barry White.
Yeah.
The stereotypical
Barry White music is for after you get the girl and you get her in the bed. That's for Barry White.
Let's get it on. Sugar, let's get it on.
Let's get it on as Marvin Gaye.
Oh, it is, isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Music trivia, I would rule everyone. So.
Yeah. See, I'm just not in the right frame of mind tonight because I know that's Marvin Gaye. So. But yeah, I never met anybody who didn't like Prince. That's interesting.
Oh, I guess I just never mentioned it before.
But, I mean, that's fine. It's no problem. I thought, like Michael, he was just universally liked. Like, I've never met anybody who didn't like it, didn't like them. So.
I want to ask a question to the chat. Can chat say, like, yes or no if they're a Prince fan or something? Like, say yes if you're actually a Prince fan or no if you're not a Prince fan? I'd like to poll the chat to see if they are.
Let's do it. I'm curious, too.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the question is, do you like Prince or not? Yes or no?
I like him.
Security M says yes. Alex Payne is also not a fan.
Well, I know Milena is a fan because she saw him in concert. So before she met me. Guys, do you remember Michael Jackson's comeback right before he died? He was going to play a month in London, like do a bunch of dates in London. Remember that?
Yeah.
I had tickets to that and was going to see Michael for the first time, and then he died.
That was a This Is It tour, right?
Yeah. I was going to go to London and watch it, and they were going to refund the tickets, but I did not want refunded. I wanted to keep the ticket. So, like, I didn't feel like.
Oh my gosh!
It was very expensive.
How much did you pay for the tickets?
Honestly, my friend bought them. I can't remember, but I think it was a lot.
Oh my gosh!
But wait, you
Oh
now
my
still have what? Woo! Nightwalker! What?
Boom!
See, that's not fair. That's not fair. This is supposed to be the 4th of July. Not
Why is Germany winning? It's my fault, Shaq. I let our country down tonight. I am Nightwalker.
He doesn't even have an opinion on him. One person's just like, I can take him or leave him.
200 euro super chat from Nightwalker. He says, Germany wins for once, dropping a bomb on racism. Racism dead now. Hey, Deutschland.
Like $300 in American.
Deutschland, can you read the...
$240.
Deutschland, can you read it in German for us?
Ja, I can. Deutschland gewinnt zum ersten Mal, wirft ein Boom auf Rassismus. Rassismus ist jetzt tot.
Cool.
Hey, VonAllen and Dennis, in the countries you're in, what currency do they use? Do they use the euro or something different?
I'm living in Germany. We use euros.
Okay.
And I hate it because the Deutsche Mark, was one of the stablest.
It was one of the best currencies, and
one of the best currencies and stable currencies of the world, and we lost so many of that because of the euro. Here behind it.
Yeah, and Bulgaria is something called the leva. And it's their own money. But
yeah,
Milena, why don't you read that in Bulgarian so people can hear what your language sounds like?
Oh. Okay. Германия печели веднъж, поне веднъж. Хвърля бомба върху расизма. Расизма е умрял сега. Край. I added to it a little.
It sounds like Russian, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But that's the problem if languages are familiar.
Nightwalker, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dude, you're fucking awesome. Honestly. Unbelievable.
I don't have a German flag, sorry.
Germany wins the day.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what this was. This was payback for when at the beginning of the show, and I was talking about Hitler.
Oh, okay.
This is...
Oh, well, I wanted to say something about
this. This is payback.
He's not a match for Hitler, but he is a match for our president right now is a comp to the 17th president after Lincoln, Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Johnson.
He's an exact Johnson. He's a modern day context for an equivalent for that guy. And I would say Obama is the closest thing I can get to modern day context for Lincoln.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No president has done more for African Americans than John F. Kennedy. Fact. Had he not been assassinated, our country would have looked a lot different. That's one of the darkest moments in our history.
Yeah.
But the Andrew Johnson thing, why do you say that? What makes you say that? I'm curious. I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking.
Like, I've actually, like, this, the way, like, I would say that, like, the way he, like, doesn't listen to any of, like, his own party, like, the people, the way, is like the same way Andrew Johnson, like, because I read up on Andrew Johnson at one point because I actually did, like, a report on Abraham Lincoln. Mm-hmm. So I read up on a little bit of aftermath on Andrew Johnson or whatever, and learned how he, like, ignored his own, like, even his own people were telling him, hey, you shouldn't do certain things, like, I forget the name of the thing he enacted, but it's a really, really famous thing that fucked black people over, and I should remember the name of it. but like there's like certain things he did that were against like even his own party or whatever, and his own party kept warning him not to do things or whatever. I feel like that is similar to Trump right now, going on Twitter trying to incite violence with other countries, trying to incite violence with this country, and by the way, as for your answer of why someone else would make a president, I could stop with he won't tweet out we might go to nuclear war with whatever country is another nuclear power. I think Trump could do that tonight, tomorrow, at any given point. So like there is something to be said for not having an insane person in the White House. That's my argument for it.
But I don't think he's so dumb.
I don't think he's dumb. I think he's like a sociopath and almost insane in some ways.
Yeah, but even the sociopath and an insane person likes to live.
Actually, a sociopath is actually really smart if you actually look up what a sociopath is. A sociopath just has no feelings or regards to other people or compassion whatsoever. But
yeah, but he likes to live.
But they pretend that they can and make it look like they can to other people, and they're usually highly intelligent.
Because everyone else is so sensitive. Every other politician that I can think of is just so nice and sensitive that right?
I didn't hear you.
She said something about every other politician was so sensitive. I just thought that was a statement.
No, I'm saying because as opposed to any other politician that is so sensitive and so like human and nice, right? That's what you're saying. You're putting Trump on one end, like he's this sociopath, and everyone else is so nice.
I wouldn't say everyone else is so nice, but I'd say he's being so much worse than everyone else. Like a lot of politicians lie. He lies every other sentence. Like he'll literally lie one sentence and then be like, I didn't say that in that last sentence.
You do know that every single president in history does that, right?
No. Not as much as him. Okay.
Really?
Like other people have lied about stuff, but they usually space it out in between sentences. Like he'll literally say a sentence and then say the next sentence, I didn't just say that.
Oh, are you referring to when they cut up clips of him and then just show it on CNN and they don't actually show the whole speech? Yeah, that would be very confusing when that happens.
A lot of not just clips of him. I'm referring to times I've actually seen him speak and stuff. I'm not just referring to highlight clips.
The media is interpreting things the way they want. So
the problem I have with him is how he handled the virus thing in the US. And that's all. First of all, he doesn't think that the virus will be a threat to the USA, and then when it's there, he says, I was the first one to do something about it, and so on and so on, and now he calls it the Chinese virus. That's the thing I don't like.
Well, it is the Chinese virus, first of all. But
it's a worldwide pandemic.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. It is a attack from the Chinese. It was coordinated. It's absolutely targeted for the United States and the West. That's exactly who it was intended for, and that is beyond doubt. Beyond doubt. So I don't care what country anyone's from, whatever you think, that is the deal. But I just want to say, though, that the same time that he said that the don't worry about the virus, 2 days before that he had already implemented protocols against it. The point was not to make people panic and freak out, not to have the economy tank, not all those types of things.
Okay, but he doesn't want to make them.
I'm just saying though.
Panic.
I remember the timeline and how things were happening because I was freaked out too. I was like, "What the fuck's going on?" So
no, but he also is freaking out people because he's constantly tweeting out threats which no president will ever done. Like literally, like trying to tweet out hey, go get just tweeting out threats to just American citizens in general. No president just does that.
There was no Twitter before, for your information. It's very, very new, so very few presidents, maybe 2, have used it. So you cannot compare that. And the other presidents were not shut out of the main media because the main media is against Trump. They're with the Democratic Party, so he has no outlet to communicate. And yeah,
I wouldn't say they're
probably going to be against you.
I wouldn't say I think they're for themselves. The media likes what makes the most money and what gets the most ratings. They like Trump when he says things that get them to talk. Because again, we talk about here on VonAllen Sports, we talk about how the sports media likes to delve into, especially with Tom Brady, they love to delve into everything that he does, right? And the same thing goes for the political media. As long as they have something to chew on, so that at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock, whatever, when they have their talking head shows, they get their 3 or 4 anchors in their 3 or 4 boxes, and then they get to ask, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about this? That's what they want. They don't care about actually solving anything. That's what these are for. And so,
to stir, to stir trouble.
Yeah, to stir division, to stir trouble, to make people think, well, if like, for example, if there's a black person on CNN saying something that if they disagree or agree with Trump, then they'll be like, do all black people disagree or agree? Like, they're having people there and they're filling them in as like, this is the expert on, but they're not experts. But when unfortunately in America, there are too many people who take things for what they are instead of looking for themselves. Spoon-fed too much, and the media loves to do that. They love to spoon feed. So whatever they're going to do that, yeah. And by the way, this didn't start with Trump. So this has been a long time thing going. It's just that now social media is just exploded and has made things a whole lot more volatile, especially when you have everybody has a camera, everybody has a video, and they're allowed to, say and do whatever they want and manipulate video to whatever point they want to make.
Remember that thing you told me that you learned in journalism? That slogan?
Yeah. If it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah.
What does that slogan mean?
What it basically means is if it captures the attention of the viewer, they're going to lead with it. Meaning if it's a crime incident, if it's something that like a murder or something like that, it doesn't matter if there's a bigger story or if there's a small story, that's what gets the number one, the top story. So when you watch the news or when you watch something like even your local news, they're not going to lead with, somebody did something good or something. They're going to lead with negativity because that's what sells. It's what gets your attention.
And also negativity stays longer in your mind than positivity.
Oh, sure.
Yep. Like it's not like equal, but like I was thinking, I went to school for culinary stuff, and one of my teachers was like, when you have a bad experience at a restaurant, you tell like 13 or 20 people. When you have a good experience at a restaurant, you'll tell like 1 or 2 people or something like that.
If at all. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why all these websites like Yelp and all those, that's why they're popular, because they're like, you rarely find, this restaurant was great. No, they're going to go on to complaints that say, there was a bug in my suit.
Yeah. But
because
the good thing is, if you really find a 5-star rating where someone writes a long text about it, you just said, okay, this food was so good that he really wanted to tell other people that is, and he makes the effort to tell them. If you're angry, you just want to punch them in the face.
Yeah.
So, and also there's so
and also, like, you might be justified at wanting to punch somebody in the face if you're angry. Like,
one thing I don't like going on in the country right now is that people who are friends, people who even sometimes family members, they don't agree politically. They get in an argument and they won't talk to each other anymore. You know, it's like, what the hell? Really? I mean,
over this,
over something none of us can control.
Like you said, this guy is going to be in office for 4 or 8 years, and that's it. Like, are you really going to sacrifice your friendship just because you disagree?
Exactly. And dude, that's what's been happening.
I'm not so sure that if he gets elected again, that he won't try to change that policy so he can be elected for more than 8 years.
That's impossible.
But what we're talking about is real
Putin
people.
did it in Russia.
Yeah, he did, he is doing it basically. Yeah, but that's Russia, so.
But he just implements the
president admires and tries to is trying to get advice from him. Maybe he's like, so how did you do this? I want to do this over here. How did you do it over there?
I don't know, but I just hear some seeds he's planting in his
I think you make the presidency out too much. They barely have control about anything. What it is, and this is another problem that I have.
Jack.
Civics class, they're taking civics classes away from schools, and we don't learn that it's not just the presidency.
What's a civics class?
Well, it's a class that basically teaches
our
branches of government. Our government.
Why?
They take them away.
Important.
In Maryland, we had to take a test for that. I'm living in DC now, but I came from a school in Maryland or whatever. So my requirement was to actually take, I think that that same test that they give for citizenship or whatever, where they test you on all 3 branches of the government. I actually had to learn all that type of stuff back in high school to I forget what the test was.
Jalen, that's our generation. That's our generation had to take that. But now apparently Shaq is saying that. Yeah.
No, civics classes are being eliminated just either for budget reasons or whatever.
No, it's to create uninformed citizens. It's so we're all fucking controllable. That's what that's for. All right.
And so what I was getting to is, because these civics classes are gone from these next generation, you got everybody saying, "Oh, Trump, oh, this president, oh, da, 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 da." But it's not just him. See, he's just the figurehead of what is lower. It's the Senate, it's the Congress, it's everything else. Those are what controls things. That's the circle.
Both of them, in order to get laws passed, both of them have to do stuff. But ultimately, the final decision has to come to him to sign a lot of things.
I guarantee you, anytime a bill gets to him, it's already been decided on. So anytime any bill gets to him,
but if he says, "I don't want to sign it," that bill doesn't become a law.
Yes, that's called veto power.
Yeah,
but
it depends.
What I'm saying is, it depends on a lot of different factors. But what I'm trying to say is, people are so enamored and just narrow focused instead of looking at all the nuances. It's either A or B, C or D. There's no in between. And so once we get to the in between, then we can start talking. But like you said, Aaron, nobody wants to talk anymore. Everybody wants to yell at each other and fight and just disagree. And we're not getting anywhere.
Shaq, if you want your life changed, if you're as an American citizen, if you want your life changed, the president is not the person that's going to do that for you. It is your mayor, your representative, your city council, the governor. Okay.
Controller.
Or the person who can do most about your life is yourself.
But we're talking politically.
Yeah, in
but,
America, the local government is something that we
mayor.
don't care about. We don't know, besides your mayor, we don't know who sits on your local government. And then we want so many things changed that depend on them.
I mean, we don't even know our PTA member. You know what I mean?
But that's I think that goes for every country now.
Oh yeah, well, and Germany, for example, Dennis, he has 2 governments.
Yeah.
He's got. You think our government is bad having a big government? He's got 2.
Yeah, and our main government from whole Germany, the Bundestag, doesn't get a conclusion about his size, so it's just expanding and expanding every new period, every 4 years. If we don't make if they don't get a conclusion, it will be 1,000 or 1,200 members in 3 or 4 years. And we also have the second largest government behind China.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. Damn.
Aaron, did I hear it correctly? You study political science?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I studied political science in Duisburg.
In fact, the actual degree is literally called European Union Integration.
Okay.
Specifically. So I learned a lot about your country and a lot about European politics in general. However, the reason I don't comment on them is because unless you asked me my opinion, but I'm not going to talk bad about Germany. It's not my country. So,
yeah.
But if you ask me my opinion, of course I'll be happy to give it to you. But I refuse to talk about other people's countries. Like here in Bulgaria, I don't say a word. I mean, are there things I disagree with or think are bad here? Bad policies? Oh, of course. But zip. Unless I'm asked.
I don't either.
So.
I mean, I haven't lived here in many years. Now we're here, but
No, you're more American than you are Bulgarian.
yeah. So I lived longer in America, but
Yeah.
so I can't comment so much. I don't particularly care.
But you're not even voting here,
I have
so
enough,
you're not voting in Bulgaria. So why tell these people what they should want or need? It's not yours. It's not yours anymore. America is where you should be doing that. But
and honestly, I want to save myself from watching the Bulgarian politics and news, which is, I'm sure, going to be very upsetting as well. So I see people being very unhappy. I'm like, okay.
the guys, the problem with Bulgaria is that after the fall of communism, instead of installing a just government, they replaced the communist with mafia people. And that's
common for the eastern states.
Right. And that's the problem. So there's no progress being made. It's not, so.
Well, at least not as big as you would want it to be.
That's what I meant. Yeah, it's as much as you would want. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can just look at Italy and Spain. They have maybe politicians at the top, but they all owe the mafia something there.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of. I guess that's for them to fix. Like you, I'm not going to tell you, a German, how you should be living in Germany. Or I'm not going to tell you who to vote for in Germany. It's none of my business. So.
Yeah.
That's why you don't hear me mention European politics much. Is just that's why. I mainly take it because I want to be to be a diplomat. I'd love to be a.
Jalen, did you put your
hang on.
phone on mute?
I can't hear you because I think Jalen is loud as fuck.
Yeah, I hung up on him.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I was saying.
Yeah, but I would like to hear your opinion about Germany.
Oh, absolutely. I'm like saying, I if you ask me, I'd love to, but I'm not gonna force it. Like, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that, and I don't know how what Germans want. I don't know what you guys care about and what you should want. I mean, so it's not my place, but. But yeah, if asked, certainly.
Then feel free.
Anything in particular?
Just, I don't know. What are you thinking about the current situation?
Well, number one, I think the European Union is a disaster, and I am very against it, massively against it. I think it is slowing down everything. I think it's making things worse in Europe, and I think Bulgaria should get out, and I just think it should be dissolved. That's probably very boring for the people watching, but that would be my first problem. Having two governments is absurd. It's especially ones like as a German. How do you like some bureaucrat asshole in Brussels or in France telling you what you can do and can't do?
The problem is they don't have that much of power. It's only the little things. See how cucumber is formed or something like this. The base idea behind the European Union is great, but the states that are in don't want to give away so much of their power, so the government from the European Union has nothing to say. That's the problem I have with it.
Well, for example, with England. So let's say England, when they have a fishing industry. The European Union says they can only fish, 30-40% of their own water. Okay? That's a pretty big deal. That's a massive big deal. That is pretty powerful because that dictates a lot of things. And that it's boring and stuff that most people don't think about, but it is very important. And the English people, for one, apparently resent that. But having your country government and then having another one over, it's prime for corruption and confusion.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Germany was up and rising country on its own. It didn't need this. They don't need this. It's just whatever. So
the people who liked the most that we went to the European Union and took the euro was France.
Oh yeah, and I love. It's funny that you mentioned Deutschmark. I love the Deutschmark.
That was the best
Yeah.
currency you can get.
Absolutely.
I still have it, and if I go to any place in the world and show it, they go, "Oh, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me." They still want to take it and just change it somewhere else.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. There is one cool thing about the euro, though, but it's not really relevant to anyone's life. It's just kind of funny. Their money, the way you guys make your money, so a coin, so like a 1 euro coin. And each country, it has someone on it who is like an icon from history. These coins, and even though they're money, they are literally souvenirs. So if you're American and you go to Italy, Dante Alighieri is going to be on a euro, And it just depends on what country you're in, and you guys have several people you put on your euros. Those things right there, you could take them back to America, and they're souvenirs. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
And we can collect them. We have collect albums.
We had that too.
Yeah. And every time a new edition comes out, you get new collect albums.
Yeah, I mean, we do that too with our quarters. Like we did a special edition where each state is on the back of a quarter, so you collect all 50. So anyone visiting the United States, that would be a good souvenir. So here in Europe, I collect these. So when I see one I don't have, I'm like, oh, I like that one. Like when I was in France, ooh, I want that one. In Italy, oh, I want that one. In Germany, I got that one. So I've got like all these, from everywhere. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, but actually, I have 3 governments.
Did I miss a third one?
I have a government in NRW, in Nordrhein-Westfalen, Landesregierung,
Yeah.
then the main government, Bundesregierung, and then European government.
Forget it. Forget it. No, thank you. No, thank you. Absolutely
And
not.
it's no direct democracy.
No, it's not.
No. Indirect.
Yeah. A lot of appointing and things like that. And you're like,
Yeah.
who the hell, how did he get there? Who's that guy?
Yeah. I
it's like-
voted for someone else. How is he there? Yeah, because the person you voted for him. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the guy you voted for appointed him, which means he could have been paid off. He could have been coerced. And it's like, who's that dude? That's scary. So, Jalen, I'm sorry, but it sounded like you were dropping a bomb in your own living room or something. I don't know what the hell you were doing, but.
Sounded like he was in trouble.
Yeah. So, I don't know what happened to you.
Out.
The New York, my dad said New York City cut police budget by $1 billion. Are you freaking serious?
Yeah, they did. So stupid, man. Oh God, I don't even want to get it because it's just so.
Oh my God.
Like De Blasio, like he's just the worst. Probably the worst mayor we've ever had.
You know the murder rate is going to skyrocket now.
Yeah. And it was down. It was down.
I know it was down.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
Some things just don't make sense these days.
When I was a kid, New York was a very dangerous city. It was a very bad city. The city was just in a mess.
Like especially in the like 80s,
right.
It was like considered a very dangerous city.
And it became the best city, I mean, by far in America. And then now,
as far as safe,
what the hell is going on? And listen, you want to the situation with the police, since it was brought up, I just want to say this. Regarding police, you do not defund the police. Okay? In fact, you increase their funding. All right? Now, hear me out. It's not about the money. It's not about taking money away or giving money away. It's about how the money is allocated, where it goes, and who is doing the judgment with it. Who's doing that? That's important. So, why would you want to increase funding for police? Because you want to give better training programs. All right? First of all, I know that a lot of guys who are bullies in school and the biggest pricks, they end up becoming police officers. Okay? Now, I want you to think about this. What kind of person would risk their life as a cop, especially in a major city like New York or Chicago or something like that, for $35,000 a year? Why? What would be the incentive for that? It's got to be because they want a gun, okay? They want power. They want to feel badass and tough. Because no
all
smart
these guys
person,
are like muscle bound, taking roids, all that stuff.
No smart person would take that job, okay? So what does increased funding do? Okay, increasing funding, and again, this is with the caveat that it's applied correctly. So you got to no corruption, no none of that. It's got to be allocated by a civilian, by the way, by a civilian that has got a great, impeccable track record. They deal with the money. Now, that goes to programs, but what you want to do is you want to make being a cop a prestigious job. So now all of a sudden, being a cop is like a big deal. It's a $100,000 a year job. Okay, who's that going to attract?
Military, ex-military.
Ex-military, but not grunts. I'm talking experts. Yeah. If you're a special forces guy or a Navy SEAL or something like that, right? Do you know the amount of training that you have? The training, and not just for being good at what you do, but they're taught restraint, decision making. Decision making is important under stressful conditions. Okay? If you're one of those guys in the military and you're getting out of the military, I think being a cop for that kind of money would be a very good career choice. Now you're attracting Smart people. You're attracting people that have degrees. You're attracting people who are not in it for being a tough guy, because those people be weeded out. This money also allows for thorough vetting and investigation. For example, in my town, a guy who had the biggest temper I knew as a kid, okay, one of the biggest jerk-offs, by the way, is the police chief. Are you kidding me? This guy's temper is like off the... I mean, the fact that he would even be a dispatcher for the police is shocking. The chief of police? Are you serious? Okay? That's what I'm talking about. All right? And if you had more money, which means more, so you need hire people for vetting these people when they apply to be a cop. If anybody had this process back then, they would have gone to his school where he went to school. They would have asked people he knew. They would have investigated even family members. They would have looked at everything about him to find out who he is. And every person they talked to would say, oh yeah, I remember him. He's an asshole. Oh, I remember him. He put me in a trash can once. Oh, I remember him. He hates everybody. He's, whatever. This is how you fix it. So you increase funding, but you allocate it correctly. And it's a complex thing. I mean, there's more to it than that. That's just on the surface what I would be proposing. But defunding it? What are you going to do if Shaq is apartments being broken into? Are they going to call a social worker to come help you? Who's going to come save Shaq's life? A social worker? Nobody's coming.
So.
They don't know what to do.
They don't know. I mean, really, this is a joke, So let's make being a policeman itself a prestigious job, and you'll attract good people. You'll attract the best of the best. Quality people.
Yeah.
Like me, I can make good judgments under stressful conditions. Okay? I probably would have made a good cop because I can make decisions in a stressful moment. For example, George Floyd's ass would have been in the police car in about the first 60 seconds after being cuffed. Okay? Within 8 minutes, the dude is already on the way to the processing. So.
What did you say? Because you froze.
Yeah, you froze.
What was the last thing you heard me say?
You said George Floyd would have been in the police car.
Oh, I said I would have had George Floyd in the police car within about 2 minutes after he was cuffed. Okay? So he would have been in the back seat. Within 8 minutes, he would have already been halfway to the jail for processing. And that's it. That's it. It's over. That's it. Nothing happened. Nobody know. I mean, it's just
rights.
Procedure.
Right.
Procedure.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? That's what happens when you've got idiots working in the city. Yeah. But it's not just the cops, guys. Okay? First of all, that guy...
It's everywhere.
That guy that killed George Floyd, do you know that his record is awful?
Yeah.
Okay. The police chief knows that. Why is he still out there? Why was he still out on patrol? How come nobody's blaming the police chief? The mayor gets a briefing on these people. Why did the mayor do nothing about it? You see?
They don't care.
They don't care. Again, somehow we went from a police incident that there are so many people responsible. Somehow Trump did it. What the fuck does Trump have to do with what happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota? Deflection. Because nobody wants to be held accountable for what they did. The mayor has to go. The police chief has to go. Everybody is complicit. Everyone. The fact that guy was ever out on the road again after all, he had a blacklist of shit that he's done. Okay? Nobody did anything about it. The other three officers, they just stood there. They just stood there. Okay.
Did the people who were responsible take their heads? Do they quit their jobs? Or are they still in charge?
No, everyone's still in place.
Just like Love Parade incident in Germany. Everybody is still in place.
That's my point. Let's deflect. So somehow it's got something to do with the President of the United States who's in Washington, D.C. and doesn't even deal with state-by-state situations. Okay? The police is a state and county and city issue. It's not federal. Those are the people that need to go. Okay? By the way,
The president.
another thing about the quality of these, a lot of these cops, is that Derek Chauvin, is his name pronounced Chauvin or Chauvin? I don't know. Anyway, the dipshit. He did side work as a security guard. Okay? And he actually worked at the same nightclub as George Floyd worked at. What kind of person do you think you're going to attract to the police force who makes so little money that they're willing to also be a bouncer on the side? That's not a very elite person that you should be giving a gun to. Okay? Really?
Yeah.
That's my point. What the hell? You're going to be attracting the worst of the worst when it's a shit job and your life is on the line. Because no normal person is going to risk their life for $30,000 a year.
That's right.
Nobody.
But that's not only a problem in the US, that's a problem everywhere.
A disciplined military man, a good military man, would think first before reacting, would know what to do. And for the life of me, I still can't figure out how George Floyd ended up out there for 8 minutes, 9 minutes. What were they doing? Were they like having a party? I don't understand why protocol wasn't implemented. He should have been arrested.
I don't understand why his colleagues just stand there and let him do what he did.
Yeah, what the hell? Nobody did anything. I was talking to my dad the other night, and I said, Dad, if me and you were walking around in Memphis, which Memphis is a very dangerous city right now. It's a very high crime rate. I said, Dad, if me and you were walking around Memphis and we saw a cop sitting on top of a guy and he's saying he can't breathe and nobody, I said, what do you think we'd do? And we'd be like, well, we'd be talking shit. Like, what are you doing? Why isn't he in the car?
Yeah, exactly. At the very least.
Okay, that's a normal reaction by anyone. Anybody.
Yeah.
There is not one person in the United States who is defending that guy. There's not one. No. Okay? But his colleagues did nothing. Did nothing. But again, it's the quality of hiring. There are good cops, of course, okay? But guys like that, it's magnifies and it gets all the press. So, but it's just like I said, the likelihood of getting a quality person is not very good when you're what you've got to offer to someone is here's no money and you might die. Oh yeah, let me sign up right now. What the hell?
Right, especially when you're getting a gun. Like, you can't be panicking when you have a gun. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't understand it.
Oh shit!
Like, why don't they give?
Boom, boom,
yeah,
boom.
yeah. You know what? That was a story that happened. I believe it was in Miami. What? This child who I believe he had autism or some type of special need. The cop was getting ready to shoot this person because it was a toy. Like, it was a toy, a gun or a toy something. But the cop was just all panicky. For what? It's a toy. You're that scared of something like that?
It's not like there are child soldiers in the US everywhere.
Yeah.
Police are trained to react to what looks like a reactionary movement with a weapon, for example. So if you take the cop's gun or something on their belt and then you start shooting at them, yeah, they're going to blow you away. That's just how it works. Okay?
Yeah, but I think it's the training in shooting.
But
you got in the US.
If I'm a cop and I'm attending a guy who stole some beer at a liquor store and he just takes off running, yeah, I'm not pulling my gun. I just don't give a shit, to be honest with you. I said, we'll chase them down and handcuff them, but I'm not. I mean, really?
Can you please tell me what is the point of canceling Cops or and Live PD? Like, are those shows really the issue here?
No. In fact, it made people understand how America works on the inside.
Yeah.
Like, Cops has been around since I was born, I believe. I was born in 89,
Oh, yeah.
and I think Cops came on the same year. I'm like, it was one of the first that showed you cops on the beat. And like, what's the problem with that show? And Live PD is almost the same type of thing, but just live and without any type of editing. Like, what? Why are we focused on that instead of?
That's what I'm saying, Shaq. Nobody's wanting solutions. Okay?
Yeah.
They're not. They want chaos, whoever they are. Okay? And we can't be 100% sure each person who they are. We think we know, but this is not about solutions. It's not about fixing. Because I think my proposal is very reasonable. In fact, I think it's it would fix it really quick. But, Shaq, I missed half that story that you were talking about in Miami because I was reading something. But did you say somebody pulled a gun on a cop? Or what were you saying?
No. The cop pulled a gun on this child who has autism or some type of special need because the cop thought it was a gun, but it was really a toy.
What kind of toy?
I believe it was like a toy gun or toy water gun or something like that. But because I guess the cop thought that it was a good real gun.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because a water gun's a water gun, but a BB gun looks like a real gun.
Oh, right, but it wasn't a BB gun.
Oh, okay.
I don't think.
Okay. So
No,
whether it's a 5-year-old or not, you've got to be like aware of that. But I bet a water gun's very obvious. I had a friend who worked at a Circle K, and people kept coming in and stealing from his Circle K, and he finally got fed up, and this 12-year-old was stealing from him every night, so he went and chased the 12-year-old outside of the store, and the 12-year-old pulled a gun on him, and he said, "Are you going to shoot me over candy?" And the 12-year-old said, "Are you going to be killed over candy?" Wow. I mean, that's a kid. To me, a 12-year-old is still a kid. I mean, it's just.
Well, yeah.
But how gets the 12-year-old?
How the hell did he get that? Yeah. Oh, Psycho Mantis. $5 super chat from Psycho Mantis. He says, "My brother is happy Live PD is gone because he was on an episode in Florida." Oh, I get it now. At first, I thought you meant your brother's a cop, and okay. Oh, that's a good super chat. That's funny, dude. Thank you for that. That's hilarious. Listen, all the talk about cops, this and that. No talk about how people need to act. Okay?
Yeah.
There's no mentioning of citizens.
And follow your orders.
Yes, everyone has to have an understanding.
Aaron, you're frozen again.
I don't know why that keeps happening. Sorry, guys.
Aaron, you're frozen again.
Still?
What's going on, guys?
Am I still frozen?
No.
All right.
You go in and out.
That's so weird. You don't have the Wi-Fi for VAS on, do you? No. So we have a separate internet just for VAS only, but we use the Wi-Fi for it because it's better than the one here at home. Well, they have the one that's normally here, but it's not very good, so we had to get a VAS one just for streaming. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do this right now. But if we have all the devices hooked up using the Wi-Fi on it, it's sucking the the bandwidth, and that might be the issue. So I put my phone on airplane mode just to make sure. Anyway, that was probably too much information.
Getting to your point with the cops, it's just like in the economy. I think it's a German economist, Robert Bosch, said, I'm not paying high wages because I'm rich. I'm rich because I'm paying high wages, because that attracts the best.
What the hell?
Can choose from.
Absolutely, and that goes with not just cops, but that goes with any job. That really genuinely goes with any job you can come up with.
Gabe, if I owned a company, something like that, I would rather have 10 high-paid elite employees than 40 idiots who aren't making any money.
Yes.
I would, so if these cops are elite cops, okay, you don't need as many. You don't need as many because they're more efficient. So
the other thing I was going to say, and I've been making a couple comments here and there while
I can't see you, Gabe.
Fire for the fan. Yeah, I know. I have my camera off.
Okay.
My camera is shut off. Yeah. You should see about an 18-year-old boy with a Redskins hat on and a sweater.
Yeah, I see this.
I don't know about this. What is it?
No, my picture. That's the only thing you'll see because I don't have my camera on.
Oh, I thought you were telling a story or something. Okay, never mind.
No, that's just a dumb selfie I took when I was a kid. When I was a lot younger. But getting back to the point, I think it actually has to do with training as well. Like, it should take a lot longer to become a cop. I believe it takes 6 months or 2 years, one of those numbers, to become an officer of the law. I have a friend of mine whose mother, she is a cosmetologist, and it took her 2 years to get her certification and degree in cosmetology, and all she does is hair. You mean to tell me it takes 2 years to learn how to do hair, but 2 years or less to learn the law and learn how to handle a gun and handle certain situations? Please. That should be something that takes an actual degree to do, like a bachelor's or a master's or something.
Exactly, Gabe. But what person like that is going to pick a $30,000 a year job in order to get killed? Nobody. Only the worst of the worst is going to pick something like that.
No one's going to. Well, obviously, you would have to raise the rate. Like I said,
right,
you're not
exactly.
Yeah. Right, like I said, I agree with you. You don't defund the police. You give people raises, and you give the cops raises, and now you start attracting better people. Like I've always heard, people who become cops were mostly the guys who had no friends in high school, so they're always getting picked on, and now they're taking their payback. You know what I mean? I've heard that many times in my life.
And by the way, when we were kids, I grew up in a town that's primarily white. There was only 2 black families, I believe, when I was a kid there, and we were constantly harassed by the police for everything, just the stupidest shit. Like, we couldn't even walk around the town. We're not doing anything wrong. We're just kids. We're just having fun, riding our bikes or whatever, doing whatever. What are y'all doing? Where are you going? Where do you live? It's like all the time. It was so obnoxious. It's like they have nothing better to do than bug the shit out of people. Now imagine that on a scale in a major city, okay, where it's actual things are actually happening, not like a small town where nothing ever happens. But it doesn't matter. It just
I would think that would go down actually, because you're in a major city, like versus where you grew up versus where I grew up in Miami. Like Miami, especially Miami Beach, there was always something going down. You couldn't breathe.
No, what I
without
mean
something
is
going
that
down.
even in a little bitty town like that, where nobody's doing anything wrong, cops are still assholes. They're just,
because at that point they're looking for a sense of purpose. I guess you can say that. Like I said, I'm not defending it. I'm just
not all of them.
I'm coming
not
up
all
with
of
a theory
them,
on
but
the fly.
there are always some, and there are always those that do that. But I've had police who pulled me over, and no matter what, would give you a ticket. And then there's some police that if you're nice to them and you're respectful, they'll let you go. Just depends, and it's a lottery. You'd have no idea which guy it's gonna be. You have no idea. So.
No, of course. Like I said, all this crap that I've been hearing, defund the police and abolish the police. Hey, idiots! I'm just saying that word figuratively, not y'all. But hey, idiots! Did you not just see what happened in Seattle? Did you not see CHOP? The rapes, the robberies, the 5 shootings that took place, the murders. Did you guys just not see that? Did you guys just pretend not to see that? Did you not see what was going on in that place?
Yeah, that's because they're not wanting to fix anything. They're wanting this chaos. So.
Right, like I said, I was telling, like I said, you could support a cause. You don't have to support a movement for your own reasoning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't have to support. You don't have. Like I said, I think every one of us here believes that Black Lives Matter. I mean, if you tell somebody, do you think Black Lives Matter? Everybody's answer is going to be yes. Because pretty sure they believe that every life counts.
That's pretty obvious. Yeah.
Right. But like I said, you talk to some. I would never understand why my generation, and I've said it many times, I'm a millennial, but why do you guys like Bernie Sanders again? The socialist? Yeah. Why do you like him? What is it about him that you like? Oh, he's going to get rid of your college debt. He's going to make school free. Okay, do you know how he's going to do that? He's going to raise taxes on your parents, and he's going to raise taxes on you.
Exactly.
Once
they didn't think that far ahead. They didn't think that far ahead.
See, the problem is with most of these politicians, especially him and other people like that, is they promise the world, especially to younger people who, they don't know. They're 18, 17 years old, so it sounds good to them, but them, of course, they don't know that it's never going to get, that stuff was never going to get passed anyway. Not with this type of a Congress. So that's not going to get passed. And that gets wasted. And then he's 70-something years old. Like all these people, that's what I'm talking about. All these people, Trump, Biden, Sam, like all these people are old. Like that doesn't represent America, does it? So
and by the way,
Bernie
Shaq,
Sanders Bernie Sanders has been making those comments since the 80s. I'm sorry to cut you off there. I just wanted to make that statement.
They have been in position of power for decades and
not
done a damn thing.
Not done anything. Like Bernie Sanders named a post office. That was his biggest accomplishment. So like.
As a German, I can say free schooling is great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would have loved to have free school when I was going to school. That's not possible.
How high is your taxes in Germany, Dennis?
The highest tax you can get is 43%.
Jesus.
And what level?
That's the highest income tax. And then we have social insurance that comes by it, but they have a high spot. If you earn over a certain amount, they will not grow with your income. So you just have a fixed amount. They get off of you. If you between just say 80 and 120,000 euros a year, you just have to pay an enormous amount of money to the government. But if you're above 120,000 a year, it gets smaller and smaller. Just the highest income tax grows with, but the social insurance stays the same. And if you're under 80,000, you're at 35% income tax, and then the highest amount of that is the social insurance. I give nearly 50% of my income to the German state.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, man.
Now,
I mean,
there's no such
for the
thing.
state of Florida, we get.
There's no such thing as free. Okay. So a very basic economic point is that anything that's called free is being paid somewhere else by us.
You.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
But
There ain't no such thing as a free
everybody
lunch.
has the same chances due to free school. That's what I like.
Okay.
It's
Well, see.
not that. My neighbor who has a better job and can afford a better school for his kids. He can do it because we have something called we have private schools also, but they're not so common like in the US.
Well, imagine a lot of the problem in America with the college tuition problem and kids being in debt is a lot of it is decision making. So a kid goes into college and decides they want to get a degree in some random stupid thing that makes no sense.
Gender studies.
Yeah, something that has
Gender
no
studies.
job or no skill to actually make a living. And then you owe $60,000 now to because of a degree that you can't even get hired at McDonald's because of it as a manager. Okay? That decision making.
That's dumb.
That's exactly. If I'm going to pay $60,000 for a degree, I better be coming out of there knowing how to fix every single car on the planet, knowing how to repair some kind of spaceship or some shit. Okay? All I know is that I better know how to do something. Okay?
Right. A lot of colleges and
FemLit's not going to do
You're talking
that.
to a college. You're talking to a college student right now. A lot of colleges, and I'm glad I go to a school like UCF, because if I went to UC Berkeley, I think I'd be thrown out within the first week for having a different opinion, because a lot of these colleges, they have these big time leftist ideals. Listen, I'm going to make one thing clear, and I want to state this for the record.
Dude, it's more like
I'm
90%.
a centrist. Huh?
It's more like 90%.
Yeah, well, what I'm stating this for the record. I am a centrist. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a liberal. Like I said, I'm willing to listen to both sides of the spectrum, and then I'll try to make my own educated opinion. I don't know if I've ever stated that before, but I'm making that statement now. First of all, I've read a couple of comments already. I think it was Psycho Mantis who said it. If anybody who lives in New York's 14th district, please vote out AOC for all that, for everything that is,
Can I
holy.
tell you? Well, before you continue, can I tell you, since I don't live in that county, but I live near it, and can I tell you, nobody votes in that county.
I know.
Oh God. So the reason why she won is because, first of all, the old person, the guy who she was running against, was old as hell. So, trust me, it's not my fault because I don't live there. But
oh my
God, it's not a big voting district.
Do you know what I think she
No,
is?
I've seen her speak.
I literally believe.
idiot.
Okay. Maybe I'm kind of serious, maybe joking, but still, hear me out. She might be the greatest weapon ever utilized by a political party in the history of the United States. What if it turns out that she is a Republican who is supposed to be the biggest dumbass of all time on purpose?
Dude, you're lucky you don't live here.
I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like it.
She's in front of the camera every single time, and the news loves her. They love her. Because she gives them what they want. Like I was saying earlier, if you can get somebody to say what you to give you a good headline and give you a good soundbite for your 6 o'clock newscast, you got it. AOC is all that. I mean, it's a whole lot of nothing, but there you go.
Oh my God, she's such a moron. Like I've heard her speak.
That's what I'm saying.
I've heard her speak,
Nobody can be this stupid.
Exactly. Oh my God.
Nobody can be this
Apparently
stupid. It's
can.
got to
She
be
has
on purpose. It's got to be on purpose. It's just
She had that Green New Deal thing. It's just like, good Lord. And the people at TYT, they love her. I'm like, are you people stupid?
Oh well, they're okay.
what?
They're basically a news organization made up of a bunch of AOCs. So,
oh my God,
there you go. There's your answer for that. So,
no, I've watched some of their stuff. Like they were calling Elon Musk a piece of crap. Like, for what?
Just for the record, Elon Musk might be the most important human alive right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Because he
might
defied the California order, which is not even an order; it's a mandate. It's a stay-at-home mandate, not a stay-at-home order. Like, what?
I'm just talking about. I'm talking about our future as humanity, and in 500 years, they may look back on Elon Musk as like a legendary person, and we don't even know it yet. So, not saying he is going to be. I'm just saying though that what he's dabbling with right now is very, very interesting. Could decide a lot of things about our future. So,
look, all I know is I don't care which mainstream media you want to talk about. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, TYT, you name it, they all have an agenda to push. They all have their own political narrative.
Because they're all owned by corporations. They're all owned by gigantic conglomerates who decide for themselves what they're going to talk about.
Right. I mean, when you hear Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian speak, it's just, oh my God!
I can't listen to them.
Moronic crap! Yeah. What stupidity are you gonna come up with this time? And I'm sorry. And listen, Aaron, you brought up that Brett Favre story a couple weeks ago, and I think I thought I may have stepped overboard when I started talking about TYT and going a little political there, and I wanted to apologize for that. Because I thought that was a little bit of an inappropriate placement at that time.
Well, we were trying. We were just trying to keep a no politics kind of policy. But now it's impossible because the NFL has done nothing but become a political party, basically. So
it's not just the NFL; it's the NBA. Even soccer's doing it. Oh, by the way, I know Jason was asking me this earlier in the show, how did the soccer games turn out? I mean, Man U won, Arsenal won, and Chelsea took victory, and so did Leicester City.
Who asked you that?
I mean,
No problem. Liverpool's champion. Ooh, ooh.
I'm proud. Hey, you're welcome. I'm a Chelsea fan. Without us, you wouldn't be champions right now. We
that's
beat
correct,
Manchester City there.
Yeah.
I'm a big Chelsea fan. I'm hoping that we get that top 4 spot, and I'm hoping that that Manchester City's appeal gets denied because they're trying to appeal their 2-year ban from the UEFA. I got a family member who's a Man U fan, and they're sitting at number 5. So I'm hoping Man U can get in without Chelsea having to get knocked out.
Yep.
I don't follow soccer, but I tell you what, though, the red coat, he made me like rugby. I like rugby. So
rugby's fun.
Yeah.
If you've ever watch a rugby game. I mean, it's a little hard to follow for me, but because I don't get to see many games.
Well, I got the privilege of watching it for the first time with the red coat, so he explained everything. And it's much easier when someone's sitting right next to you going, okay, that's that. Because if I had to look it up, like look up the rules and then watch the game, it doesn't connect you know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like
rugby moves so much faster than football. Like you'd be shocked at how fast it moves.
Oh yeah, that's a fast moving game. You see that pile? That pile is moving. I've played a game of rugby one time in my life. But getting back to what I was saying before, like I said, these people, they all have an agenda to push. And the thing with the NFL, I find that extremely divisive. The song, I actually heard the song today, it's a beautiful song. I mean, the song makes a lot of sense. I think the song came out in 1900, if I'm not mistaken.
1919.
The song has been sang before,
The song is beautiful.
and nobody cares. Okay, it's just
Right,
when
the
you
song is-
when you call it the anthem.
Yeah,
That
the Black
is
national anthem.
that
like,
is
what is that?
a different
That is
thing now.
divisive as can be.
So,
But why?
But
how
it
in
wasn't
the hell?
called that before. That's what I said
Yeah.
earlier. I don't know if you heard me.
Now you
Right.
have a black national anthem. I don't think there is a white or yellow national anthem. Or did we have national anthem? I don't know about.
no,
that's the
no,
thing.
Dennis.
There is- yeah.
I was just gonna say the regular anthem is the white national anthem. That's how they're trying to make it now. They're trying to make it to where
okay.
the American
Oh,
flag
I
and the
actually
national
said
anthem is
something-
just for
Go ahead.
us, just for me, not for Shaq, but for me.
No,
That's
the national anthem is for everyone who lives in this country. That's
It's for everybody,
or,
man.
or who's born in this country. Just
It's supposed to be uniting.
Like
Oh,
the song itself, really, you can sing it and not be black. But I mean, the only reason why it's considered that is because black. They didn't call it an anthem, like I said earlier. It was called a hymn. So, but the only way it turned into an anthem is just in the last week since the NFL decided, hey, let's do this for week 1.
damn it.
then
Listen,
then Shaq,
I
if
said
they're so
something earlier
serious,
on.
then why not every game?
Okay.
Right.
You see my point?
Maybe they want to see how
Where
this
does it end?
turns out.
But exactly, they want to see how it turns out. It means
They
they're
wanna
full of
see the-
shit.
That's what they always do. That's what they always do. They test the waters to see what the public is. That's what
'Cause it
they did
means
with
nothing
the
to
Deflategate.
them.
They did it with everything. It's like another moneymaker. That's all.
Hello,
And
guys.
Who sings this? Whitney Houston.
Well, she can't.
Well, it would be
Houston passed
interesting.
away,
Okay,
Mariah Carey?
now Whitney Houston
Oh,
singing it would be a ratings bonanza.
It would. It would. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would.
Oh, yeah.
But with everyone's love
Okay.
for zombies and The Walking
is a
Dead
good
and all that,
point.
it could be interesting. So
Oh my God! Don't get
I
me
mean, they
started
have-
on
they have
zombies. I'm gonna
holograms.
get into that too.
They have
We're gonna
holograms.
get
Like
into that,
like
but I'll get into
Tupac
that
had
in
a
second.
Tupac had a hologram. I mean, maybe they could do a Whitney Houston hologram. You know what I mean?
Tyree Vaughn
maybe
sent
that's your
another super chat. Tyree Vaughn sent a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Tyree. You're freaking awesome, dude.
But then he says something.
Huh?
He says something below that.
Oh, he said, put it to good use. I want this channel to grow. Absolutely. We put a lot into this channel. So, absolutely. And when I get back home to the United States in our apartment, we've got big plans for a new design. So, I want to get it to where you guys can see all of me. So, like at maybe a desk or something like that, but more professional looking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
Kind of like
love
a
to do
first
that.
take kind of thing, like
Yeah,
when you see-
I think it'd be cool. Like if we have that, and then being back in LA, we can have on guests in person. So we want to talk to like maybe some players. Maybe we talk to the Chargers and the Rams and see if we can get like players, maybe rookies and stuff, people who nobody talks to or wants to talk to. Maybe we can get them to come on. You never know. So
Listen, guys, I wanted to bring something up that I said earlier in the show, and nobody responded to it. So I think I'm right. I said that I bet that nobody knows the full national anthem besides the first couple of lines, because
do.
the national anthem is actually a lot longer. You say that now, but okay. I said that earlier in the show. I'm just messing with you guys. Relax. But
dude, I know
but
the
yeah,
entire
I said
poem.
that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I know
four.
the entire
It's four.
German national anthem. Still
No, I'm saying our national anthem, the American national anthem, where it says, everybody knows it's like 8 lines. Everybody knows 8 lines of it, but it's a lot more than 8 lines.
Sure.
If you guys didn't know that.
But that's not the anthem. That's a poem. It's different. So.
And every one of you knows the complete national anthem of Spain.
We do?
Because they have no text.
Like I said, I mean, with the whole thing with socialism socialism and communism, it hasn't worked. Where has it worked? This is what gets me upset when people talk about Marxism and we're trained Marxists and we believe in social democratic socialism. Like, no, dude, socialism doesn't work.
Listen.
There's only been one country where it may have worked, and that's China. If that, someone brought up China because they've been able to change it around and make it work.
Well, I think all the people dying and being
work in
thrown in
China.
prisons in China would probably disagree with that. But now, communism, the idea of it, for it to work and to be good, it requires several things. It requires people to stop being greedy. It requires people to exactly. It requires people to want to work for the betterment of each other only. It requires that we are good people and we care about each other. When the fuck is that going to happen? All right?
Never.
That's not coming.
I mean,
so it's always going to fail.
Good to its own people. I'm sorry. When was the government good to its own people in Soviet Russia or in Nazi Germany? Oh wait, let me remind everybody that in Nazi Germany they tried to exterminate an entire religion. So you got to be good to each other, but the government can treat you like trash. Good going.
That's generally how it works, but
Nazi Germany doesn't have nothing to do with communism.
Yes, it does. Hitler
it's got a lot of socialist policies.
No.
I think that's what he meant.
Wasn't a communist.
No, he wasn't a communist. No.
He
was a fascist. I know. Well, he was a fascist. He was definitely a fascist.
I think you were referring more
to. But not a communist.
I'm referring to economic policies. I'm not talking about. So.
Yeah.
I don't know what Gabe was referring to.
Wait, oh no, I was saying that Hitler was just was a dictator, and he was along that same line with Stalin and Castro.
You just meant in general that not doing good for the okay.
Right, and then the gentleman said that, I'm sorry, I don't know his name. I don't know your name, dude. But
Dennis.
Wait a minute. Then what was Hitler if he wasn't a dictator and a fascist or a communist? What was he then? Because I'm pretty good at World War II history. So, take a shot. I really want to see this.
Well, we have a German on right now. Ask him.
Right, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking him.
Okay.
What was he?
He was a dictator and a fascist. I just said, because we were referring to communism and then you mentioned Hitler, that I thought you wanted to say that Hitler was a communist, and he's not a communist.
But
I can't tell if that's supposed to go, that just went over my head, or if that's spitting facts right now.
No, he misunderstood your intent. You weren't saying that Hitler was a commie. You were saying just regimes that oppress their own people and then call it glorious and try to make it look great. So he just misunderstood your intention. He thought you were saying that Hitler was a commie. So just miscommunication. Misunderstanding.
Okay. My bad.
Basically, it's called National Socialism ideology of Hitler.
Well, the Nazi Party stands for National Socialist Party. Yeah. So, but that's the economic as far as those things go, but not complete commie. No. But anyway, irrelevant. The point is that these are fucked up people who claim that it's for the betterment of mankind while they're slaughtering people. When someone says that shit to me, I'm like, okay, what's the catch?
People get killed. Isn't that
people
enough of a catch?
Do the and not to shit on Bulgaria here, but just to give you an example of how communism works is that in the lies they tell. Okay. Here during communism in Bulgaria, they came up with this idea that made the people of Sofia, of the capital city, made them think that living in Sofia was a prestigious thing. It was a privilege. And if you didn't work and didn't follow the party's guidelines, then you would be banished and have to go live in a village or a small town somewhere in Bulgaria. And so if someone went missing, everyone would be okay with it because everyone would say, oh, well, he didn't want to work, or he was lazy, or didn't want to help out, so he just sent away to a village or something. Yeah, that's not what
Sounds
happened.
like North Korea to me.
The people that were disappeared
That sounds smart.
were sent to a fucking gulag, all right?
Yeah.
And nobody asks questions about where you are. If you send them to a gulag, then there are going to be people who are going to be like, where did he go? And looking into it. But if you tell them that, oh, he was kicked out because he's not part of our prestigious society, nobody asks questions. In fact, they become a villain when they go missing. That's brilliant, dude. It's freaking brilliant. Now.
And that's in Bulgaria?
That happened in Bulgaria during communism.
Bulgaria?
Yeah. But what a great lie, right? What a great lie. And that's what it is right now.
But they ended up in gulags, though. Didn't you say that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
that's what I'm saying. That's how they eliminated their competition. People who spoke against the party, take it away.
Yeah. But only till 1991.
Listen to Milena. What'd you say, Milena?
We didn't even know those existed.
They didn't know they existed.
After the fall of communism, we started finding out, but they were secret.
Just like the Germans didn't know the KZs existed, where they brought the people. Yeah.
The closest thing the Germans probably thought that they had, if you asked them back then, they would have probably thought war camps, prisoner of war camps, which every country had those. We had them. They had no idea what was really happening. I mean, that's not something you're going to talk about. But, yeah, I'm sure the average German just probably thought, oh, they're war camps or something, right? Prisoners, that's probably where they hold prisoners or something. Like standard operating procedure for a war. Nope. Well, it was that too, but it was also other stuff. Extracurricular activities.
Well, yeah, the people who opposed them.
People who opposed them, yes.
They were enemies of the state.
Enemies of the state. That's what they declare you, enemies of the state. Right. Today, that version of being declared an enemy of the state is the word racist. So now, if you're the enemy of the state, if you're an enemy of the party, you are a racist. That's how they destroy you. That's how they get you fired from your job. That's how they ruin your career. And that's the new word.
And a lot of times
listen, I want to bring up a kind of a story that kind of made me feel it kind of felt good in a twisted way. There was a girl who went on her TikTok. And she said, if I hear another person say, all lives matter, I'm going to stab them. It was a Harvard senior.
Nice.
She said, I'm going to stab them. And then she was going to look at them like they're bleeding out and say, my cut matters 100%
too. Correct.
That ass got fired at her job, or the job that she was supposed to get. They let her go. Like, oh, Trump supporters got me fired. Like, there was no sense of accountability on her part. Like, you said,
I can feel you.
If you say all lives matter, that means I'm gonna make your life not matter.
No, and then she said she was gonna show them her paper because they might cut matters too. Like, oh, because And then when she started crying on TikTok after she had lost a job that she had worked so hard to get, I don't know, but I'll take her word for it this time around. But then she's like, oh, Trump supporters aren't going to keep me down. Like, I'm too strong for this. The Trump supporters got me fired. Like, no, honey.
Maybe threatening people's lives got you fired, you dumb bitch.
But there's no accountability.
Yeah.
God forbid you haven't. God forbid. What the hell? So pulling down statues of people who freed the slaves, because they've pulled down statues of Abraham Lincoln already, that's good. That's a great thing to do.
I can't understand it.
I need to ask a question, Shaq. If you don't want to answer it, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you feel comfortable, I'd like to know.
No, it's okay.
I'm sure you heard about the Lincoln statue that they're wanting to take down in New York City. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that statue. It's very famous. And it's actually a copy of the one in Washington, D.C. But that statue, when I saw it, or I've always thought of that statue, I thought it was implying the black man is not kneeling to Lincoln, he is rising.
Rising up.
Am I wrong?
Thanks. Just
No.
interpretation.
Oh,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Well, good. So, what the hell are they doing?
Oh God.
I don't know.
I never
Aaron,
thought of it as him kneeling to the white man. I was like, do you know what the Emancipation Proclamation is? Do you know what the Civil War is? You ever heard of those things?
But this is where it goes back to civics class, and we need education. Education is the key, and we don't have any of that. That's why got all these kids tearing down statues. They don't know who these people are. Number one, they just Google it one time and see, oh, slave, and they're like, oh, bad person, bad statue down.
Shaq, do you feel like as a black man you have conquered all racism because they took Aunt Jemima off of the syrup? Just wondering.
Yeah, I feel that as a people that, and I'm going to speak for all black people because, of course, I speak for all black people always.
Of course.
I think that taking off Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben and the cream of wheat guy, I think that solved everything. We're all done. Racism is finished.
Good job.
There's good job, everyone. We don't need to do anything else.
Now we must get rid of the Italian on this spaghetti you can buy.
Yeah. I mean,
Chef
how
Boyardee.
How did lumberjacks feel about the bounty guy? Or I mean, the brawny guy. Like,
offensive.
It's
a stereotype.
People with beard.
I can't live up to that stereotype of the brawny guy. Okay, I'm thin.
And you know what's the problem? Nobody is talking how the god of war from the Roman Empire feels about the Mars.
The God of War. I thought you were gonna say God of War video game.
Yeah, the Mars bar. Nobody asks him. That's racism at its finest.
Did you hear about the racist fish?
Listen, actually, guys, you know what? Guys, I really want to say something. Hello?
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
saying, did you all hear about the
Now that someone's already mentioned zombies, someone else is mentioning video games. It's time. I'm gonna get this out there already. Okay, who's played The Last of Us?
Hang on, we got $5 super chat from Psycho Mantis. He says, "I'm Irish and Mickey Mouse offends me because of the term Mick."
Nice.
I could see that, I guess. Yeah. So, yeah.
I played The Last of Us 1, but not 2.
I feel like we're tackling a bunch of social issues tonight. I mean, we're getting rid of Aunt Jemima. Now we're going to get rid of Mickey Mouse. We're going to get rid of
Get rid of Quaker. What about the Quakers from Pennsylvania?
Oh, that's right. He's got to go too.
Quaker guy.
You know, when I was a kid, I don't know if I mentioned
if
I mentioned this last week or not, but as a kid, when we had breakfast and you look at Aunt Jemima or you look at the cream of wheat guy, I always thought they were just famous cooks.
Yeah.
Famous chefs or whatever. That's what I thought. I didn't think anything. Like, who thinks up this shit? It's weird.
I don't know.
Like, and by the
People
way,
who are bored and looking for a reason to get upset.
Shaq, think about this. What if the people behind removing those things are actually racist? What if they're white supremacist and that's their way of removing you off of shit?
Then that's fucked up.
Would that not be a genius plan, like, to do that? So
that would be hilarious.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how freaking stupid! These are American icon people. These are cultural icons. Everyone knows these people. Everybody. There's not a American kid alive who did not know what that was, or any of them who they were.
I don't think Abraham Lincoln is known throughout the world.
He is or isn't?
Hello, guys.
Lincoln is known throughout the whole world.
Probably
not just in America.
Him in Washington, but no. I was talking about Aunt Jemima and stuff. I know that those are very American products. That's in every kitchen. I don't know if they have them in Europe. But,
Uncle Ben's, but the Aunt Jemima we don't have here.
It's great syrup, by the way. So it's racist. It's racist syrup, but it's really good. So
please.
Nowadays, it's racist syrup.
It's a racist syrup. I didn't know syrup could be racist, but I'm glad we're.
Oh, guys, I wanted to get back to my
tackling
point
the big issues.
I wanted to bring up. I wanted to bring up my point about The Last of Us because I played both. The first game, you know, it's about a guy.
That's a big
He
switch.
he loses his daughter. He ends up having to deliver this girl to a gang called the Fireflies. He ends up redeveloping what it feels like to be a dad after 20 years after losing his kid. And I'm not going to spoil the ending for anyone who hasn't played it, but, you know, then there's that. If you play the DLC, you'll see that Ellie, the girl that was supposed to be recruited by the Fireflies, it's a prequel to the first game. She kisses her friend that is a female. You know, I said, pop kiss, you know, nothing too serious, and she says sorry. In the second game, though, oh Lord, there's this big turnaround.
Wait.
No
Stop,
spoilers,
stop,
no
stop,
spoilers.
Stop. No spoilers if you're talking about the second game. Nightwalker wants to play it and doesn't want to know what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking about how progressive the game is. How far along is he?
I don't know, but it can't be that great of a point, important enough. I mean, don't do that. So we're just leave that one. Save it for later. So.
Oh man, no, because there's a point of the progressiveness even in video games. Like there's this big diversity checklist. Do you have a gay person? Do you have a bi person? Do you have a transgender person? Do you have
Hollywood
this person?
doing that, but yeah.
And it's just like, dude, I'm here to play video games. I'm not here to make a political statement.
It's just like last week. If the film is good, if the game is good, I will play it and I will watch it. I don't care if it's a black man, a white man, a yellow man, a yellow woman, a red woman. It's fucking not necessary who the main character is. If it's good, I will play and watch it.
Shaq, is it racist for me to say that my favorite character in GTA 5 is Franklin? Does that make me racist? I'm not sure, but I love being Franklin.
Who doesn't? I mean, who doesn't love being Franklin?
It's fun.
All you have to do is follow the damn train, CJ.
San Andreas is my favorite Grand Theft Auto game ever. It is the best Grand Theft Auto game. I will hear no debate.
I never played it.
Grand Theft
I never
Auto
started playing until 4.
I mean, Franklin's whole idea is like he wants to make more of himself, more out of himself, right? I mean, isn't that his whole deal, like his whole story?
Yes, but he's black, and it's stereotypical of me to play a black character who is in the ghetto and then rises up and buys cool shit.
You're white.
And,
okay.
Yeah. So it's that I enjoyed being Franklin. I'm wondering if that is offensive.
No,
so
man.
I'm just curious. Like
I said, the thing about that's why I love Grand Theft Auto. They're not at that point yet where there's just big giant diversity list that you have to follow. Like I said, The Last of Us 2, like I was saying, there's this big diversity checklist that it's like they seem to follow. It's just like, dude, can we just play a video game without having to?
Grand Theft Auto 5.
See all this crap?
Nobody is safe in that game. They make fun of everyone. Okay, if you're Trevor, okay, the white trash dude that lives up north, right? If you're Trevor,
actually he's Canadian, but okay. He's Canadian. Trevor is Canadian.
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh no, I was just saying, like, people didn't know that. Like, people don't know that Trevor's actually Canadian. If you play the game, he's actually Canadian, which is really funny.
A lot, and they're always giving him shit about being Canadian in the story. But anyway, he lives in the northern part of the map, so like way out there in Melnor. But anyway, he's white trash. Like, he's the trashiest of white trash you can possibly get, and he goes on these rampages. And you get to shoot up rednecks. You get to shoot up bikers. You get to shoot up black dudes in the ghetto who are gangsters. You get to shoot up Mexicans. You get to
shoot at the army.
You get to shoot at the army. You get to shoot at liberals in downtown Hollywood. Nobody is safe in that game.
Because Franklin is Mr. Conservative, right? Isn't that his own nickname?
I think he doesn't shoot Christians.
Right.
Actually,
yeah, of course.
They're not in the game at all. They're not in the game at all.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I was very disappointed that I could not go into the House of Scientology and kill all those fuckers. I tried getting in there, okay? I used a rocket launcher at the front door. Now, those people outside that were hanging out, the Scientologists out front, I killed them. But I couldn't get in. I wanted to kill David, what's his name, David McTavish? Or whatever.
Yeah,
I wanted
the
to
main guy.
Yeah. I wanted to go in there and get him. But I have to say, the music that they play when you walk up to it is really good. The little space age tune thing that they play is good. But that guy who sells each character, he sells you drugs, gives you drugs, and then you start hallucinating and you're seeing clowns and aliens and shit like that. Was there ever a point to that sequence? Like, I still don't know who that guy is and why he was out there. But that game, nobody is safe in that game. Everyone is offended in that game. If you no matter where you come from, what race you are, where you live, what class you are, you were insulted in this game. So you're basically. I'm just saying though that they just went hardcore on everybody. Like they did not pull any punches. A lot of them. But the people they went after the hardest were the people I can't stand the most, and that's the people who live in West Hollywood and that area.
Yeah, you got half your face showing in a big cheesy smile.
Oh my god! I was going to this party last night, and those people, those entitled idiots. I love messing with them. It's really fun. So.
So basically, every GTA is like Jimmy Carr, the comedian.
Pretty much. I mean, there was one group that they made fun of in Vice City. They actually got to the point where they're actually protesting in front of Rockstar headquarters.
Really?
If you played Vice City, if you played Vice City, you have one of the original.
That's my favorite game of GTA.
Yeah, it was the Haitian gang. Like they censored the crap out of it when you get to the Haitian. Like they took out all things that were related to Haitians. Like then they censored a whole bunch of scenes. Like when you see look that up. Censorship in
you can have
Vice
sex
City.
with a prostitute in your car and then murder her afterwards, but talking about Haiti is a problem.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it was back in Vice
Very
City.
confused.
I'm like, really?
Very confused.
I'm a Cuban man, and Cubans were part of the game as well. Tommy would help out the Cuban gang too.
You're
so it's
Cuban?
like, dude, I'm half Cuban.
I thought you were from Indonesia.
Very funny. I'm from Miami.
Where were you born?
That's why when I said it. I was born in Miami.
You're not Cuban. Sorry. That's a country.
If you say so.
It's a country.
I know. I'm Cuban. I'm Cuban by blood and American by birth.
What does that mean? Cuban by blood. What does that mean? It does not compute.
Now you're just screwing with me.
I'm actually dead serious.
No, I don't think he's screwing with you. He's serious.
Well, my mom was born in Cuba, and my father was born to Cuban parents.
But you aren't.
And you were born in Miami, so you're American.
You're American.
Yeah, well, I do consider myself an American. Of course I do. But my blood, my nationality would be Hispanic.
There you go.
But
there you go.
I'm as far.
You're
Trust me,
Hispanic.
I'm not politically correct. I'm not one of those people. But I'm just saying,
No. I'm actually trying to make it. I'm trying to make it correct now. It's politically correct to say Cuban American. I'm trying to say it's ridiculous. The last time I checked,
I said, I am one.
Shaq, were you born in Africa?
Mad about that crap.
That's right. Shaq was born in Zimbabwe. I forgot.
Oh.
Apparently. So. Oh no.
Actually,
no. Shaq's from Jamaica.
Yeah, I thought Shaq was from Jamaica. I thought he said that before, but
yeah.
But
Jamaica, man. And, honestly, a lot of us thought that's really where he was from.
Because
I don't think he's listening.
Gabe, if you go by blood.
Oh, he wasn't. I was like,
if you
at the end of the day, listen. At the end of the day, we're all American. Like we all live, You know, we're all American. You live in America. You're here legally. You're an American in my eyes.
But that's the problem with the hyphen stuff. It makes people feel that they're not fully American. With that hyphen, listen, like Queen Elizabeth I said, no one can serve two masters, and you can't serve two countries. It's not. One of them is going to take precedent for you. One of them, no matter what. Okay? I don't care where you're from, who you are. I always ask the question, like I say, okay, you were born in, let's say, Spain, but you live in America, and you have to press a button and nuke one of them. Which one do you do? The one that you nuke, or the one that you don't nuke? That is what you are.
What you are.
I'm sorry. That's easy then. I'm American.
Exactly.
And like I said, I'm sorry. And anyway, my grandparents left Cuba because of Fidel Castro.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because a lot of people seem to be confused, including Colin Kaepernick, who thinks he's a hero. So.
Oh my God!
See,
listen. First of all, I want to say something really quick. I want to switch gears just 1 second, and then I'll get into Colin Kaepernick. Because you know what? I got something to say about that guy. Oh, go ahead, Shay.
I was gonna say that, and I agree with it. I just hate the term African American because again, it segments you, and it's like, well, yes, I'm black, but I'm also Caribbean. I'm also this, and I'm also that. So you know, of course you don't have time to this everything you are, but it segments you, and so like I've always hated that term.
Maybe we go back to the beginning of our race and just say we're all African.
Exactly, we're all the same color at the end of the day. At some point, when you trace back all of our roots, we're all African to some degree. Like you cannot escape that.
Wait, what? I thought we started out as white, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Yeah, I thought we were apes.
Nope.
I have been lied to.
The blue, damn it!
I thought Jesus was blonde haired and blue eyed.
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
Jesus spread his blood all over the world.
This is the worst thing I've ever heard since I heard Santa Claus was white.
Okay, guys, I wanted to bring something up real quick. As you guys know, I am probably the biggest, most diehard Florida Gator fan in the VonAllen Sports fan base. And I wanted to bring this up. The Florida Gators are actually getting rid of the song Gator Bait. It's a cheer that we do.
And why?
For the opponent.
It's for cocksucking.
Yeah, we're getting rid of it. So like when the opponent would come to town, you go do Gator Bait. We took that out. I believe the Gator Bait thing was actually started by a black person, which is ironic as hell. But that part you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Is it ironic or is it just some people who are just having outrage? Because I think it's people who, again,
actually, Florida. I didn't even know this until I actually looked it up that day, about a month ago. When it comes to Gator Bait, alligator bait, what people would do was that they would take like black babies, like in Florida and in Louisiana, and they would use them literally as gator bait. Like that was a real thing. Like they would use babies as alligator bait. I forgot for what reason, but yeah, they would use them as alligator bait. Like,
everyone knows the best bait for alligators are Hispanic people, preferably from Cuba.
Yeah. Right.
Everyone knows that. Duh. Why do you think there are so many gators in Florida?
Yeah, they taste spicy, like Shaq said.
Yeah, we got that spicy kick to us.
That's offensive.
Yeah.
But
from all
but
of the
yeah, that was a
apples.
literal thing. That's what people in Louisiana or Florida would do. They would use the babies as gator bait. But you know, when I always heard gator bait, I always knew it as a as a cheer against the opponent. Like if you ain't a Gator, then you're Gator bait. I always say it.
Gators suck.
Who is that?
Florida State Gator. That would be my brother. He's
This is Gabe's brother.
Yeah,
I didn't even know you had siblings. I thought you were hatched in an egg.
Yeah, my brother and I, when it comes to sports, we have the most endless rivalry that will ever exist in the history of time. He likes the Hurricanes, I like the Gators. He likes the Dolphins, I like the Patriots. He likes the Blue Jays, I like the Yankees. He likes Barcelona, I like Real Madrid.
Okay, first of all, I feel very sad for your brother because he likes the Miami Dolphins.
Yes, our condolences.
He likes the Heat, I like the Celtics. No, you know what? Listen, I can deal with the fact that he likes the Dolphins because thank God we both hate the Jets, and thank God we both hate the Seminoles. The Florida State Seminoles. I couldn't deal with that crap if you were a Seminole fan.
Seminoles
Oh God,
is offensive.
the war would never end.
I think everybody hates the Jets. I don't know any Jets fan.
Their existence is offensive.
I do.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen.
I don't know.
If we're going to
Jet fans are
cancel
suckers for
everything
punishment.
in this cancel culture, if we're going to cancel everything, can we at least get something on our side? Can we get rid of the Jets? Can we cancel
That would
them?
be great.
Like, can we get that done, please? Because that's a good deal. So.
Oh, I'll take it. I mean, the Jets have no reason to exist.
Huh?
Maybe they sign Colin
Browns,
Kaepernick.
at least the Browns, they suck, but at least the Browns,
But
they're
nobody
like the
hates them.
Cubs. They're like the lovable losers.
The lovable losers, yeah.
Yeah, nobody hates the Browns. You're in
You know what? Speaking of cancel, we need to cancel. We need to cancel Coke. You know why? Because their mascot is a white polar bear. Why isn't it a grizzly bear?
And yet the best part about polar bears is they're actually black. Yeah, that's right. They're
My
black
God,
and
I didn't realize it.
the snow deflects from the fur, and so they're looking white.
I'll tell you what, man. A lot of things are getting revealed to me tonight that I'm just in shock.
So yeah, the Gators lost their Gator bait chant.
But I would cancel
That's very sad.
for the Santa Claus.
They only lost it because they let it.
Yeah, they got rid of it because of what it
You can
meant,
only
but I
lose
mean,
what you allow people to take. Okay?
Right, and it's really sad because when you hear Gator bait, at least when the average fans hear Gator bait, they know you're talking about the Florida Gators, and they're talking about the opponent. Like, if you ain't a Gator, then you're Gator bait. Like, it's just a fact. Like, Florida State Gator bait, Tennessee Gator bait, Gator bait, Alabama Gator bait. Get out of here. LSU Gator bait. That's the way the world works.
I just keep hearing the word gay.
Gator bait. Very funny. Oh yeah, getting back to Colin Kaepernick though, so we can get off the subject of college football before you lose whatever viewers you have left.
You said get off.
Seriously. Huh?
You said get off. Come on, nobody remembers Beavis and Butthead?
Beavis and Butthead, yeah. I remember that. It took me a second. I don't remember that little laugh. But yeah, Colin Kaepernick, holy mother of Christ. Look, I understood why he took a knee in the first place, because I do think that there is some police brutality that needs to be addressed, like Devin Chauvin. Oh my God, I can't believe I almost mixed those names up. Devin Chauvin. Oh my God, that's completely reckless. That's a complete overstep of police work. That's not police work. That's just straight up brutality.
What's that got to do with Colin Kaepernick?
But with Colin Kaepernick, you're wearing socks with a pig on it and a police hat. Like, what is that going to accomplish?
Exactly what's happening right now.
That's not going to do anything for your cause. And then you wait before a game against the Miami Dolphins. And need I remind you that in Miami, we have a very strong Cuban population. You praised Fidel Castro after he died? When all of Miami was celebrating that man's death? I mean, I'm the only one with enough morality to not speak ill of the dead, but I understood why everybody was celebrating because there were so many people whose families were torn apart by that guy.
I'll speak ill of the dead all day
And you're
long. Name it. Name them.
Che Guevara.
But are you kidding me? And you want to talk about how great Fidel was? So if Fidel was so great, why was everybody paddling on a boat and bringing their ass to Miami 90 miles in shark-infested waters? Get out of here, dude. That was one of those like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you?
It's like Shaq said,
then
though,
he starts-
no education. He clearly doesn't understand history, or maybe he likes it. Maybe he likes oppression. Maybe that's what he wants. So
yeah, you want to talk about oppression by cops, but then you want to talk about one of the biggest oppressors of all time. Like, really?
That's exactly
like,
the
how
point.
Stupid
It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
And see, the problem is people think that he is the spokesman. I mean,
I know.
He's chosen him to anoint himself, and then the media said, oh, hey, let's make him the spokesman of this movement, when he's not. He's not at all. But
he wasn't even at any of the protests. I mean, Jaylen Brown was at the protests in Atlanta. He drove from Boston to Atlanta to participate in a Black Lives Matter protest. Didn't hear anything about Kaepernick going out there doing any marching in the wake of the whole George Floyd situation. Like, that was his moment.
They don't want Colin talking because he's not very articulate. He's not very smart. His IQ is not very high. You can tell when he speaks. And so they're keeping him silent because as long as he doesn't talk, he's seen as a mythical figure and all this crap. Hero. Yeah.
A hero in what way? Listen. I'm not against kneeling for the national anthem. It's your right as an American to kneel for the national anthem. It's your right to burn the flag, much to my dismay, and much to, I believe that's really stupid, why you even bought the flag in the first place.
Yeah.
Flag burning isn't illegal.
Yeah, flag burning is illegal.
Not in this country.
In every country so far, I know.
Flag burning, last time I checked, flag burning is, I'm going to double check, but flag burning is not illegal in America.
As my whole life, I always thought it was illegal.
No, burning the flag is illegal. I mean, burning the flag is legal. Like, that is free speech. I don't agree with the flag,
didn't the Americans already have a law about the flag not touching the ground?
We have a lot of weird laws too, like a very specific. You're not even supposed to wear it as clothing. Things like that.
Right, you're not supposed to wear it as clothing. That's considered unpatriotic. And you're not supposed to leave it out in the rain. Like, those are considered unpatriotic, but you are, technically, in the eyes of the law, you are allowed to burn the flag. That is free speech. Like I said, I don't know why you would burn the flag, but I mean, it's the country you live in.
Same reason they burned Tom Brady's jersey in Boston after he went to Tampa Bay. People are fucking idiots.
Maybe.
No, I actually heard, I'm not going to say what YouTuber it was, but let's just say he is jumping up and down celebrating Cam Newton. I mean, he says that Brady is the GOAT. That'll never change. But he did use the word traitor. Go play with Gronk and all that. I'm like, okay, I don't think if Brady might, on a scale of 1 to 10, Brady might be a 2 in the traitor department or a 1.
How about
negative? I mean, he went to the Bucks.
How about 0?
I don't think Brady's a traitor. I mean, you know what? He played 20 years. He earned the right to move on. Without Brady, we don't have any history whatsoever. We don't have Super Bowls without Brady. But that's a different situation. Like I said, I'm not against Colin Kaepernick, kneeling for the national anthem, because the NFL doesn't have any rules saying you can't kneel for the national anthem. It's your right as an American. Go ahead, do it. But, you better be ready for the backlash that comes with it. I mean, I understood why. I think there's police issues going on. I don't deny it. But I'm not going to sit here.
But see, the problem is, sorry.
I'm not going to sit here and deny that there's issues going on in the world. Of course I won't. That would be a moronic
Colin
thing.
doesn't give a flying shit about police brutality.
Yeah.
The problem is,
right? I think it's more about getting his name out there because he could have beaten Blaine Gabbert. He could have beat out Blaine Gabbert for the starting job, for Christ's sake.
What got it all confused was the protest, yes, was initially about police brutality and racial injustice, but it turned into a decree against Trump because Trump decided to say SOBs and all that other stuff that he said. So it became something totally different than the message, the initial message. And so that's what got people confused, and that's why people think, oh, it's against this country, it's against this, because it's been conflated, and it's not. And so that's why I think, you know, people, they still have it confused. They're like, oh, it's disrespectful and it's this, but the message has been lost already. So people can continue.
I think the message has long been lost before that. The message, I believe, has long been lost before Trump even
that's where
took
I
office.
don't think me and Shaq agree on, and that's perfectly fine too. I don't think.
What I mean to say is, I don't mean that was specifically why, but I mean, I'm saying the players, the reason why they did it, it went from this to this, and then the issue then got conflated. That's what I mean. I don't mean to say, oh, that's the reason. I mean to say the players and the players had people confused because of they're reacting to something totally different than what the protest was about.
Well, that's not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is how it started. It never was about this. It never has.
Oh,
been.
Yes, I know.
And the other players that joined in believed it was, but Colin is who I'm focused on. Colin did it, hoping to become a distraction for the 49ers, so they'll give him what he wants.
He was upset because he wasn't starting, and he was crappy, and they benched him, and so he pouted on the bench.
Right.
And this was a preseason game, right?
For 3 weeks.
Right, but the problem was there's two issues with that. There's two issues. One, yes, and he wasn't even picked the starter over Blaine Gabbert, like that guy. But the other thing is that his coach at the time was Chip Kelly, who unfortunately had a reputation for he had some sort of a he didn't suck as a head coach at first, but when he started letting the black players go, like LaShawn McCoy and Deshaun Jackson in Philadelphia, that word racist came out, and it never got better from there. And the same issue, so I've heard people say the same issues with Kaepernick. Oh, he benched him because, you know, look at what he did in Philadelphia. He let all the black guys go and all that. So he's gonna cheat Kaepernick.
What did Colin do for his community? No.
Mm-hmm. Isn't he Middle Eastern or white or something, like Middle Eastern and white or something? I actually don't know.
He looks more Hispanic than black, but okay.
I always thought he looked Egyptian.
Kaepernick is not a Hispanic name, but okay.
Libyan or something like that. Well, the name is from his white adopted parents, but I think
the first name.
Yeah, but do you know he didn't do many things for his community? Marshawn Lynch is doing things for his community every year, day in, day out.
Oh, you guys want to hear something funny?
And nobody mentioned
on Google,
him.
Colin Kaepernick is listed as an American activist.
That's what he is.
Activist of what? Right. Activist of what?
I'd rather be known as a great quarterback in the NFL, but that's just me. Milena posted this 18 U.S. Code, desecration of the flag of the United States penalties. Whoever knowingly mutilates, defaces, physically defiles, burns, maintains on the floor or ground, or tramples upon the flag shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for not more than 1 year or both. It is very illegal, apparently.
Yeah, no. I'm going to put something out there that's going to counter that because that's not true. I actually just looked it up myself.
So what is this code she posted then?
There was a court case about this in the Supreme Court. It was Johnson as unconstitutional restrictions of public expression. Congress responded to the Johnson decision by passing a Flag Protection Act, only to see the court reaffirm Johnson by the same 5-4 majority in United States versus Hitchman, declaring that flag burning was constitutionally protected free speech. And again, the act is considered offensive by many, but flag burning is legal in the U.S. under Supreme Court rulings that is constitutionally protected speech under the First Amendment. So I don't know where exactly she's getting that from. Like I said, I'm not on YouTube right now. I'm on the call, so.
She got it from Cornell University Law. Cornell Law. That's what the link is.
Cornell. Flag burning.
I don't know. I know you can burn any flag in Germany, any other flag than the German flag in Germany.
I wonder if this code you found has been rescinded or altered. Maybe this was the original one. Maybe it used to be against the law. Because I'm looking right at it, guys. Cornell University law right here, 18 U.S. Code, desecration of the flag. It's right here. Clearly
Yeah,
states,
I'm looking at it too.
Clearly states it's illegal.
Yeah. Thing here. I'm trying to figure this out because.
Well, either way, regarding the kneeling, though, yeah, it is their prerogative to do that, and what that means is that they won't go to jail for it. But it doesn't mean you can't lose your job. Okay, if the NFL doesn't like it, that's the difference. Basically,
actually,
people want to do what they want. They want to do what they
flag.
want, and then when there's consequences, they say free speech. Well, wait a minute, that's not how it works. The freedom of speech just means that you will not be legally in trouble, but it doesn't mean that people won't criticize you and get pissed off either. So it works both ways. So
most people seem to forget it.
Why do police protect the flag burners? The same reason why no one's been arrested for knocking a statue over, but if any one of us did it, we'd be screwed. And the answer to that question is, I have absolutely no idea why. I have no idea why.
The police aren't protecting flag burners. It's constitutionally legal under the Supreme Court. You're gonna have to take that up with them. Like I said, I'm not for flag burning. I find that to be ridiculous. I find that to be.
Thank you, Professor
I find
Gabe.
flag burning to be stupid, but I mean, if it's protected by law, it's protected by law. I mean, there's nothing, I personally wouldn't burn a flag or kneel for the national anthem because this is the country that's given me life. Does America have its flaws? Absolutely. Would I trade anything in the world for this country? Hell no. I wouldn't trade my citizenship in America to live in any other country. So,
if you go back far enough, every single one of us are related to somebody who is a slave. You name it. There's somebody in our line that was. Going back, we're talking 5,000 years or more, at least. I mean, of what civilization that we know of, but modern civilization. But yeah, it's.
Let me ask, Aaron. Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
When you were talking about these things that were built in Europe, correct me if I'm wrong, weren't those places built on the backs of slaves?
What places? Be more specific.
I'm trying to remember. I know you were talking about Egypt earlier, like the pyramids.
Of course, and many of them were people that I'm related to. So it would be Hebrews or Hebrew slaves, but not just that. It was made up of people from everywhere. They had slaves from all over the place. And then they had skill workers as well that they did pay, but those people were like engravers and things like that. But the Egyptians had slaves from everywhere.
Most of the places that were built in Egypt were built on the backs of slaves. I mean, the Great Wall of China, where it's one of the 7 wonders of the world, I believe, was also built on the backs of slaves. Hell, not only were they built on the backs of slaves, when the slaves died, they would just put them in the wall.
Yeah, well,
every great building in the past was built with slaves.
Exactly.
Like I said, unfortunately, slavery has always been a part of our history. It still is part of our history. It just has a new name.
How is it a part of our history?
Child labor.
Not currently.
Huh?
Currently, it's a problem in countries like China that people are defending. That's what I find so funny about this. So.
What are you talking about? Slavery?
Yep.
Like I said, slavery still exists. I mean, even in countries where it's illegal, it still exists. It just has a different name.
Okay, well, that's a philosophical question, and
slavery.
that will take us in a different direction. So.
Years.
Oh, no, I was just saying human trafficking. That's all I was going to say. I'm not talking about anything philosophical. I'm talking about human trafficking. That's just a new form. That's just a new name for slavery.
I'm offended by your use of the word human. It has the word man in it, and it might be offensive to any extraterrestrials that may be out there. So
Oh,
that might
actually,
they might be being trafficked as well. So just want to let you know.
Listen, that's actually funny thing. I saw something like that on YouTube because a woman was actually I think it was Kathy Abreu, who's like Fox News's Rob Parker. She's just like their punching bag.
Was she abducted?
No. Kathy Abreu, I think her name is, something like that. She's actually Cuban. Funny enough, she's Cuban, Cuban American journalist. Funny enough, but yeah, she is like their liberal punching bag. And I don't know if it was her, or if it was somebody else, but they were saying that I think it's the Purdue Writing Lab. They were saying that when it comes to English essays, you should avoid using words with the word man in it. So we're not allowed to write the word woman anymore. I mean, a woman has the word man in it. Human race, man is like, what kind of stupidity is this?
Yes.
Like I've heard this. I don't know if it was her or somebody else, but like
the biggest idiocy of all this is that the word man comes from mankind. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, you can't use that word no more.
I just want to say, point out one thing, and then I will go to sleep. It's
yeah, me too. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah.
You started the show with the Washington Redskins and the name change that goes on, and I don't understand. I just thought of it as an honor. If something is named after you, if now anyone would come to me and say, hey, we want to name that street Dennis Street, or that stadium Dennis Stadium, I would see it as an honor, and not that, oh no, I don't want it because that's racist.
Right.
I don't know when it changed.
But like I was saying, where does it end? What's next?
Yeah.
We keep pushing the line back before we're changing everything constantly, and I just don't think this is a battle that needs to be fought, because it's diluting and taking away from real situations and issues, because it's just cannon fodder everywhere.
And it makes the real issues minuscule.
Right.
Because we're busy focusing on little things. Like, remember when people were complaining about the Baby It's Cold Outside, like that Christmas song?
Yeah.
And that it said something about sexual harassment. I mean, this has nothing to do with racism, but you know what I mean? It's reaction. Like, just everybody just gets so instead of just having context. And again, it goes back to education. Just we need to be more educated.
You're never going to please everybody, and you can't. There's going to be people who are unhappy. There's always going to be people who don't like us or any of us, but whatever. I mean, I still think that for how young our country is, we have a lot to be proud of. So that's
244 years is not
That's nothing compared to Dennis's country, compared to the Redcoats' country. It's just we're babies, So.
Yeah, but our country is.
Well, yours was
80 years.
I'm referring to your civilization as your people.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Yeah, before, but you were once called the Holy Roman Empire, which is funny.
I know.
Because it wasn't holy, it wasn't Roman, and it really wasn't an empire.
It was the Holy Roman Empire German nation.
But it sounds cool.
That's the correct. That's the correct title.
Okay. Well, it's very long too. But
yeah.
But I always thought it sounded cool. Holy Roman Empire. By the way, one of my most favorite people in history is Martin Luther.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Have you ever been to Lutherstadt? Or Wittenberg? I think they call it both, right? So. Yeah, that's really awesome. I got to go
where
there.
he pinned the proclamation.
Yeah,
on the church.
I've got a picture with myself at the door, that exact door. But man, that changed everything.
Okay, that's cool.
It changed everything. He's one of the most important people to me in history because I'm a Protestant because of him. I wouldn't be a Protestant if it wasn't. Well, not just him, but other people. But he really put it on the map. Shaq, he wouldn't be Protestant right now. It's just
his fight in Europe puts it to another level because of the kings he had as friends. And who protected him.
Oh yeah, imagine doing that back then, man. They were burning people for nothing. Imagine what they wanted to do to him. But guys, I'm going to end it now. It's 6 hours we've been going, and it's 6 a.m. and I'm really sleepy. So, thanks so much. Good job, Shaq, on the Jeopardy. You did a great job, man. Dennis.
Nice.
Congrats.
Nice Jeopardy.
If you're just tuning in, Dennis is the first person to ever defeat me.
Yes.
So, congrats, Dennis, and happy 4th of July. And I'll see you all next week then. Unless something big happens like the Cam Newton thing, and I'll have an impromptu. But if nothing like that happens,
okay.
We'll see
there's still 2 more weeks, hopefully, until training camp. So we'll have stuff to talk about soon, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm actually interested in seeing what happens with Cam Newton.
Yeah.
See ya, guys.
Yeah. Bye.
See you next week. Bye.
Good night, everybody. Happy 4th.
Happy 4th.